It's time for another fantastic Friday. Everybody's getting ready up at the spa. Heard there's a pretty good giveaway going on today as well. The feature is the De La Rose, and 3-1 morning line favorite Sand Trap has some questions to answer for trainer Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt as they'll team up. Can she get back on track? It's a big weekend for Chad, though, with 4 in the Grade 1 Diana tomorrow. A lot of eyes on Monmouth Park, though, down on the Jersey Shore. It is Bookham Dano Day at Monmouth Park as the richest New Jersey bred in history will be in the spotlight this afternoon. And how exciting is this opening day at Del Mar Thoroughbred Club, where the turf meets the surf? You can watch it live here on Fox Sports throughout the afternoon. Absolutely thrilled to have Del Mar on the show today. But of course, another glorious day up at the spa at Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, getting ready for a jam-packed card and the opener just a few minutes away. Stepping up back onto the desk today, just like old times, Acacia Kamal alongside NYRA racing analyst Andy Serling. It's good to be reunited. We actually rarely see each other throughout the summer.
I know. It's I got to tell you, when I saw the schedule and saw that you and I would be on together for 3 hours today, I was excited. I mean, we spent a lot of time together at Aqueduct, but we're doing a little bit here, which is fun. Talking about the card. I tell you, these cards are sensational. They are crazy, crazy tough competitive races all day long. The hunt to find winners is not an easy one, but you got to love the challenge.
Absolutely. And of course, as we mentioned, a lot to look forward to with Bookham Dano back at Monmouth and opening day at Del Mar. The feature in New York, though, is the De La Rose, coming up a little bit later on in race 9. A couple of scratches, but we'll take a look at Sand Trap, who was very impressive 2 starts back when making her first start stateside and for Chad Brown, and then she really disappointed in the Grade 1 Just a Game.
Yeah, I am not really a fan of this horse. I'm going to be wrong when she wins today, because I thought she beat an extremely subpar field in here. Sorry, but the end just doesn't compare to the kind of horse she's racing here. And okay, I agree with people. The last race Just a Game was won in the front end. The rail was good. She was in the 2 path. The problem I have with the argument for her, because I didn't think she did any running, is there's a horse inside her in this race that's controlling speed, and one more time, and she was 3 wide the whole way around the racetrack, and she finished ahead of her. I'm not sold on Sand Trap. I think she's going to be overbet.
The full sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Carl Spackler, see if she can pick up a stakes win of her own, as that De La Rose is our feature on today's races, a 10-race card. We have a pick 5 kicking off a little bit later, as well as always today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. Now live in New Jersey as well. You can bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRA Bets. Sign up and get up to $200 deposit match bonus using promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nyrabets.com. As we take a look at the field for the opener, you have race 1 going 5.5 furlongs on the turf in this maiden special weight. And there's Red Square for Wesley Ward, who's currently 6-5 on the board. This horse debuted at Churchill Downs as the favorite after breaking slowly and finishing 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, broke slowly and then got slammed after that start. You see back to last. Now, it's unusual with Wesley Ward horses not to have speed and also not to be good out of the gate. It's always a bit of a concern. But you have to think if this horse breaks well today, and we'll probably show the head on if we can go to that, but I guess not. You'll see that she'll break slowly. You're going to also see that the horse crosses in front of her, outside of her, and sort of knocks him off stride after that. Now, he also finished behind the number 3 Beijing. But Beijing, despite the outside post, had a very soft trip in here, and I thought this horse really, really ran. Now, with the scratch of the 4, the potential exists for the 7 French Quarter Note to be speed. But don't you have to think if the 2 breaks today, he'll have more speed?
You would think so. Wesley Ward, especially turf sprinters, are kind of known for having speed, and there in the orange cap is at Red Square, closing and actually finishing quite well, just not able to make it up for 2nd. We are having a little bit of a delay. The number 6 Blazing Tiger is being a naughty boy, trying to get the blinkers on. He is a very energetic horse, Andy, so slight delay here as they try to get the blinkers on him. I know they've put him on him in the mornings, but with the exciting action and all of the people in the paddock, he's not really having it at the moment.
Is this a horse that misbehaves other times, or you think it's just unusual today?
He is, like I said, quite an energetic type, so this is not totally out of character for him. Though, as I said, He knows he can do it. So hopefully they'll be able to get the blinkers on, bringing that outrider pony over. There's the other one for the Clermont Barn, the number 5. He's My Kind. He did finish second last time out, taking a step forward behind his stablemate, Big Destroyer, during the Belmont at the Big A.
I think this horse is a massive overlay at 6-1 right now. And even though I didn't pick him on top at 6-1, I'll be betting on him this race. I thought he actually ran well and needing his first start, lost to Grunge from the same barn. He's lost to stablemates in both his starts. Grunge ran very well here the other day and went third in a much tougher race. In fact, another race that Miguel did win. And then last time out, lost to a first-time star in the barn that was really good. And I think he's run well in his starts. He's not a speed, but he's not that slow. I think Manny's ridden him well in his starts. I have nothing against this horse, and I have no idea. I think he's supposed to be a shorter price than his stablemate, simply because, number one, he's run faster races, but not even that. His stablemate's more of a router. I don't know why I'm supposed to go with the router at a shorter price, and the horse is proven to be a sprinter.
Well, they have gotten the blinkers on, Blazing Tiger, finally, as there they are. As I said, he knows he can wear them, and he is cutting back in distance as he's run longer and run well longer, but kind of flattened out. So the idea is to try him sprinting. Unfortunately, he's probably one of those horses, Andy, that would like 7 furlongs over at Belmont Park, which we'll get soon, but you don't really have access to right now.
No, and I think that's I think that's an important thing to point out. And these sprints, I mean, listen, you can come from last to win sprints. Not that this horse is slow. I mean, he can obviously be more forward in here. But having said that, this is just a little bit different. And the other thing is, he's running against the horses like the 2 and 3 who've run well sprinting, the 7 who you know has speed. It's just he's running against horses that have proven they can run effectively in these shorter races, and he has not, even though he ran okay at 6 furlongs. But I still don't think that race, I thought that was kind of a soft-paced race. We'll see. Not impossible. I don't have any knock on anybody in this race, to be honest. I mean, even the one, maybe this is a prep, it's a 4-year-old first-time starter, but the one, Cheryl Soltown, far and away is the best turf pedigree of anybody running in today's card.
Not just turf pedigree, I mean, pedigree of anything, pretty much. By Speightstown, the dam was unraced. Second dam, Lady Cheryl, multiple Grade 1 winner. I mean, deep Charles Fipke family.
Right. You do get the feeling, especially with Linda's horses often need their first start, that this horse may be sort of prepping to, not that she's not trying to win, but prepping to go longer second time out and a 4-year-old firster. But this is an 11-1 shot with a gigantic turf pedigree.
The number 3, Beijing, goes out for Will Walden. Comes out of that same race as Red Square and was the one that was a little bit more mid-pack, though did have an outside post to navigate. Finished fine in his turf debut.
I thought he ran fine in that race. I don't disagree with you at all. I picked him third. I just feel as though if the 2 breaks cleanly, I don't understand what his path is to victory over the 2 Red Square. But maybe that horse gets left again. And it is Will Walden. He certainly wins at a very, very high percentage.
Have an early pick 5 kicking off here with the opener as well. You see that pool growing. There goes your favorite, the number 2, Red Square. 7-5. I think we kind of anticipated that this horse would be a favorite, and you thought a perhaps logical favorite. Is there any point where a price starts getting a little bit too short on him?
Yeah, I think 7-5 is a little bit on the short side. Now, David made him 8-5 in the morning line, so I guess it's not that surprising. It's Wesley Ward. He wins. It's IRAD. There's all the accoutrements to be overbet. But the thing about Wesley is he goes off at short prices, and for the most part, he delivers, especially when they seem like the right horses on paper.
See if this horse can break a little bit better as well. Saw Irad Ortiz in the winner's circle yesterday, and I was joking with him. I said, you had to come back and catch up on Jose, his brother, who had such a strong opening couple weeks here while Irad was serving a suspension. He goes, it's a big gap, but I'm coming for him. You know that competition is there, and you know they're both going to have continue to have sensational summers.
Well, I mean, to be honest, Irad's on a free roll. I mean, he's obviously... he's got such a disadvantage. If he even gets close, he can have fun with that.
Absolutely. Let's meet the field, beginning with that first-time starter, Charles Soltown with the big pedigree.
As we said, this horse has a very big pedigree and is too big a price. Probably need one, but yeah.
Definitely moves like a turf horse, at least. There's your favorite, Red Square.
Yeah, and I don't remember seeing Linda with a Charles Fipke horse. Red Square needs to break today. The start will be incredibly important.
6-5 right now. There is Beijing out of that same race.
Yeah, I mean, listen, ran fine last time out, first time in the turf. The 2 just ran better.
The 4 is out. There is the number 5. He's My Kind, one of 2 for Miguel Clermont.
I have no idea why this horse is as big a price as he is, and I think he's a massive contender.
Finished a good second behind a stakes place horse last time. There's Blazing Tiger. Blinkers are on, and he's cutting back.
For what it's worth, limited sample size, turning back from a route to sprint and turf. Miguel is 1 for 10 with 2 hitting the board. But that winner was a big price.
And French Quarter Note should be a pace contender outside.
Right. If the 2 isn't forward, this horse could find himself loose for a trainer who's very, very dangerous. I understand the argument for him. I went a different direction, but I can see this horse running well.
He's at 5-1 right now on the board. Let's take a look at what AI has to say. I know many of you probably ask AI all kinds of questions. Maybe you want to know who to bet. Here's the wager suggested play. So a double, the 2, Red Square, the favorite, with 1, 2, 3 in the next race, Sir Duke, Regeneration, and Discotheque. What are your
Obviously,
thoughts?
these bets are an attempt to try to find value and attempt to display to people how the CAWs play, because there's so many misconceptions about them. They must feel in the doubles these horses are relatively valued, even though I'm looking at them and they are the shortest price doubles.
Well, there's your AI wager suggested play. Should you be interested? Horses hitting the track as we welcome in for the first time today, Megan Burgess. Hey, Megan.
Hey, Acacia. I am a part of the club that loves an Acacia host. I'm actually number 1 on that fan club list. But the number 2, Red Square, is currently taking favoritism, and to me, as he should when looking at this race, is a half to that millionaire Grade 1 placed turf sprinter, Arrest Me Red, as well as a half to Hidden Treat, who's also a stakes winner. This guy looks quick. He's one of those rare Wesley Ward runners that did not wear blinkers and will forego them again today. He was pretty sharp in the paddock, not quite to the antics of the 6 Blazing Tiger, but he was very much a typical Wesley Ward with the pony, kept moving. He definitely was a bit cantankerous when getting the tack on, but he ultimately negotiated it fairly well and actually did settle down. Once he got the tack on and once we kind of had that waiting period, I think he's the horse to beat squarely, making up ground last time out, and I agree he will be forwardly meant on that pace with a better break. The number 6, Blazing Tiger, obviously kind of the menace of the paddock a little bit. He was fine until they wanted to get the blinkers on, and he took some time to get them on, but he got it done eventually, and he has always been the most impressive looking. So just full of substance, honestly, it's not overt as far as his size to be able to cut back in distance. I find the key to him is getting him to switch off, settle down, and I think the blinkers could do that for him today. Acacia, it's 2-6 in here for me.
Megan, thank you. Even money right now on the number 1, Red Square, as this
Number 2.
one on the 2. I'm sorry, number 2, Red Square, as this one will try to get out of the gate a little bit better this afternoon.
I spoke wrongly about the wager bet. They're singling the 1 now that you say it, seeing the value of the horse with pedigree. Even money to me is too short on this horse, and I picked him, and I'll live with that. But given the odds, I would pick the 5 on top.
Overlay for sure on He's My Kind at 6-1, who ran a good figure. Big Destroyer came back to finish 2nd in a stake at Monmouth in his subsequent start. So, yeah, you'll get some value on pretty much everybody else. Kicking off the
against the 2.
Afternoon, exactly, with an even money favorite, Red Square. We'll see if he can get the job done. Beautiful day at Saratoga as we get ready to start the afternoon on the turf. Here's Frank Miramati with the call of the opener.
Thank you, Acacia. He's My Kind goes in. Blazing Tiger will be 2nd to last. And that is the favorite, Red Square, who just broke through the gate at odds of even money. Red Square, quickly apprehended, will be guided back around. Let's go back to the desk briefly.
Frank, thank you. Yes, we did see a slight delay here. The number 2, Red Square, your favorite, broke through the starting gate. The assistant starters held on to him. He didn't get very far, but he has gotten sharper. He will be inspected by attending veterinarians to make sure he's okay as they step back over behind the gate to reload him, should all be well. But of course, with a favorite, not something you love to see. Gets the A-OK. Irad Ortiz back aboard. We'll go back to Frank.
Okay, here we go. French Quarter Note to complete the lineup. They're in the gate, and they're off. And it was a very even start. He's My Kind is going out for the early lead. Blazing Tiger has sharp speed. And here's Red Square down on the inside, a close-up third. They're followed by Beijing fourth, racing 4 lengths off the pace. French Quarter Note is next, and the first-time starter, Shirl's Soul Town, at the back of the field. The opening quarter mile in 21 and 4, and He's My Kind takes them toward the quarter pole, pressed by Blazing Tiger, who's just a neck away second, 3 clear of Red Square, who's right on the inside of French Quarter Note. Then it's Shirl's Soul Town making headway. Blue Cap angling out with a nice seam as they come toward the 8th pole. He's My Kind is clinging to the lead. On the outside, Blazing Tiger. These two head and head, and Shirl's Soul Town continues to motor home. Shirl's Soul Town from last gathers them all in to win at first asking. Second went to Blazing Tiger. It's a photo for third between He's My Kind and Red Square.
First-time starter, Shirl's Soul Town. We talked about that pedigree, and he ran to it, finishing late.
Yeah, well, this horse had a huge pedigree and managed to motor and get it done. Linda does first-time stars in turf sprint. She'd been 3 for 34, but this horse was a huge price for a horse with an enormous turf pedigree. The 7 got left, which changed collection the race. The 2 doesn't really have much speed. She had no excuse coming out of the gate. She's not slow, but she's not fast. I was very happy with the 5 gain the lead. She just wasn't good enough to get it done, but sure, Soul Town was sure ready to go first time out with Jose Ortiz and Linda, and this horse has a gigantic pedigree. Maybe he is a sprinter. Didn't break that well in this race. Nice win.
Maybe so. Has the pedigree to potentially be a good one. Shirl's Soul Town with the victory. 7 out of the other 8 foals are winners. This one gets the job done at first asking at 13 to 1, 1-6-5-2 in the opener. First time starter coming late. Even with the blinkers, Blazing Tiger imploring him to get there, and he just kind of lingered waiting on horses.
Yeah, I thought I was going to lose to the other half of the entry and be frustrated. 6 to 1 was such an overlay. As far as Red Square, he doesn't really have a lot of speed because he broke fine. He's not slow, but he's not that quick, which is unusual. And frankly, he just wasn't very good today. He's just not that good.
Yeah.
Maybe he's coming out of a bad race because the Will Walden horse did no running as well.
That is worth noting, too. Beijing, who was at the back and never really participated, but off the pace in the white silks there, you can see the number 1, Shirl's Soul Town. There's Jose Ortiz. I love this shot. It's so cool.
Yep.
You see him tipping out to make that move and comes closing. We talked about the Ortiz brothers. Jose picking up another one, making all the right moves right now.
His brother was 6 to 5, and he was 13 to 1, and he still got the best of them. Jose's riding well, and this one was just, he's riding a good horse.
Yeah.
I mean, in this particular case, it's not a knock on Jose. He's a great rider, but this horse was good, and Linda had this one ready to go. She was not prepping.
No. With the pedigree, runs to it at first asking. Homebred for Charles Fipke. Shirl's Soul Town with the win. First-time starter pulls the upset on the turf in the opener. Prices and more when we come back.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. And you're wondering what's new at ABR. There are important trends to know before the 2026 Naira Betts Haskell Stakes, which takes place tomorrow. Opening day at Del Mar today. So what makes Del Mar special? A little bit more on the location, atmosphere, history, betting more, and the 2026 San Diego Handicap at a glance. Be sure to check on americasbestracing.net today. First-time starter pulling the upset in the opener at Saratoga, 13-1 Shirl Soul Town for Linda Rice, who's standing by with Megan.
Thank you. I actually was able to get a hold of Jose Ortiz, his pilot, as we are just, we've got Wells and Penn and the boys here with Wayne's and kiddos in the winner's circle. But Jose, this is your 15th victory of the meet, and it just seems as if the momentum doesn't stop in a tour de force year. Talk a little bit about the confidence in getting a firster to really run down more experienced horses in the way this horse did.
Yeah, I was surprised the way he ran today. Honestly, I thought the race was very tough. He broke okay, a little bit to the outside, and but I was able to have a good trip inside out, tip him out, and he gave me a beautiful run. Honestly, I'm a little surprised he ran that good today because I didn't know him. I never worked him before.
You definitely showed up for you today, Jose. But in tomorrow's Diana, you'll take mounts aboard. Kathy and Marissa, just kind of what was going through your head with the trip last time out, and what do you expect as far as her tactical placement in this Diana?
Yeah, terrible trip last time, terrible draw in a slow pace. I had to make an early move. I didn't like that at all, but it's what I had to do. The feeling I had that day. I think tomorrow we had a better draw in the inside, and hopefully she jumps well out of the gate, and I can get a good position going into the first turn in the inner turf. It's kind of complicated.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations here, and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you, Megan.
Jose Ortiz, certainly with the head start on his brother Irad, as he will remain here on Saturday. I believe Irad will be with us on the Jersey Shore.
Has a date with Further Ado and the Naira Betts Haskell. Irad Ortiz does, but Jose smiling with some fans. They got their giveaways as well, and I apologize. Obviously, that was Jose Ortiz and not Linda Rice. Did you get your belt back yet?
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
I think you'd look good in it.
Thank you. I
You
appreciate
could do a little crossbody.
I'll wear one when you wear one.
Okay.
No, I won't.
I'm not going to wear one.
I'm not going to wear one either. No chance you'll wear one.
Of
Who are you lying
course,
to?
upset in the opener, 28-40 on Shirl Soul Town. Jose Ortiz with the victory, and yeah, he has a Kathy and Marissa tomorrow, who, as you and I were kind of discussing, really with the draw last time out in the New York, and he touched on that in that interview. No chance from the way that race played out.
She's going to be very hard to beat in Diana tomorrow with a reasonable trip. I mean, obviously, I don't want to underrate portfolio duration, even though she had a better trip in the race there. But Kathy and Marissa is going to be extremely hard to beat, and I got to think it's going to be a very short price.
Here's a look at the field for race 2. Maiden claiming 100,000, so high-level maiden claiming going 7/8 on the main track. And Sir Duke, the tepid favorite to the inside, off of a little bit of a freshening for Carlos Mark.
I got to tell you, I'm a little annoyed at owner Mark Holliday, our chairman. I mean, he normally names his songs after Grateful Dead.
I know, a lot.
And now he's naming after a Stevie Wonder song. So I'm a little thrown by that. I'm going to speak to Mark about that. I don't want to see him changing course. No, Sir Duke's a great song.
I was going to say, he stayed on theme in general.
Songs from the Key of Life?
Yeah.
It's a great album.
Mark
album.
has very good taste in music.
He does.
Yes. But of course, on the Jersey Shore today over at Monmouth Park, it's all about Bookham Dano, the richest New Jersey bred in history, coming back, and they're on track. We have Samantha Perry with us. Sam, of course, everybody looking forward to seeing the little New Jersey bred that could, and a true star, back in action this afternoon.
He's truly a hometown hero, Acacia, and it feels so great to be back here on the Jersey Shore. This is where I got my broadcasting start, so fantastic to be here with you all and the viewers at home. But Bookham Dano Day today here at Monmouth Park, and a multiple graded stakes winning horse is the big story of the day, and that is Bookham Dano. And this is a field today, the $200,000 Mr. Prospector, that again will give his Jersey home fans just something to root for again and again. This is such an amazing horse. In the True North last time out at Saratoga, he came back with dominance. His race 2 starts back. I think he definitely needed it, but once he got that race out of the way, he was back to business again here in the True North. And to be honest, Takesha and Andy, I do not see anybody beating him again here today. And what better way to kick off Haskell weekend than with an impressive horse like Bookham Dano.
Looking forward to seeing him. Special things going on throughout the afternoon. A free Bookham Dano t-shirt for the first 2,000 fans attending over at Monmouth Park as well. And I think it's really cool. Bookham Dano, as you pointed out, is 3 for 3 at Monmouth. But for the most part, we've seen him at Naira and on the biggest stages. And so I think it's really fun for the New Jersey fans to see him.
Well, it's great to have good horses showcased at a track like Monmouth. Monmouth's a great, great racetrack with an incredibly good history. And I'm thrilled that the owners, we wanted them to Vanderbilt, but I like that they're doing something for the hometown people there. It's cool. It's a good thing in racing.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Of course, though, as Samantha touched on, tomorrow we have the Naira Betts Haskell coming up to look forward to. And here's a look at the field of 3-year-olds that will assemble. Taking a look at Further Ado, we touched on him with Irad Ortiz. As Irad told me yesterday, he doesn't need to be on the lead as he's shown before, but he can be forward and break running. And winning outside of Keeneland like he did last time in the Matt Win was a pretty key victory for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously not going to have the lead from Napoleon Solo if that horse gets out of the gate, or maybe not even Iron Honor as well. I doubt that Brad was thrilled with the draw.
Yeah.
Because he's a bit of a quirky horse, and that obviously he has an enormous amount of talent. But his wins have been in races where he's had soft trips. And he's got the right rider to make a trip for him, and hopefully the other horse is clear, and Irad can get him out and sort of be in a stalking spot. He's very, very good, but I do think he needs his right trip. Having said that, he actually did not get the preferred trip in the Derby, but he also is just that kind of horse. But he's good. I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion in that race. Do you?
No, I don't. As you saw the lineup for tomorrow at Monmouth, a really exciting and stakes action-filled day. I was very against Further Ado going into the Kentucky Derby. I felt like he was a horse that had improved, but I thought was a little bit dressed up coming in. I do think the fact that he was able to get back to the winner's circle last time in the Matt Win was a big deal for him. I still feel like I need to see him step up to prove that he's up at that elite level.
I agree. This is a better field than he met in the Matt Win by quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest factors here is what you do with the Puma. Horses like that are big question marks, but if he runs his race, I think he's the best horse in the race if he runs his race.
Scratched before the Kentucky Derby with a foot issue. By all reports down at Gulfstream Park, he has been tearing up the track in his workouts.
He is a good workout horse, though, right?
He's always been a fantastic workhorse, yeah.
But he's also a very good horse.
He's a very good horse.
That can't be a bad sign.
He broke his maiden in the Tampa Bay Derby, came back with a huge effort in the Florida Derby as well. So looking forward to seeing him back. I think he adds a really interesting piece of it.
I'm thrilled. I really, and I heard they were in Point of Haskell. I said, I'll believe that when I see it. So I'm thrilled he's back too, because I don't think he would have won the way the race was run, but I was going to pick him in the Derby.
Yeah, he's a good horse, that's for sure. Speaking of good horses, the horses that did win the Derby, though, is Golden Tempo. He also came back to win the Belmont Stakes as well, and we got a chance to see him for Cherie DeVoe work this morning.
And we've established that this was a 4-furlong work. We've had a deep discussion on that, and we've established that.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Because, if it was a 3-furlong work, that would be very slow.
Yes.
And if it was 5 furlongs,
I know
that would be amazing.
Really particular about your workouts, Andy.
Yeah, it's great to see him work again.
Yeah.
And I was texting with Cherie. She's going to be here today. She's obviously got a big chance to win the De La Rose today. And just glad to see him back working and looking forward to seeing him in the Travers. He's been terrific.
And it was announced he will miss the Jim Dandy, giving a little bit of extra time, but pointing to the Travers, and we'll be thrilled to see him back here in Saratoga. And yeah, he has been tremendous. He pulled an upset in the Kentucky Derby. A lot of people, I think us included, against him in the Belmont, and he silenced those doubters as well. Here's a look at the field for race 2 as we have the second coming up from Saratoga. We'll also talk a little bit more about what's going on with the social media scene here at the Spa. There's plenty of exciting action, and believe me, our fans give great content. We'll take a look at the social media and what's happening after this.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. It is National Tattoo Day, by the way, and you can head on over, get your flash tattoos. They're permanent, by the way. We found out they're actual tattoos. There's a selected assortment that you can get over there, and a great partnership taking place.
Yeah, I got the Mitch Levitas tattoo, actually. I think it looks really good on me, but I can't show it where it is on my...
It's an unseen location. For more on what's happening in social media land around Saratoga, let's check in with Megan.
Very pleased to be joined by Nyra's social media content host here with Jenna Reynolds. And y'all been doing an excellent job, has been providing us with weekly updates of what's to come, but celebrated a special occasion last week, I heard, as far as a couple getting engaged here at Saratoga.
Yes, Megan, thank you for having me. Love was in the air last week. We had a proposal on the rooftop right here at Saratoga Racecourse. Dalton popped the question, Colleen said yes, and then I joined the couple in the backyard. They were celebrating with about 40 people. We interviewed them. We posted that on our Instagram at Saratoga 1863. Super fun video. If you haven't watched it already, definitely give it a watch.
Well, the big gray horse, White Barrio, has been such a fun one to follow. I know at Oaklawn that was quite the rally, but he's coming into the Whitney and been training in the mornings, and you guys have been up to date on all the action.
Yeah, so our Saratoga accounts, those are going to be, fashion, fun, food, and then our Nyra accounts, they won't lose focus of horse racing. So on our Nyra Facebook channel, we posted White Barrio training on the main track here at Saratoga. We know how loved he is, and we just love sharing this content, Megan, especially as he prepares for the Whitney Stakes.
And I will say this, it's a big week of racing, but also a big game to watch. And I've also been aware that there's some places that fans can definitely partake in that here at Saratoga.
Yeah, so these viewing parties, they have been so fun, so exciting, and now extra exciting this weekend with the championship game. So join us in the festival tent where we will be having the big game on big televisions, giveaways, drink specials. So definitely join us for the big game.
Thank you so much for providing us with the updates, and keep at it. We all really enjoy watching you all and all of the fun that is to be had here this summer in Saratoga.
Thank you so much, Megan. More to come, so stay tuned. I'll join you next week for even more exciting updates.
Be sure to turn into our Instagram and Twitter on Saratoga, and of course the Nyra social media channels to catch up on all of the action here.
Meg, thank you. As we take a look at horses in the paddock for race number 2 coming up, that's a look at Grand Gesture, as this horse currently 6-1 right now on the board. Do you know it was a late change notice, but this horse is actually a first-time gelding returning off of the layoff. Debuted as a 3-year-old, which I think should be a positive for this son of Gervin. Is the full brother to Damon's Mound.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe we'll see him next week
Very
in the
good.
very wide open Vanderbilt.
Yeah. Very good sprinter, very good Florida bred as well, which is funny. As we head back over to Megan now in the paddock, getting a look at the horses for race 2.
Thanks, Acacia. And there are a pair of Chad Brown runners, both getting the blinkers on and both dropping in tag for the first time. And if you really take a look at Chad Brown's numbers with those first-time maidens here at Saratoga in the past 5 first-time blinkers on those maidens on the dirt for the past 5 years, he's 0 for 12. So just something to keep in mind of. As far as number 4, old-time rock and roll, he's contending with a 326-day layoff. Now, the barn obviously known for getting horses fit and ready to go. I feel like this horse, having obviously not seen him in the flesh on debut, I feel like he's grown just looking at his frame, as he does get a little bit more distance in here. And I do find ultimately at the end of the day, he could be better for going longer in the future. But, you know, last time out on August the 23rd, obviously nearly a year ago, he did compete in a strong field where he did some running that day. I do find, though, he's incredibly well defined. He's very fit for the task, coming from a dangerous barn. And to me, could be kind of the other Chad Brown, as the number 2 Regeneration certainly looks the more sprint inclined of the duo. Acacia?
We'll see how it plays out, Meg. Thank you. There is Old Time Rock and Roll. Great name for a son of McLean's music. Blinkers do go on. Another layoff type. 6-1 on the board right now. It is 5-2, though, on Sir Duke. For Carlos Martin, more on race 2 after this.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Horses making their way down Champions Way for the second race. Again, going 7 furlongs. Themes seem to be layoffs here in this second race. Slight layoff for the number 1, Sir Duke, who's currently your favorite homebred for Mark Holliday's Blue Devil Racing.
Compared to some of these he ran yesterday.
Yeah.
Coming back off of a little over 3 months rest. He ran very well first time out against a very good horse in Pretty Boy Maya.
Yeah. Regeneration cuts back after not starting since January.
1 of 2 for Chad Brown. I guess, coming back, he's eligible, but we had a lot of speed, was very good yesterday, and this one doesn't look like he has much speed.
Discotheque has had a lot of chances.
He has, but he's run fast enough he can win this race. Not my cup of tea, well, the chances, but he can win.
Old Time Rock and Roll debuted here in August.
I guessed that with Dylan riding this one and Flavian riding the 2, he'd be a bigger price than the 2, and that's why I picked him, because I also thought he ran against a very tough field first time.
Grand Gesture, another one, making a big layoff return.
A new gelding in this race. We'll see if he can improve off the long layoff.
The Standard had a race last out.
Listen, he's second off the layoff for Steve Ashman is very dangerous. I don't want him at 7-2, but I can see the argument.
Sunshine Babalu, second-time starter.
This would blow up the early pick 5, which has already been somewhat blown up.
And Chess Match returning to the dirt.
Ditto.
Big prices towards the outside. Let's take a look at the 4 Old Time Rock and Roll. Blinkers going on this one as well. Both of the Chad Brown runners coming back off the bench, adding blinkers for the first time. This one, about an 11-month layoff for him, though, as we saw him debut in what at the time seemed to be a pretty salty 2-year-old field. Did not do much running, and he didn't take much money as a 2-year-old that day
No, he
either.
didn't, and he didn't run that well, but he still ran a 59 buyer as a 2-year-old. Routine improvement puts him in the 70s and makes him a major player in this race. And at 6-1, I'll take a chance with him. It's a bit of a guess on my part. I've never spoken to Chad Brown about either of these horses, and I don't intend to. To me, he's a reasonable guess, but I don't have a strong opinion here.
Let's go back to Megan trackside.
The number 1, Sir Duke, got a wide trip and a chase mode last time out here for Carlos Martin and Mark Holliday's Blue Devil Racing is very royally bred as far as the dam. A Grade 1 winning millionaire, actually won the ballerina sprinting, but Sir Duke can definitely get this 7 furlongs. I think he might even relish going a bit longer than this as he is incredibly fit, well-muscled, and well-defined. I think he will serve himself just well, competing with others that obviously contend with a little bit more of time and space. But he impressed me physically. There were 3 next out winners from his last loaded field. He did come in with the pony, and he was sharp and forward, not over the top though. So breaking from the inside, he not only will have the chance to save more ground today, but I do hope to see him be a bit more forwardly placed as he was a bit tactical, albeit wide, last time out. I did speak with Chad Brown a little bit about the 7, Old Time Rock and Roll, or excuse me, the number 4 Old Time Rock and Roll. And he said, kind of with my comment earlier, wanting ground, he said this horse wants every bit of the 7 furlongs, and that indeed the other, he was the sharper of the 2. So as far as my comments earlier, Chad Brown kind of had a little bit of an opposite line of thinking with these 2, which I found incredibly interesting. And I am eager to see, as far as the 4, hopefully being a potentially more forwardly placed as well. The number 6, the Standard, also has that experience, has raced 4 times now, and wow, he is a very out-and-out sprinter, just a typical Steve Asmussen trainee who's incredibly fit and well-muscled. Honestly, from a handicapping perspective, don't find he's really taken that step forward, Acacia, as far as his races, but physically, I thought he looked best in here.
Steve Asmussen, son of By My Standards. Meg, thank you. He's 4-1 right now and does have a race off the bench, 7-2 right now. You'll have to take the worst of it after he was 21-1 last time out. We have another AI wager, by the way, coming up in this race.
Leave that up there. I just want to say, I thought Megan made a very interesting point to me earlier on the handicapping show about the Standard when she said he didn't improve from a buyer standpoint from his 2-year-old races to his 3-year-old race. I thought that was a great point by her, that you're looking for that improvement. They all don't do it. Now, listen, maybe he has in his second start. A lot of times Steve's horses need a race off a layoff, but I thought that was a negative. He can win. He's not for me at 7-2. As far as the AI stuff, they obviously are looking for some kind of value among them, and they must see it by looking at the doubles.
Daily double play there for the AI wager. Check it out over on Naira Bets, 4-1 on the Standard right now. Favoritism actually has ticked over to Discotheque, the number 3. As mentioned, he is 0-for-16, but as you touched on, he's run some fast races on either surface, really.
He
on
has.
all 3 surfaces.
Now, his last race a bit disappointing going the mile. You have to admit. But he did have some excuse. He had a bit of a trip in that race. So I'll give him, this is his race from 2 back we're going to show. He's running
Where he
figures
went to the
fast
front.
enough to win. The problem is he's 0 for 16 with 9 seconds. And on the dirt, he's 0 for 11 with 5 seconds. So he's just had a lot of chances. And at 2-1, he's not for me, but I picked him second, and I certainly realize he has the talent to win this race.
There he is in the cheek pieces in that last, this race 2 starts back, I should say. Well, that was his last time going 7 furlongs. Discotheque dueling with rock music. That was a little bit of a exacta hunch play for you there over at Churchill.
Think my man Travis picked up on that?
I would imagine he would, as they've taken those cheek pieces off since. And taking a look at Discotheque, Irad Ortiz going to climb aboard. And I do think the fact that he was so far back last time might have
Well, he shuffled a little bit. He had some
shuffled
trouble.
a bit, but I think he's better when he's forward.
I agree. And today's in with Old Time Rock and Roll, so he missed a track horse with those
there
names.
you go. See if they make a grand gesture in doing so. Fun race, very interesting race coming up in race 2. Again, going 7 furlongs on the main track. Graduation day for one of these horses, Discotheque. The favorite right now, we'll see if start number 17 is the lucky one. Here's Frank Miramati standing by with the call.
Old Time Rock and Roll coming forward. Sunshine Babalu. Goes in. Backs away. Chess match will be the last one. Chess match going forward. They're in the gate. And they're off. And chess match is very quick. Discotheque has some early interest and in fact is the fastest. So it's Discotheque setting the tempo. The Standard comes away in second. At the rails, Sir Duke a close-up third. Having to steady a bit. A little bit of trouble for Sir Duke in the opening furlongs. They are followed by Regeneration and Grand Gesture, racing 5 clear of Old Time Rock and Roll. Another 3 to Sunshine Babalu, and chess match after breaking on top is the distant trailer. It's Discotheque through a quarter that went in 23 1/5 seconds. The Standard is trying to keep him company. Nudge to go after the pacemaker as they come to the 3/8 pole. At the rails, Sir Duke still in the thick of it, a bit keen too, and Grand Gesture outside of him. They are followed by Regeneration, hard-ridden. At the rail, Old Time Rock and Roll, 5 clear of Sunshine Babalu, and chess match. They're a quarter of a mile from home, and the Standard is on the outside of Discotheque. Discotheque and the Standard. Clear shot now for Sir Duke coming after them. Old Time Rock and Roll is finishing with interest. They're in the final furlong. Discotheque just in front, the Standard within a half length of him. Old Time Rock and Roll finishing well, but out of time. They come to the wire, and Discotheque holds on. The Standard was second, Old Time Rock and Roll a good third, then Sir Duke.
Discotheque indeed, start number 17 was the lucky one, gets the victory. Irad Ortiz gets the win here. It was Jose Ortiz in the first race and Irad Ortiz in race number 2. And yeah, he got to use his early speed today, which was key.
Yeah, we're going to watch the start again because it does appear that Sir Duke had some trouble, but Irad was ready to take advantage of that and jump to the lead. Speed was very good yesterday. Whether or not that's going to be the case again today is hard to know, but Discotheque in his 17th start gets it done. Congrats to him and Irad and J.K. Sweezy. I feel like I had the right idea with Old Time Rock and Roll, and if we are dealing with a speed track, he probably ran the best race, but that's the way it goes.
The Standard could not get by. Pace horse at Discotheque wires the field here, able to hold on for the win. But we'll take a look at the break, beginning with the number 1, Sir Duke, as he is a horse that early on in the race was giving Tyler Gaffleone all kinds of trouble, and it looks like maybe the 2 came out on him a touch or he broke in a touch, but he's just a bit slow and he kind of rushes up and then gets very keen.
A lot of times from the rail, horses break a little bit sluggish, or they are sluggish, and at that point it was hard because you saw that he got very ranked for Tyler behind horses. Now obviously Tyler wanted to be in front. He hoped, but he was just badly outbroken by the 3, who was able to take the lead. And once he got behind horses like that, he got very rank and just wasn't able to run his race. Not saying he would have won, but the break where he was sluggish, not Tyler's fault at all, really cost him his best chance to win the race. And it changed the complexion of the race, because if he's more forward, the pace is a little bit more contentious, and the 3 isn't allowed to dictate. The way the race played out, the 3 was able to dictate in an extremely slow pace.
3, 6, 4, 1 in race 2. Start number 17 with the win for Kent Sweezy and Irad Ortiz. Discotheque gets the victory. Worth a party for sure. 2-1 with the win. When we come back, Bookham Dan O'Day in New Jersey coming up, and the Mr. Prospector will see the richest New Jersey bred in history in the spotlight at his home track.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Tonight on Saratoga Live, join Todd Strupp, Simon Bray, and Michelle Yu live from Del Mar. Special Fox Sports opening day coverage from where the turf meets the surf. Join us tonight, Del Mar, first post 5 Eastern on FS2.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. In the second race, Discotheque takes some gate to wire. Kent Sweezy and Irad Ortiz with the victory. Finally gets his picture taken. Let's go down to Megan.
Well, Irad, we had a little bit of a date with your brother in the first race, and you, of course, strike right back to get the victory here in the second. What is it like coming into this meet? As you kind of had a little bit of a delayed start, and now you're off and racing as if, no time has gone by, Irad.
I mean, it's hard to catch up with them. they don't want to stop winning, I know that. We have a tough colony right now. We have all the riders are here, are good. I'm just happy to be back and, focus on doing my thing.
Big win here with Discotheque getting the job done, but we'll pivot to tomorrow on Haskell Day. A big day of racing indeed. It will start with just a touch, cutting back in distance in the United Nations. What have you gleaned from him as he's reimagined himself on turf?
I mean, he runs so good. First time on the turf at Keeneland. I thought that distance don't help him. He come from way back. He don't usually do that, so after that, we was very positive on him on turf, and Brad gave him the opportunity going mile and a half, maybe last time mile and 3.8, and he gallops. He went the right way, so hopefully can come back and do the same thing.
This is the furthest inside Further Ado has drawn. Where do you find him tactically met with some other speedsters outside?
I mean, I saw the race. Maybe we have a little speed outside, but nothing crazy. But he don't have to be on the lead, and that's good about him. And I mean, if he's break and he's there, but let's see what happens. He's a nice horse.
Well, congratulations here, Irad. Best of luck tomorrow. Busy schedule, back and forth, but as always, you get it done.
Thank you.
Acacia?
Big day for Irada Ortiz coming up, but gets a winner here in the second, 690 on Discotheque. It was almost a Discotheque old-time rock and roll exacta.
Yes.
We
It
were
would have been a
close.
very interesting race if the one had broken cleanly and been aggressive on the pace. I think we would have seen a very different result. But you got to credit Irad. He was ready to go to the front once the one didn't break.
Taking a look at the field for race 3, I should say. 7 furlongs on the main track. I'm way ahead of myself. $62,500 claiming race for 4 and up. Here's a look at the field. 24 Mamba, the favorite currently to the outside with Ricardo Santana.
I misread this one. I picked Ridgewood Runner because I thought he'd be a significantly better price than 24 Mamba. As usual, the morning line maker seems to be right. He might even be favored, Ridgewood Runner. The concern with him is Flavia needs to get to the front with him, and obviously it's easier with Unlimited Potential Scratch. But he's a horse, Ridgewood Runner, who has never won a race when he wasn't right on top of the pace or in front.
Yeah, significant scratch as far as the pace concerned is Unlimited Potential, as you mentioned. We'll see how it does play out. Just to give everyone a heads up, we will soon continue at 2 o'clock over on the Fox One app and on YouTube. We'll be back on FS2 at 4 o'clock. But as always, you can always watch on the Fox One app. It's quite easy. And of course, streaming on YouTube, always an opportunity. We have the entire show on there.
And on YouTube, we can really misbehave badly, so that's
More
also
than
a
we
benefit
typically
as well.
do. You'll have to pray for me. Sitting next to Andy, I still have a couple hours to go here.
I'm
Taking
sure
a look
people
at
are.
the field for the feature in the De La Rose coming up a little bit later on. Last year in the De La Rose, we had so many horses, we split it into 2 divisions. Taking a look at this year's field, Sandtrap has some big questions to answer after a disappointing effort, albeit in Grade 1 company last time out.
Yeah, this is her win against a much weaker field in her first start in this country off a long layoff. She had finished behind last year's Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf winner, Jazora. She's obviously talented. The question is, how good is she? And she's being bet like people just assume she's really good, because this may be an ungraded race, but it is a very strong field filled with graded stakes quality horses. I thought her Just a Game was disappointing. Now, it was a race dominated front end. It was a race dominated on the rail. But she didn't do any running in that race. I think the 3 ran a lot better than her. A horse who was 3 wide around the racetrack the whole way. And Deep Satin had significant trouble in that race and made a big run, albeit down on the inside. I just think both of those horses are more likely winners, and the odds won't reflect it.
This is last year's one division of the De La Rose, was won by Deep Satin, the other by Ozara, who will be in the Diana tomorrow. And since then, Deep Satin has not seen the winner's circle again, but she's been keeping spectacular company in the fields that she has been running steadily in graded stakes. And I agree. I actually thought, given the trouble, she ran well in the Just a Game.
And with a couple of scratches, now it's post 7. The inner turf has been playing fairly with the races at 18 feet. I went flip-flopped. I was going to pick her. I was going to pick one more time. It was in front. I ended up going to speed, but those are the 2 I'm focusing on.
Also, coming up a little bit later on today, opening day at Del Mar, where the turf meets the surf, will be on our show. You can watch it on Fox Sports. The feature, the Ocean Side, coming up a little bit later, 1 mile on the turf for the 3-year-olds. And I think just really exciting that we'll have a chance to have Del Mar on the show. We'll have our team there in California to talk you through all of the big racing action. And you can just watch Saratoga, keep it on Del Mar throughout the evening. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's a big day. Del Mar opening day is always one of the more popular days out in California. Excited to be showing their races today.
Coverage continues on the Fox One app and on the NYRA YouTube channel. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live. We are taking a look at, what are we looking at here? the Cinema Stakes right now.
Bust Out is a reach, and Curlin and Charlie's Curlin all coming back.
There we go, as we get ready for the Oceanside coming up over at Monmouth. So here is, the Oceanside coming up at Del Mar. That was a look at the Cinema Stakes. And we are turning our attention over to Monmouth. Sorry, that replay came a little bit unexpected over to me. Andy did say we could get in trouble on YouTube. We have racing coming up next
I didn't think it would be that quick.
at Monmouth Park. 2-year-olds sprinting on the turf in the opener. 4-5 favorite right now with Legacy Lady, who has experience. And we check in with Samantha Perry.
Thank you, Acacia. And this is a very short price in a short field, but I don't disagree with it because this horse does have race experience. And that maiden special weight New York bred race that she's exiting out of, I felt was a very good debut effort for trainer Jorge Delgado. This is a horse that worked 9-4 at the OBS sale and was not very efficient, but was very quick in moving and just kind of collecting herself. And I'm excited to see her on the grass today, especially from this post position. Now, you still worry a little bit, only being her second start, and she does draw that outside post with the other three runners scratched to her outside. Sometimes you lose a little bit of ground whenever you draw the outside like that, especially from a young horse. This is a turf course that plays very speedily. The rails are at 24 feet today. You want to be up front, and I do think that this is the one to beat in the opener here on the Jersey Shore.
Laura's Love, post position number 3. Laura's Love going into the gate. Two back, Last Hot Lover. To the outside, Legacy Lady. 8 races today on the docket. Good luck. We're ready to go in the opener. We're off and running at Monmouth Park on Bookham Dano Day. Last Hot Lover was away slowly. Legacy Lady on the far outside darts to a 2-length lead. Creative Thinker runs in second. Laura's Love third in the early part. 5 lengths off Legacy Lady, who strings them out. Last Hot Lover in the second last position. Melodies at the back of the pack as they approach the far turn. Legacy Lady, Carlos Rojas on top by that 2-length margin. Creative Thinker in chase mode second is pulled 5 ahead of the 2 Kathleen O'Connell entrants. Laura's Love and Last Hot Lover. Melodies is yet to pass the runner as they round the far turn. Legacy Lady hits the quarter pole, increases her lead to 6 coming off the turn. Creative Thinker could not keep up. Laura's Love hugs the rail. Last Hot Lover trying to pick up pieces here, but inside the furlong pole, Legacy Lady has a commanding lead. The margin is 10 approaching the 16th pole. Melodies is coming on late from the back of the field, but Legacy Lady is too far ahead for anybody to catch her, and Legacy Lady dominates in the opener. Melodies was second, Last Hot Lover third, Creative Thinker fourth, and fifth was Laura's Love.
Favorite delivers in the opener. She went off at 1-5. Legacy Lady getting onto the turf for the first time, but she had experience and was much the best. Second turf winner for freshman sire, Highly Motivated.
Yeah, well, I'm rooting for the Highly Motivated, and half to Ways and Means, who's pointing towards our ballerina later in the meet, and half to Surge Capacity as well. So there's turf. The dam was actually a turf horse.
Yeah.
Broker maiden for a tag here. I think the 2 different people who paid over $2 million for her as a broodmare probably wish they'd claimed her for 75 that day.
Very true. Legacy's Lady 1-5. Now 2 dirt winners, 2 turf winners for Highly Motivated. As we go back over to Saratoga, that's a look at the field for race 3. The odds update. 24 Mamba still the favorite with that big win last time out. See if he can repeat that off a little bit of a freshening. We'll talk more about it after this on Saratoga Live.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
You're watching Saratoga Live as we take a look at horses in the paddock for the upcoming third race. The favorites inside and out in this upcoming field. So we head down to get a paddock report from Megan.
Thanks, Acacia. And the number 820 for Mamba certainly has the races that could absolutely annihilate this field. And something he possesses from his outside post is speed, as we've seen it obviously do well. And this is a horse that does contend with a bit of a freshening from March, a layoff, I should say, as we are in July. But he is also running protected, meaning trainers can run them without obviously listing them for a tag. Him and Reddington both are running protected for the waiver. They are not for sale in this claiming race. But as far as him physically, he's incredibly sharp. He's one that just looks like a strong, compact 7 furlong type horse. And I find if he gets to the lead and he can be on or near that pace, he's going to be incredibly dangerous. So he certainly looks the part here. As far as the inside runner, Ridgewood runner, who is I haven't had as much familiarity with him and his behavior, but he is so switched off, so laid back in the paddock here for Michelle Nevin, who's turning this horse back in distance. And I do find that his best form often comes when he is that tactical sprinter. From that inside post, though, I want to see him sharpen up a little bit, Acacia. He's very much the fit model of himself. He's very well defined. He's ready to go for the task, but I'm hoping to see him liven up a bit here as we move to the racetrack.
Ridgewood runner. We'll see if he can take a step forward on the cutback in distance. Megan, thank you for Michelle Nevin, Flavian Pratt in the saddle. He's a rather unassuming individual. He's run some fast races, though, especially if you go back to those November and January efforts.
Yeah, if he and the one are going to be similar prices, I wish I took him and not the one, because the problem with the one is that he has never been able to be effective without the lead. And with the presence of What's Up Bro, who obviously is kind of odd at 12-1, considering his last race, which was incredible. But maybe people feel he's the lone speed on a track that's favoring speed. It's going to be hard for Flavien, even with a clean break, to be in front of that horse unless he doesn't get out of the gate. And I just don't have any confidence the one can rate. I just misread it. I thought the one would be like 4-1-ish, and I thought the eight would be like 8-5. So I picked the one. But at similar prices, I just think the 8's a better horse.
24 Mamba off of a little bit of a freshening since March. First off the claim for Fernando Abreu as he just continued to open up last time out, winning at 7 furlongs. Got a 96 Spire speed figure, and he's run races like that before. It's not like that came from absolutely nowhere. It is a question that he's been on the shelf since then, since being claimed, but coming back here is a horse with some good efforts to go on.
Yeah, I mean, 2 races back, he was wide against one of the very, very strong inside bias. Caught the Muddy Seal track against Knightsbridge before that. Actually didn't run that badly. He was part of a pace that fell apart. He's got some very good form. He draws well on the outside. I mean, I guess the concern is the track is favoring forwardly placed horses. Now, I'm not going to say it's absolutely the case off of one race that featured a very slow pace and the favorite winning, but we did see it yesterday, so it's certainly a possibility. But he's a forward horse. He's run outside, and listen, you want to make an insane bet on What's Up Bro to wire the field, go right ahead. But that's not a particular likelihood, and he should be in close attendance. We'll see what plays out. I just think at a comparable price to the one, he's a better bet. What about Reddington coming off the long layoff? I mean, he's at least a little interesting.
Reddington, absolutely. Has not run since last August. Was a voided claim when finishing just behind 24 Mamba that day. We don't see him come back until now for Michelle Giangiulio, but he is a horse that, when he stays on the racetrack, has been pretty consistent.
No, he's a really good horse, and he's won here before. He won here a couple of years ago at a nice price, and he's run some very, very fast numbers. So I don't know about the layoff. And I looked up Michelle, 6 to 12 months in the dirt, 2 for 8 with a 296 ROI. So it's a tiny sample size, but she does have a couple of winners.
Coming back off the bench, did you ever watch that show, The Blacklist? I'm assuming that's what this horse is named
James
for.
Spader.
Raymond Reddington.
Is that where it's from?
I'm guessing.
Blacklist. It's James Spader, right?
Yeah.
He insulted a friend of mine who was an actor once, so I've had a thing against him.
Oh, so he's
ever
dead
since
to you.
That. Yes.
Yeah.
He's dead to
Okay,
me.
that's fair. I support that.
He is a good actor. Is that movie? Is he the movie with Rob Lowe? Bad Behavior. It's an old movie. It's a pretty good movie.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. We'll talk about movies later.
He's in a movie adaptation of a Paul Auster book called The Music of Chance. It's a great book. Fair movie.
Okay. Let's meet the field for race number 3 coming up, beginning with the number 1 Ridgewood runner.
Is he, in all likelihood, he's not going to be in front with a 7 in there. Is he capable of winning a race rating? If anyone can do it, it's Flavien.
There is Reddington, the number 2.
He's an awfully big price for a horse that's as good as he is. I know it's a layoff, but price is really what matters here, and to me, that's a value play.
Significant scratch with the 3 out. There is the number 4, 2 Eagles River.
Listen, I can see the argument for him in here. His horse can be a bit forward. I didn't love his last race, but I can see an argument for him.
There's Paradise Valley. Ilkay Cantermasi's barn has been on fire.
On paper, he's not good enough to win, but given how well those horses are running for that barn, I wouldn't dismiss him at 11-1.
Castle Chaos finally got back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, for instance, he's a shorter price than the 2. I don't know what race he has recently. It's even close, but once again, it's the Cantermachi barn. Maybe he'll outrun his odds. Quite a few of their horses have been doing that.
What's Up Bro, a pace player.
Right. He's not a 7 furlong horse. His last race was utterly embarrassing. You have to wonder if he has any form left, but he is the speed. But he's only 14-1. He looks like a 30-1 shot on paper.
And 24 Mamba, 9-5.
Yeah, I think he is the right favorite. He drew well towards the outside. I just think he's the horse to beat.
9-5 right now. See if we can replicate that very fast race last time out. Let's go back to the rail. The number 1 Ridgewood runner, a horse that, as we've talked about, his running style maybe a little bit up against it for him in here as he cuts back in distance. Flavien Prat giving him a big warm-up out there at 5-2. Flavien looking to add to his tally here.
Yeah, my problem is, as I've stated, that he has never shown the ability to be effective rating. I think he's very, very good, and I absolutely think he can win this race on his talent. I misread it. I thought he'd be a better price than this. The morning line was, they had him 7-2. They were closer to right than I was. And also with a scratch of unlimited potential, takes out a horse going to take money that I didn't like at all. So it changes the whole bargain. I don't see how he makes the lead. Having said that, he is good enough to win. I don't think he really wants 2 turns, so I'll give him a little bit of a pass for his last race. And I think he's fast enough to win. He's been running against better horses. I just wonder, can he get the right trip?
He's actually ticked over to favoritism now with that warm-up. Let's go back to Megan trackside.
Long shot to take a look at coming off that aforementioned long layoff. Acacia, the number 2, Reddington, who was a voided claim, and then gets over 300 days off and comes back running protected for the waiver. And just looking at him physically, I do find he's going to be better for a start. Now, if you go through his form lines, and he's running against the likes of Highland Falls, Bermudo, who was in really strong form, and then pivoting to just a horse that was able to make some really strong rallies. Now, a lot of those races did come at the mile. I like him cutting back. The big question is going to be the sharpener. I do find that he will be tactically meant. He does have that speed, which he's utilized a bit more going longer, but I do find if he runs his race, he's a player, at least a fringe one, if he can do so off of the extended time away. The number 4, 2 Eagles River, was the horse I handicapped on top in this race, but looking at him with no familiarity as he's been down in Kentucky, he is a very short, stout, compact sprinter, and he does carry a little bit extra weight in condition. He's also a speed type, but I found last time when he was kind of dueling up on that quicker pace and weekend, he's going to get a target today, and he can still put himself forwardly into the race. Now, I do find maybe he just looks a touch soft for trainer Joe Sharp, but I'm also just gleaning from the fact that he's raced consistently for a Sharp barn as a 6-year-old. That's just him. He's been racing against some strong company as well. We'll see how he does ultimately trip out. For Ira Ortiz Jr., Acacia looking for another victory.
See if the Ortiz brothers can continue sweeping the field. Megan, thank you. About a minute away from the third, there is 2 Eagles River. You had some questions with his last effort.
My problem is, I understand what Meg's saying about the pace, but the horse who was the speed finished third and finished a half length in front of him. So he lost the other speed. The other problem is with Irad riding him, I think that's why he's 3-1. And in my opinion, a bit of an underlay in this race. I guess he's got races that put him in the hunt here. I preferred others, but I don't know. There's a tough race. I'm not, I don't have the confidence my 1 can rate. I mean, the 8's supposed to be the horse to beat in here, but I don't know. I don't feel like I have a strong handle on this race. I think the value on the board is the 2 at 9-1. Maybe the 9-1 means he can't run off the layoff, but he's too good to be that big a price, in my opinion.
That's a look at the 5, Paradise Valley. Came to the NYRA circuit 2 starts back for previous connections and got the win. Has been claimed since by Ilkay Cantromasi, whose barn has been on fire since coming up here to Saratoga. And we've seen this often where Ilkay will claim a horse, run them at a much higher level, then go back to kind of a more logical spot, and it often works out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, his last race, he blew the brake. He had absolutely no run whatsoever after that, but the way the barn's been going, I'm not going to dismiss their horses at big, big prices. And you look at sort of the form of him and the recently compare it to Castle Chaos, I don't think he's any worse, and he's twice the price.
Yeah.
So if somebody said to me, you have to bet one of them, I would absolutely bet Paradise Valley at a bigger price. And it's hard to ignore just how well their horses are running right now.
How to win again yesterday.
Yep.
Matkin Cantromasi had
1 or 2, I think
Ilkay
2, yeah.
had 1. Yeah. Well, that was one of each brother.
Yes, right.
Got the
one
win
at 12-1. I mean, I didn't
Yes.
think it was impossible. But to be honest with you, the 12-1 shot I put third, and I put the horse third because their barn's going well.
Right.
I mean, that was absolutely the only reason I put the horse in. I did not like the last winner, and the truth is, and I didn't bet, second horse in the last race should have won. But still got the job done from most 12. Got a great ride from Manny, too, to get position there.
Absolutely did, to be able to save ground there. That's a look at 24 Mamba. First off, the claim for Fernando Abreu. Andy and I are captains of the Fernando fan club. He does a tremendous job. Claimed this one last time and freshened up, has been working down at Belmont, last work here at Saratoga. And I do think it's important to note, too, that he was running against some really tough company prior. The question is, of course, can he put back-to-back races so fast like that together and off a bit of a freshening?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I would argue his race 2 back was extremely good, too, because he was chasing wide against a good rail. So he's got too many good races. But I agree. He's got a little freshening here. I don't know. This is a very tough puzzle. And for me in playing, and I'm shocked how much money the 4 is taking. But
yeah.
I mean, maybe it's more than IRAD money. Listen, I'm not be shocked if anybody wins this race. I'd be a little surprised if What's Up Bro won, but he is the speed.
We have a mandatory payout, pick 5, kicking off here as well in the third. 7 furlongs on the main track. Fun race coming up, a tricky one. Favorite is 24 Mamba to the outside. See if he can make it back-to-back wins as we head up to Frank Miramati.
2 Eagles River has just taken up his spot. Here's the gray Paradise Valley going up. Castle Chaos. 2 more. What's up, bro? 24 Mamba will complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Even start, 24 Mamba, What's Up Bro, both out alertly. Reddington is coming through along the inside to be a clear-cut third through the opening furlong. They are followed by Paradise Valley the Gray, who's 4th and 4 lengths off the lead, 2 clear of 2 Eagles River on the outside of Ridgewood Runner, and another 2 to Castle Chaos, who's at the back of the field. What's Up Bro leads it by 2 to Reddington in second. They're followed by 24 Mamba, who settles in third. The opening quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds with less than a half mile to travel. Another 4 back to Paradise Valley. Then it's 2 Eagles River in the 5th spot, trying to make up some ground while hugging the rail. A half dozen clear of Ridgewood Runner, and Castle Chaos continues at the back of the field. Reddington and 24 Mamba go on with a 1/4 mile to go. 2 Eagles River is getting right into the race with a dangerous 3-wide bid. The half in just under 45 seconds, flat there at the top of the stretch. 3 of them vying for the lead. 2 Eagles River on the outside. 24 Mamba in between at the rail. Reddington fighting on willingly. And here's Ridgewood Runner with a fresh challenge and a strong stretch kick. Ridgewood Runner blows them away in the final furlong to win convincingly, almost 4 lengths. Tight photo for second. It's very tight between Reddington and 2 Eagles River. Castle Chaos from far back into 4th.
Number 1, Ridgewood Runner with the victory. It's not surprising that he won the race, Andy. What is surprising is how he won it. This was a wild race. Looks like he was done and then came back from last.
I obviously picked him because I thought he was the informed closer in a race packed with speed. That was clearly why I liked him. He ended up 9-5. Listen, I would never bet him at 9-5, and you and I were watching the race, and
I thought
said,
he threw in
we
the
both
towel.
looked at each other with about 3/8 to a half mile to go, and we went, well, I know who's not winning here. He looked like he was going to be eased on the backstretch. And then I said to you when they were coming to the stretch, I go, wow, Richard Runner's actually starting to pick up a little ground. You said to me, he's going to win. And, I mean, I got to tell you, Flavia and Michelle, they're geniuses because this horse has never, if you look him up in the PPs, he has, the only races that he hasn't absolutely the lead at every call he's won, he's been right on top of the pace. And a complete change of running style, obviously a very fast pace with the 7 and What's Up Bro, just unfortunately can't really run anymore. And it took a toll on the 1 and 8 or 2 and 8 who were chasing. Though I'll tell you something. The number 2 ran extremely well off of the layoff here, getting in. The horse that was really disappointing was the 4. I mean, 2 Eagles River looked like 1-9 as they were turning for home. I'm not even sure he outfinished the 2. He did, but it was close. And Reddington ran super in here when you consider how much this pace collapsed.
Huge effort from Reddington and off of that big layoff too, but still just very surprised and impressed with how Ridgewood Runner got the job done here. He went off 9-5, but...
Can we get Meg to talk to Flav after the race and ask him how he got this horse to rate like this? Because this is wild.
All of a sudden, he picked up the bit and he started running again. Very impressive, and for him to win off the pace like he did, the 5-year-old son of Klimt with the victory again at 9-5.
Tonight on Saratoga Live, join Todd Strupp, Simon Bray, and Michelle Yu live from Del Mar. Special Fox Sports opening day coverage from where the turf meets the surf. Join us tonight, Del Mar, first post 5 Eastern on FS2. Tickets to Saratoga Racecourse are on sale now. Secure seats in the Grandstand or Clubhouse, or get a table in the Pick 6 Picnic Paddock, Miller Time 4-Star Dave Sports Bar, or the Michelob Ultra Stretch. Available now through Labor Day. Book today at NYRA.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NYRA is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA. Saturday on Saratoga Live. Join us on track live from Monmouth Park for the NYRA Haskell Day Undercard featuring multiple stakes races from the shore's greatest stretch. Saturday coverage begins 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
You can gamble anywhere all the time. Just ask yourself, should I? Take a pause and think about how often you're gambling. A pause can help you stay in control. Visit oasas.ny.gov to take our survey and see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendi.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As we just saw the race play out exactly as we expected it to. Ridgewood Runner winning in the exact opposite dynamics that he typically does. And it's always cool when a horse can do that, come from off the pace when they're usually setting the pace, and he ran huge.
Yeah, closers are exciting. I mean, it's one of the reasons, I think it's one of the reasons horses like Zenyatta, obviously super talented, but also capture attention, because there's really little more thrilling than seeing those horses that make those huge runs from the back. It is hard to believe this happened. I don't know who came up with this plan, but it worked.
Flavien Prat aboard. He's standing by with Megan to give us a little bit more insight.
That's right. The guys on the desk are begging me to ask you, how did you manage to get it done with a horse that's his first time being able to successfully come off the pace in the way he did with Ridgewood Runner?
Yeah, but I think he never run with such a hot pace. With the one hole, I wanted to get some position, and we got to 5-8 pole, and I just felt like it was too much for him, so I gave him a chance, and he gave it back to me after that when he turned for home.
He did, but you'll also be among the shuttle, I should suppose, of jockeys heading to Monmouth Park tomorrow. But we'll start with Splendora, who will be trying to stretch out in distance as she comes off a victory with you aboard. What have you really learned from her as she has been able to successfully stretch out? Yeah, it was the first time I rode her two-turn last time, and I really loved the way she handled it. I mean, as you said, it's a bit further tomorrow, but we have a good draw, and hopefully, we can break clean and go from there. Sandtrap, you'll be aboard for the first time in the Della Rose. Has Chad been in communication with you about kind of her ideal setup coming off of that performance in the Justa game?
Yeah, no, I haven't studied the race much so far. I mean, it looks like she came from Europe, ran a very good race, and so hopefully she can repeat that run.
Flavien, you're always doing things that amaze us. You did it again today. Congratulations here.
Thank you, Megan.
Acacia?
Meg, thank you. Ridgewood Runner with the victory. 596 gets the job done in the third. 1, 4, and 2. Big effort by Reddington off the layoff. Fun to watch moving forward. So we have 2-year-olds coming up next at Saratoga, but first we head back over to Monmouth Park. We have race 2 as our next order of business, a mile on the main track for this claiming race. And taking a look at the field at the moment, La Vecchia Signora taking a lot of attention here at the number 4 as we check in with Samantha Perry.
Thank you, Acacia, and fantastic pronunciation there with La Vecchia Signora. And that's the very heavy favorite here. The beauty of starting at this 1 mile distance is we get a perfect view of the 2026 Haskell Gate right here behind me. Of course, the horses will line up tomorrow for the Naira Betts Haskell. A beautiful weekend we have ahead of us. But as far as race number 2, the 4, this is a horse that seems a little bit allergic to the winner's circle here at Monmouth, but is very well spotted in this spot today. You get top jockey Paco Lopez in the saddle. This is a barn that has been firing on all cylinders as well. Juan Avila, he's just one that he drops horses at the right time and gets the win. And if somebody wants to claim him, take him. This is just a very high percentage trainer who does high percent winning and moves just like this. Now, I get it's a short price and a short field, kind of like the opener. I can't imagine the daily double is going to pay a lot, but sometimes you just have to take what they give you. And this is a horse that got a nice warm-up, a typical warm-up under jockey Paco Lopez, where as soon as they finish the post parade, he's broke away from the pony and just lets the horse warm up on his own. Now, the number 2 I do find a little bit interesting. At least has some little bit more spacing between races for a $6,250 claimer or $5,000 claimer here. And I like the rider switch to Chantel Sutherland. This is a jockey who gets horses to run for her, and it's great to see. I like this post position. I think that she'll have this horse in a very forward position. That's seems to be how jockey Chantel Sutherland really gets the best out of horses, is putting them in a more forward position. And in a race like this, it's good to have that advantage, especially in one that you don't have a lot of other runners with you. So the 4 for me, with a little bit of the number 2 underneath here, as horses are approaching the gate for race number 2 at this mile start distance.
Samantha, thank you. 3 to 5 on La Vecchia Senora. No surprise, Paco Lopez going to be in the saddle. Of course, he has a date with Napoleon Solo tomorrow in the Naira Betts Haskell. What are your thoughts on him trying to get back-to-back big wins?
Well, I'll be honest, I have not followed it, but I had heard from a couple of people he hasn't been working that well lately, and he is a horse that at times has been tricky to train up to races. And one of the reasons he was dangerous in the Preakness is he had been training very well. He's an enormously talented horse, but he seems to be a tough horse to keep sound
quirky
and keep going right. It's not a knock on Chad at all. I mean, he's obviously done a really good job with him. I mean, his effort in the Champagne was
the best 2-year-old performance we saw.
Off the charts, good, right. I mean, he may be as talented, if not more so, than any 3-year-old. He seems to be a tricky horse.
Race 2. At Monmouth Park. Coming up next, Paco on the favorite. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
And La Ruff. Good start from La Vecchia Signora. Good break from Winky Winky, the stretch-out sprinter as well. Winky Winky going to take the initiative here, is naturally quickest. La Vecchia Signora on the outside right there, too, as they go into the first turn. Reni's 6 in the 3rd position. Whistler's Style 4th and last around the clubhouse turn they go. Winky Winky carving out the fractions here in the first leg of the early pick 4 is a 3/4 length lead. Now it's about a half on La Vecchia Signora, hounding from the outside. She's 3 ahead of Reni's 6, gets the garden trip off the contentious pace. 3 ahead of Whistler's Style, who can only see backside as they approach the 5 furlong marker. Winky Winky on top a half length. La Vecchia Signora right there. Still that gap. Now it's only 2.5. Reni's 6 a little bit closer in 3rd, and she's only a length and a half in front of Whistler's Style, who's moving in from the back of the field as they approach the half-mile pole. Winky Winky still up top a half length from La Vecchia Signora. Now there's only a gap of 2. Reni's 6 in the 3rd position. Whistler's Style inside as they go into the 4th turn. Any one of the 4 can win it. 3 furlongs remaining in the contest. There goes La Vecchia Signora to turn up the pressure. Winky Winky under some pressure inside, sent upon hard, and Reni's 6 is 3 wide with them approaching the quarter pole. Whistler's Style being asked to get going right behind the leaders as they come to the top of the lane. La Vecchia Signora, Winky Winky finding more on the inside, counter punches, reclaims the lead. Winky Winky going on with it now. Winky Winky spurts to a 2-length lead. La Vecchia Signora left behind in second. Reenie 6 on the outside. Whistler Style making a move up the rails. 16th to go. Winky Winky keeps going. Winky Winky, did she like the route? The answer is yes. Winky Winky all the way. Second home, Whistler Style. Lavicia Signora third. Reenie 6 was fourth.
Winky Winky with the victory pulls the upset at Monmouth Park, as horse Samantha pointed out, and ran well. You could tell the favorite, the 4, just really didn't have it in the stretch.
And if you're at home and watching, Keisha would like to know if Winky Winky is a Teletubby.
I
so
was
feel
told
free to
it's
tell her on
Tinky
Twitter.
Winky, yes.
Tinky Winky. You better learn that stuff now.
The Teletubbies is
Things
a
are
long
changed for you.
time ago. Yeah, Winky Winky.
You've had a little experience
Now I
because
know.
you've been babysitting me up here for a few years. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. It's the same thing. Got to feed you, keep you happy. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. V just brought me some candy.
2, 1,
I love her.
4, 5 in the second at Monmouth Park. As you can tell, we have 2-year-olds coming up next at Saratoga. Some chatty ones, the babies behind us. We'll talk a little bit more about that field in a moment. But first, coming up tomorrow, the Grade 1 Diana, a historic race, a race that I've always loved. And it is one that has a rich history, named for the goddess of the hunt. Diana, inaugural running in 1939 in Italian, has the speed record as she controlled the pace in 2022. 9 horses have won it twice, have come back to have big efforts in the Diana. Chad Brown with a remarkable 10 victories, and he's going for his 11th tomorrow with 4 chances. The historic Rokeby stable holds the record for most wins by an owner with 6, and John Velasquez with 6 as well for a jockey. He'll be aboard Longshot 5G this year. 3 horses have won the Diana and the Filly and Mare Turf, and 8 have been crowned champion, going on to tremendous things on the racetrack. We'll see what this year's field can do. Like I said, a race that I've always loved, the Duncan Diana, and it's just kind of one of those classic type of races. A mile and an eighth on the turf for the fillies and mares.
It's been one of my favorite races for going on 50 years since I saw Weah beat Pearl Necklace in 78, what was then a record time. Pearl Necklace won it the next year. Glowing Tribute won it, and then 2 of her daughters won 3 runnings, including Glowing Honor winning it twice, and Wild Applause.
Here's portfolio duration, 1 of 4 for Chad Brown. She picked up her first Grade 1 win in the New York last time, being able to wire the field, and that really made all the difference. Now, what kind of trip is she going to get this weekend?
Well, I mean, some depends on whether 5G runs here or runs down at Monmouth. If 5G runs here, she'll likely be in front. We don't know that portfolio duration can't run a good race rating. She had run very well behind Classic G in her prior start in a race that probably was a little, Classic Q, excuse me, stronger than it looks. But based on the trips last time, Kathy and Marissa is way the horse to beat.
Here are the horses from the Chad Brown stable that have won the Diana. Quite the list. Of course, 2-time winner, Sister Charlie. In Italian, the fastest to do it. White Beam with back-to-back wins. An Excellent Truth last year. He's looking for his 11th in the race.
And not all of them were heavy favorites. Last year, Excellent Truth was able to win a nose photo over the very, very talented future champion, She Feels Pretty. He's not only won 10 of them, he's won them in 15 running.
Pretty impressive. Yeah. This will be our first of the Fox Saratoga Saturdays. You saw the run through on there of the weekends. We will be on Big Fox, so looking forward to it tomorrow from 2 to 3 p.m. Right before the World Cup third place game between England and France. Maggie Wolfendale being married to an Englishman and me being married to a Frenchman. It's a little bit of depression in our households, I think, with those 2 teams being out of the World Cup.
You guys aren't watching, so you're not watching the game together, is what you're saying.
Well, it's the third place game, you know. It's kind of
like the NCAA got rid of the consolation game.
I know.
I always liked the consolation.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens between England and France tomorrow. But it is time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Coming up, horses in the paddock here for these 2-year-olds. It is a restricted maiden special weight. So 2-year-olds which have sold or RNA'd for $65,000 or less. And right now, tepid favorite on the number 6, R Can't Miss, a daughter of Cantharos, debuting for Safi Joseph Jr.
Worked 9 4/5 the 2-year-old sale. Perhaps we could show that video, or we'll show it later. I looked at some numbers for Safi Joseph. 2-year-old first-time stars in dirt sprints. He's 29 for 107. That's 27% with a $1.85 ROI, which is half the takeout. That's a very good number, especially a guy like Safi, whose horses take a ton of money. He is 3 for 6 at Naira with his 2-year-old firsters in dirt sprints, and 2 for 3 at Saratoga. He comes here meaning business.
It's up at 3-1 favorite right now as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, of course, want to hear your insight on these 2-year-olds, but first, I'm sure you have been forced to watch as much football as I have recently.
And I only watch it when it's the World Cup, Acacia, as yes, I've learned a lot, as I always do. I always need a refresher. But I will say this, my husband actually thought France was going to take the whole thing, so it's a little ironic that now they meet for that third place playoff as we see Argentina, who I like to go all the way, versus Spain in the final. But taking a look here at the 2-year-olds in the paddock, we'll start with the horse that you guys were mentioning that is your favorite in number 6, R Can't Miss. Now, she is exactly what I anticipated she is physically, in that she looks like a little pocket rocket. I mean, she is tiny, she is petite, but she is well proportioned. She is very strong, fit, and well conditioned overall, and she just looks fast. You go back and you watch her OBS April workout where she worked 9 and 4. She was not asked much at all. It was in the pouring rain there on the synthetic surface. She just looks quick and rapid. And then watching her latest workout here on First TV on July 11th from the gate for Safi Joseph Jr., she was inside of an unraced mate. They broke together, but she quickly drew clear within the first furlong while under restraint. And I do believe Tyler Gaffalione was aboard for that effort, that morning move, and she always held an advantage over that stablemate. So R Can't Miss, I think, makes a lot of sense in here just because she looks fast, and that's generally how you win these baby races. She's been very professional too here at First Asking. Moving on to her inside though, you can never dismiss a Mark Cassie juvenile in number 5, Lexi's Charm. He'll send out here a daughter of Lexitonian who does not fire quite as proficiently with his 2-year-old first-time starters, hitting at about 8%, but this one is half to Stormy Embrace, who is a multiple graded stakes winner and multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter, and did win her first start as a 2-year-old. There are 4 other foals to run, however, with only 1 winner. So beyond Stormy Embrace, there isn't much to write home about. Now, this horse, 2-back, was working with Roadshow, who I actually liked last week here from Mark Cassie, who finished second behind Professor Plum, that upset winner, one of 2 that we saw from Horacio de Paz, but was just very green, but still showed some ability. And Lexi's Charm was outworking him, according to the DRF Clocker report. So Lexi's Charm, bigger type of filly in here. Wouldn't be surprised if she ironically would appreciate maybe just a touch more ground and to just develop a little bit more across her top line. But she does look very fit in here, Acacia, so she's actually very laid back. She's just not giving me the vibe that she's going to bust out of the gate, guns a-blazing, and show a lot of early speed.
Maggie, thank you. 4-1 on Lexi's Charm, as sometimes with these 2-year-olds, some of them are just early precocious types, and then some of them maybe want a little bit longer or just need a race being prepped. It's all kind of different schedules that they may be on. Yeah, it's interesting looking at Lexi's Charm, and the pedigrees, they don't matter that much, to be honest, when they're getting bet and Mark's live. But it's a half to 1 decent runner, and then 4 horses just couldn't really run at all, and only cost $15,000. But once again, the purchase price doesn't really matter once they run, good or bad. There's Juno, one of a couple in here with experience. Did debut at Churchill Downs for Ken McPeak and was off slowly that day, chasing a little bit wide. Never really saw the rail, but did run on to be second. Yeah, mixed results from this race. The third horse came back and ran 7 Beyer points worse. The 4th horse 4 worse. 6th horse improved a few points. I don't know. I'll be honest. The 2 horses that ran, I'm more interested in the one that ran. On paper, ran a much worse race, the number 10, Denos Grace for Whit Beckman. I thought this horse showed a little bit of run in that race with a wide trip, and I thought that horse had more room to improve off the start. So I would fool around with the 10, Denos Grace, even though I picked the 6, R Can't Miss. We talked about some of the horses taking more of the money on the board. Let's go back to Maggie for some price horses. Yeah, a horse that is sitting up there at 24-1.
I find that insane that the horse that she worked with in number 2, Sea Isle City, Vujade, outworked her. Now, it could have been by design because Lindsay Schultz doesn't have many horses here. Carrie Bryan doesn't. They probably wanted to work together. It looked like Carrie's horse. They wanted to just kind of blow out a little bit. But yet, Sea Isle City was being asked, and yeah, well, I was being asked a little bit, I should say, where Vujade, I just thought was going much better throughout, really kind of leveled herself off quite nicely, maintained the edge throughout. Now, on the bottom side of the pedigree, it's actually a little bit more turf, as this one is half to Honey Dutch, a multiple graded stakes placed runner on the turf, though the second dam, West Coast Belle, did win first time out as a 2-year-old and was a graded stakes winner. So there's some precocity in the family. And looking at Vujade, which is deja vu backwards, she's been very professional throughout here. She's a little bit awkwardly put together, and she has a bit of that kind of roach back where the spine kind of doesn't really provide that kind of lift across the hind end. It just kind of goes back into hindquarters, if you will. Looks better with the tack on, we'll say that. But she's really fit in here, and I just feel like a lot of times Lindsay Schultz's horses, they don't take a lot of money, but they often run very well, and I would expect to see that from Vujade despite not taking much money. Number 9 is Atlas AI for Riley Mott. This guy comes in here with back-to-back, comes in here with back-to-back gate breezes, because the first one, if you watch it on First TV, she was pretty slow. She came out a little bit better at second asking. So I appreciate that they kind of corrected it a bit, but she always then, once she got into stride after about a furlong, always held the advantage over a horse by Crypto King, and that horse is going to be running, I believe, on Sunday for Riley Mott as well. So it feels like this is the better one from the barn as she comes in here. She's a little bit backwards looking overall, but really fit. Has been fairly professional, was screaming a little bit, but hasn't acted up by any means, as we do have a saddle adjustment here on number 4, Vujade. Kendrick Carmouche not happy with the way it's sitting, so he's going to adjust it himself. But getting back to Atlas AI, really well defined. Like what I'm seeing from her, and I've liked what I've seen from her breezes in the morning too, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you, Atlas AI, for Riley Mott. We saw a highly motivated win on the turf at Monmouth, so we'll see if we can add to his tally here on the dirt.
You know I'm rooting for those highly motivated. And I'm rooting for Riley.
Horses heading out on our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We'll keep following these young fillies. Have more after this on Saratoga Live.
Before the charge, there is the weight, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Great crowd on this lovely Friday, especially when there's a giveaway. Everybody wanted to get the belt packs. I saw a big group of people walking in. You know, we had them crossbody or holding them or whatever it may be, but we always love to see a great group of fans on a gorgeous day.
Yep.
I agree. Let's meet the field for our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, beginning with the Rudy Rodriguez firster, freshly minted.
Not taking any money whatsoever, but I'll say one thing. Rudy can be sneaky with his early 2-year-olds.
Here's Sea Isle City, a daughter of Jack Christopher.
Going out from my friend Kirk Wyckoff. Did not love this horse's 2-year-old sales work. Don't know if you watched. Did not think he was that impressive.
Not really a fan, going 21-1. There's Belmont CC.
Also not taking a whole lot of money in here. On the other hand, it's Rick Dutrow, and I'm never surprised when Rick's horses run well.
Next, we go to the number 5, Lexi's Charm, that daughter of Lexitonian from Mark Cassie.
One continues to take money for Mark. It's 7-2 right now. Didn't cost much money, but it's IRAD, so he's going to definitely take money.
Our Can't Miss has been on her toes throughout.
Yeah, she's my top pick. She's now down to 5-2 favoritism. This seems to be a pretty open board, though.
Good problem to have. Debuts for Amelia Green.
Yeah, not taking much money, but 10 1/5. Okay work, I thought, 2-year-olds.
I thought she moved pretty
Amelia's
well there.
so good, though. I put the horse fourth out of respect to her.
Juno, one of a couple with experience.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to respect the experience. I put the experienced horses second and third, this one third.
Atlas AI for Riley Mott.
Kind of a neat name, going out for highly motivated for Riley, and Maggie had good things to say.
Dino's Grace, the other with experience.
Thought this horse is going to improve off the debut. It's a track, there's an argument you might be better off saving ground this track. I'm not sure that's the case. If it is, the post doesn't do him any favors.
And Vuja Day last in the post parade after that saddle adjustment going out.
Yeah, Maggie had some decent things to say about a horse. It's a huge, huge price, and I agree with Maggie about Lindsay Schultz.
Yep.
She's not going to run many horses in New York, but she's a good trainer.
They come and they are well meant when they are here as well. The number 6, our Can't Miss, your favorite though, at 5-2, daughter of Cantharos, which you just think quick and sprint early on. This is the Sales Breeze, where she worked 9-4, and you can see the rain, as Maggie had touched on. She did drift out a little bit in the beginning of this work, but she just very quick mover, very quick looking type of horse.
Yeah, she looked fast, and I looked up the Safi Joseph numbers and just seemed like the logical for one to me to guess with in this race. I obviously at least guessing with a very live horse. We'll see if she can run to those races for Tyler.
5-2 right now as horses warm up on track. Let's go back to Maggie.
And she has continued to get sharper as we lead up to the gate here, our Can't Miss, which is just indicative of what she's kind of shown us in all of her preparations, that she is going to be quick and she is likely to win here because, like I said, that's generally the type of horse that wins these races, especially at first asking. Those quick, fleet-footed types. As we'll take a look here at number 7, good problem to have, owned and trained by Amelia Green, did work the 10-1 at the OBS April sale. Asked a bit and kind of took a while to find her stride, but she did level off nicely. She made a nice impression in the paddock. Just physically, just seemed a bit bewildered from the mental standpoint. I think she'll benefit greatly from getting this experience under her belt, and it'll set her up nice for maybe a better performance at second asking. I'm hoping that we do see a better performance at second asking from Dino's Grace on the outside, as she, of the two horses that ran, physically looked best. She was sharp. She showed a little bit of speed in that first race. Look for her to show a bit more and just set up shop outside of maybe some of those other speed horses to her inside, as we do see our Can't Miss acting up a little bit in the gate, Acacia.
She's sharp and on the muscle, that's for sure. Maggie, thank you. Little bit of rearing up there, but they seem to have gotten her to settle now. Our Can't Miss, the favorite, debuting our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Let's head up to Frank Miramati for the call.
2 more left to load. Lexi's Charm. She walks up. And Dino's Grace will complete the lineup. They're in the gate. Got one acting up there. Good problem to have. Very speedy out of the gate. Art Can't Miss flies through on the inside to challenge. Juno comes away in third. Atlas AI on the outside fourth as Art Can't Miss has taken over and opened up two. It's a gap of 4 to Lexi's Charm on the outside of Sea Isle City. Then Belmont CC is racing on the inside of Dino's Grace as they round the far turn. The opening quarter went in 22 2/5 seconds. Dino's Grace losing a little ground now as Belmont CC starts to pick it up along the rail. It's a gap of 3 back to Freshly Minted, who trails. Art Can't Miss, Atlas AI alongside, and Atlas AI is up to take the lead, drifting in a touch. Has that lead over Lexi's Charm, who's finishing well, and a continued rally from Belmont CC just behind. Good problem to have. 16th pole. Lexi's Charm lengthens that stride and takes command over Atlas AI, and it's Lexi's Charm trying to hold off Good Problem to have. Lexi's Charm wins, giving Irad Ortiz 2 on the day. Atlas AI in a photo over Good Problem to have, then Belmont CC.
Lexi's Charm winning on debut, second today for Irad Ortiz, as you heard in Frank's call. And she gets the victory for trainer Mark Cassie, who's continued what's been a pretty spectacular spring into summer here. Nice run as well from the number 9, Atlas AI, who looked like she might be able to get the win for a moment there, hitting the front. Gets run down by the number 5, Lexi's Charm, but a nice effort from both of these fillies. Lexi's Charm going off at 5-2, a daughter of Lexitonian. This goes to show you a $15,000 yearling purchase, and she wins first time out in Saratoga. Sometimes that really is the beauty of these restricted races for horses that were a little bit more value at the sales. First time starters all in the top 4, kind of a non-effort from the 2 with experience. It's 5, 9, 7, 3. Good Problem to Have was the one that was setting the pace early on, was very quick out of the gate for Amelia Green. Lexi's Charm though and Irad Ortiz get the victory for Mark Cassie. We'll get prices, reactions, and more after this on Saratoga Live.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Saturday on Saratoga Live. Join us on track live from Monmouth Park for the NyraBets Haskell Day Undercard, featuring multiple stakes races from the shore's greatest stretch. Saturday, coverage begins 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1, Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 3/5 seconds.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Lexi's Charm delivers on debut for Mark Cassie at 7-2, getting the victory. Second win today for Irad Ortiz, who is working to catch up with his brother Jose, who won the opener as well. But Lexi's Charm, nice win from this daughter of Lexitonian, who was ready for first asking and able to run down Atlas AI, who made a good account of herself as well. Andy, as far as Lexi's Charm is concerned, seeing a Lexitonian, but not so much of a surprise to see Mark Cassie with the winner.
No, obviously it wasn't a very fast race. I mean, to be fair, it came home in over 7 seconds last 16th, which I think is why we saw closers do as well. On the other hand, an early thought that horse ran well inside. Certainly this race doesn't lend a lot of credence to the idea the rail's a big advantage. This horse is impressive making that run to win this race. We'll see how good they are going forward.
Lexi's Charm with the win, trained by Mark Cassie, who's standing by with Maggie.
As Mark just also said to me, it's my specialty to find some bargain buys, as she was that. Lexi's Charm, Mark, $15,000 at Keeneland.
Yeah, she's one of our favorites. She's kind of everybody loves her. Yeah. We've had a little issue. Her left eye doesn't respond well to sun, and we've done on, and she'll be a little funny about it, but she runs.
Well, like I was saying to you, you need those goggles, those sunglasses that John Gostin used for the horse at Royal Ascot.
Yeah. Maybe we'll leave them off right now. She's 1 for 1. We're not going to mess with that.
Exactly, rightfully so. But in the feature today in the De La Rose, you'll send out and one more time, because I remember you telling me that story when she debuted up here. You really wanted her.
We did. We kept, Mrs. Weber was bidding on her, and somebody would bid, and she'd say, "What do you think?" I said, one more time.
And that's what she's been named. I thought a good effort last time out in the Grade 1. Talk a little bit about where you'd like to see her today. I saw in the article that with John Velasquez getting aboard, he likes speed. Is she going to show it?
I would say so. Yeah. I mean, last time she broke, and she was, Javier. We also had the Classic Q in there, who's fast.
Right.
Classic Q doesn't rate,
yeah.
And one more time does. She ended up a little wide on both turns. I think her race was actually better than what it looked. But we're going to be, Johnny won't take any prisoners, I would think. I'm not giving any instructions, but if you were gambling, if I was betting, I'd bet he'd be on the lead.
I would too, and a good post position to do so. Mark, best of luck with her, but congrats with Lexi's Charm. Nice purchase and win.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, Mark Cassie, Hall of Famer, getting Lexi's Charm to the winner's circle at first asking. Acacia.
A modest $15,000 purchase price, Maggie. Thank you. And yeah, we've heard some owners, trainers saying that they go to the sales and look for horses that could be valued a point to these kinds of restricted races.
No, these
it's a good opportunity.
I think we started running these with Martin Panza, and I think they're a great idea. It gives people a chance to win races, especially in Saratoga, with horses that didn't cost a lot of money, and they're not running against these big, expensive, well-bred first-time starters. So I think it's nice. It helps move things around. And listen, Napoleon Solo won last year.
Yep. Yes, he did.
$40,000.
It's a very good point. $992 for Lexi's Charm gets the win. As we turn our attention back over to Monmouth Park, we have the third coming up next, just a few minutes away. As this one is another group of 2-year-olds. We have 2-year-old colts coming up next on the main track here. And we will take a quick time out, check in with Samantha, or we're having the post parade first.
I don't know. I'm not the producer.
It looks like we're doing the post parade first then. The number 1, Raku, first time starter for Kelly Breen, and there's the 2, Best Deal.
Yeah, I'm trying to look around and find the odds in here. The 2 taking no money. The 1 obviously a lot for Kelly Breen. Won a race here the other day.
The 3, Even Up, has experience. It shows Speed first out.
Used to be Speed and is the current favorite.
A Sea Wizard, New Jersey bred. Another with experience. There's Vintage Wiz.
Did no running first time out for Tony Margata.
6 Stitches taking some attention for 1, Avila.
Yeah, it cost $120,000 in the 2-year-old sale.
I really liked that
Caracaro,
horse.
I always liked him.
I really liked this horse at the 2-year-old sale. The 6, Ready Inventor on the outside.
Homebred for Charles Fipke, who won our first race today.
Yeah. Just a $3,000 son, a title ready. That was the field there for the third place group of 2-year-olds. Let's check in with Samantha.
Thank you, Acacia. And we'll touch on 6 Stitches here because I agree with you, Acacia. I did really like this horse at the sale as well. Now, the breeze time was not that quick. It was just 10-1, but it was 85 degrees. It was later in the afternoon, around 1:30. Typically, when you're getting into the afternoon sales breezes, the times can kind of slow down a little bit, and the Tapeta can kind of open up across their training track there that they work across, and it can slow them down. The wheels were spinning, but he just wasn't really getting there, and that's a pretty good price on a son of Caracaro for $120,000. Now, Global Thoroughbreds sold this horse, and I like some of the horses that they sell. The breeding here has no first-time out winners as far as siblings go, and a lot of the runners seem to be a little bit more slowly developing and just kind of a bit more two-turn dirt routing type of horses, but there are some sharp works, at least on paper, and jockey Jose Ferrer is so good at getting a horse out of the gate and up in front, and that is the key a lot of times with winning these 5-furlong 2-year-old sprints here on the Jersey Shore. Now, the number 3, Even Up, is a half to Great Navigator, who is a Jersey bred here that was an awesome runner, nice sprinter here. And although Great Navigator did win first time out and then took a show on the road to the Sanford at Saratoga, this horse was drew the rail. The one horse Scratch, he was the 2 that day, drew the rail, kind of took a little bit of a stumble and just was kind of compromised because of that. He was rushed up to the front and never really had a breather. He was just hounded the whole way, so he got a little bit tired, which you can understand. But sometimes horses like this, when they throw down such a big effort at first asking, I'm a little bit hesitant to come back to play them, and that's why I do think the number 1 is a bit interesting for the Kelly Breen barn. Now, this is a barn that is pretty patient with his first-time starters, especially the 2-year-olds. Kelly Breen has had no 2-year-old first-time starting winners here in the 2026 meet. Actually, the last time he had a first-time starter winner was in 2024. So take that for what you will, but he is taking some money. But for me, it's the number 5, 6 Stitches on top in race 3 at the Jersey Shore.
Samantha, thank you. Kelly had a 2-year-old first-time starter win last week at Saratoga. We'll see what happens with the ones he leaves at home at Monmouth Park. 2-year-olds coming up next. Any final thoughts, Andy?
No.
All right. Good talk. 5 furlongs on the main track. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
And the runners are loading into the gate. Raku has got it. Best Deal, Even Up. Vintage Whiz coming up. Six Stitches. Ready Inventor to the outside. One back here, Ready Inventor, outside post. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good start from Even Up, who dashes to the early lead. Vintage Whiz taking second with Raku. 6 Stitches there on the outside with them. Ready Inventor second to last. And Best Deals at the back early, 6 off the pace. Half mile to go. Even Up sets up shop on the lead. But here's Raku on the scene. And Raku is attacking Even Up into the forward turn. And Ecopart up top as they go into the forward turn. Even Up inside. Raku is outside. And they've streaked 7 ahead of 6 Stitches under a ride in third. Ready Inventor under pressure. Vintage Whiz going in the wrong direction. Best Deal trying to rally on from the back, hitting the quarter pole. Raku goes to a short lead. Even Up Asks for more on the inside coming off the turn. Raku, narrow lead on Even Up. Raku trying to drift in a little bit there. He's a little bit green, but straightens up with a furlong to go, accelerates and opens up too. And Raku's running away from the competition, still trying to shift in here, but it's a nice debut from the son of Cantharos. It is Raku to hit the wire 3 ahead. 6 Stitches was second, tight for third. Even Up and Best Deal.
Raku with the win, debuter for Kelly Breen. He gets another 2-year-old winner, Paco Lopez, in the saddle.
Broke a little bit slowly, was able to get around and get the job done.
Little bit green in the stretch there, lugging in a touch when asked to switch leads, but finally leveled off and pulled away nicely from Even Up, who showed speed yet again. But even with experience, I guess actually even got past, finished third, maybe just held on for third there, but 6 Stitches, the son of Caracaro, closing on for second, but it was 1-5 and a photo for third. Raku with the win for Kelly Breen on debut. When we come back, we'll preview what's coming up opening day at Del Mar, where the turf meets the surf. Incredibly popular day of racing as we kick things off in Southern California.
Magnificent was Full Count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War.
Fort Washington on the outside.
They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. You'll want to fire up that account as well as it's opening day at Del Mar coming up a little bit later on. We'll take a look at the field for the feature. It's the Oceanside Mile on the turf for the 3-year-olds. Just one scratch, and I think a pretty fun race, pretty wide open race as well. And looking forward to it, we will have our whole team out there and be showing it on Fox Sports, which is very exciting.
Yeah, no, we're excited to be involved with Del Mar. It's Always one of the bigger days out in California for racing. Opening day at Del Mar. Everybody loves it.
Absolutely. Where the turf meets the surf, as we will check in with our team over there. Todd Schrupp and Simon Bray. We'll also have Michelle Yu reporting. And guys, of course, looking forward to the feature, but just so much excitement for a great day of racing kicking off what is such a special meet.
Acacia was a tradition that was started in 1937 by the legendary entertainer Bing Crosby. As a matter of fact, when they had their first opening day, Bing was there welcoming fans to the track. About 15,000 people showed up many years ago, and now today we'll have well over 30,000. And we welcome you to our coverage here, and so excited to be making history on the Fox Sports family of networks with this day, opening day at Del Mar. I'm Todd Schrupp alongside Grade 1 winning trainer Simon Bray, who used to train here and win a lot of races. Why is Del Mar so special?
Well, you know, everybody is stuck up in L.A. on the horse racing circuit for most of the year. The weather gets very hot. Everybody comes down here. It's more of a summer boutique meet, party atmosphere. And for the fans down here in San Diego, Todd, this is one of the highlights of the social calendar. People mark this day that live down here on the social calendar. And the horse racing people, they mark this day because they prepare for this months ahead of time.
On this day, the traditional feature is the Oceanside Handicap. 3-year-olds on the turf. Unique this year, and then I think a lot of the horses getting attention in this race, a couple of them haven't been on the grass, and they're serious contenders.
They certainly are. Mr. AP being one of those who had very good dirt form last year. He was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And there is a little wrinkle this year. This was the first of a 3-race series that ended with the Del Mar Derby. The Del Mar management have changed things around. They've opened this race out to all comers today. They've canceled the La Jolla, and now they've put the Del Mar Derby on Pacific Classic weekend. It's going to be a great race this afternoon.
Okay, for those horses who do have experience on the turf, we got a lot of horses coming out of the cinema in the Oceanside Handicap, the top 3 finishers there.
The top 3 finishers, it was only a 4-horse field. It was a slowly run race, a jockey's race. Bust Out came out of there for trainer Michael McCarthy. He was sitting off a slow pace, but accelerated, looked very, very impressive in the cinema.
Making history here on Saratoga Live. First time we have brought you racing action from at Del Mar. Locally, 2 p.m. is the first of 10 races on this card. We'll be with you throughout the day. You can play all the action at Naira Bets. Let's return now to Saratoga with Acacia and Andy.
Todd, Simon, thank you so much. Looking forward to hearing your insight throughout. We're taking a look now at Bust Out, one of the players over there in the Oceanside. And, of course, happy to have both of them and Michelle Yu on the grounds at Del Mar. As Todd mentioned, we'll be making some history and some really, really special opportunity to have the chance to cover Del Mar on our show. And I mean, a lot of people are probably going to be watching it anyway, so you might as well stay with us all afternoon from Saratoga and continue right on through to Del Mar.
Couldn't agree more.
What a good way to spend an afternoon, as we do have race 5 coming up next at Saratoga. And this one is on the turf. New York bred allowance sprinting, going 5.5 furlongs. And Andy, you and I were a bit surprised that the number 1 Boston's Finest is currently the favorite. She is a filly taking on the boys, and though she ran well last time, does have to take a big jump up.
Yeah, I mean, it's early in the meet, so I don't want to say she's going to be the worst favorite we've seen the entire meet, but she's certainly putting her hat in the ring, and I like her. I think she's a really nice horse. You're talking about a filly running against the boys who ran terrific last time. I mean, her last race was really good. She got eliminated at the start and still won. I wish she ran quite that well when I bet her 2 starts back, and she's in good form for Bruce Brown. Moving up from non-winners of 1 and non-winners of 2, especially in these kind of turf races, is probably as tough a jump as you can possibly make against some very, very seasoned pros. Now, I don't think she's impossible to get a piece of this race, but I think she's supposed to be about 8-1 in this race. And to me, this is absolutely crazy. And she may be favored based on multis. Twisted Filigree ran against stakes horses last time out and just got beaten. She beat a field that was in a different galaxy.
There is a look at your current favorite. Let's head down and get a paddock report from Megan.
I'm incredibly shocked as well to find the number 1 Boston's Finest seeking favoritism, but I can at least say this. In the paddock, it's not as if you can spot her as the overt filly amongst the boys. She's incredibly strong. She's carrying good weight and condition. I have no issues with her. She's very fit. She's been kept outside for trainer Bruce Brown, where she was saddled, and she's collected herself well. I agree with both of you. She has to take a marked step forward against some nice horses breaking from the inside. The last time she did so truly from the inside was her maiden performance, where she was tactical and tripped out. We'll see if she can get it done. This is a tall task, but looking at her, I'm intrigued, even though I do not wish to accept a short price. price. The number 5, Twisted Filigree for George Weaver, has been one of those sturdy, veteran-type horses that she's going to have to overcome. A 5-year-old horse against a 3-year-old filly, to put it in perspective for you. We're looking at him. He is second off of a bit of a freshening, or a layoff, I should say, from February to June. He looks like the type that would need that start. He's very low to the ground, very short, compact, out-and-out sprinter. It makes sense when you look at his pedigree, Kodiak Dam underneath and distorted humor on top. That's how they look. And he's certainly one that I think the fitness that he was able to get last time out was incredibly key. I find he's going to be on or near the lead with a long shot main speed and Gray Wing. We'll see how it ultimately shakes out. The number 7, Funny Factor, one that also needs to take a step forward from his races from 2 to 3. And you can say he has, as far as looking at that April the 23rd effort. But my problem with him, Acacia, and while I haven't had experience looking at him in priors, I don't find he really has taken that step forward, at least physically.
He's a smaller horse, to be fair. Funny Factor, Megan, thank you. Is by the Factor, whom I love his progeny sprinting on the turf, so do like the cutback as he faced some very good company, including Mibago, who would come back and dead heat for a win and a graded stake in his next start.
Yeah, I mean, he can't win this race based on any race he's ever run before. So you're hoping for two things. As a 3-year-old, he has a step forward. And to be honest, you're assuming he's going to take a big step forward for Will Walden. And you can forgive his last. He had no shot in that race, and he's a turf sprinter. I can understand wanting to take him as sort of a wise guy play because of the trainer, but 5 to 1, he's the same price as both the 6 and 8, who are better horses by a lot.
Speaking of the number 6, Vacation Dance, he and Twisted Filigree come out of the same race won by Determined Kingdom, who would come back to win again with a stake at Colonial in his subsequent start.
And Twisted Filigree ran sensationally well in that race, taking all the heat the whole way. He was very, very good. Now, the problem is he was 24 to 1, and today he's going to be on or near the favoritism, but he should be. This is an easier spot. He's the horse to beat. It's as simple as that.
5 to 2 in Twisted Filigree right now. Second off the layoff for George Weaver. Vacation Dance 5 to 1, a deep closer.
I think he will benefit from getting Irad Ortiz. I mean, he got a little bit lost after dropping back early and made a ridiculously wide move. Now, he took advantage of the pace that Twisted Filigree was running, and comparable performances, Twisted Filigree ran much better. But you are getting Irad. It's the second time off a 4-month layoff for a horse that's run some very fast races before. He's going to angle out in those green silks, the widest, the gray horse towards the back. But Twisted Filigree, I mean, he is doing all of the dirty work down on the inside with Manny. I mean, and he never gives up. He gets beaten by less than a length. He's still fighting back here. That was a sensational performance by Twisted Filigree. Now, will he run back to that race? I don't know. But he's got better races than that one behind him. In that race, he was coming off a 4-month layoff. If he takes a step forward off his last race, I don't know how he loses.
He was very good. There's the horse that continues to be the favorite, though, the filly, Boston's Finest.
If you like Boston's Finest, and maybe the money means she's going to run a lot better than I expect, you are taking the worst of it. I mean, I'm not saying she can't win. She was terrific last time, but to me, she's an 8 to 1 shot at 2 to 1 right now.
First time on the turf for projectability.
A lot of Linda Rice taking shots. She's 1 for 39 or 40. First time on the turf with non-maidens. But this one has pedigree. We love the Street Bosses turf sprinting.
Absolutely. Gray Wing getting back onto the turf for the first time as well.
Potential speed in here, but 30 to 1's an underlay.
No turf pedigree on that one. Disarmed actually started his career on turf.
Maybe as a gelding, he'll run a little bit better. I have not liked the way he's been running, but maybe the gelding will help that.
He's off form, but does come in as a new gelding, as you mentioned, 22 to 1 right now on the board. If you like Twisted Filigree, and we think he's a major player, 5 to 2 is a very generous price.
I just want to bet a couple $100 at Pick'em that he finishes ahead of Boston's Finest.
There's Vacation Dance out of that same race.
It's an Irad, second off a layoff. He's got good races. Will he get enough pace? I think that sort of depends on the dirt-type horses. Are they going to be forward?
Funny Factor cutting back in distance.
He's a trainer-type play on the, sprinting for this trainer.
And Courtly Banker to the outside, coming out of the Ashley T. Cole.
He's a very, very dangerous horse in this race based on his form. Comes out of a super tough race, coming off a bit of a layoff. He has that big win here last year. He ran well in his race before that. He, to me, is kind of the wild card horse. And there's that win last year. Great trip in this race to win it, but he ran big. He's interesting second off a layoff.
He beat Alan Turing this day, who's been really good on dirt and turf this year, as he's kind of found a new home for himself. But there's Courtney Banker with the win. He kind of drifts out a little bit, but he finishes much the best in this effort. Was sidelined, came back down at Gulfstream running against Open Company, and then right into New York bred Stakes. So maybe a little bit of dirtied up form overall for him.
Let's look at his form and who he was running against last time, and look at the form of Boston's Finest. And I understand. You've got Jose Ortiz on the 1, and you've got Katie Davis in the 8. So obviously, Jose is one of the best riders in the country. So the intangible certainly goes there. But strictly from a talent standpoint, I'd like somebody to explain to me how Courtney Banker is 3 times the price.
6 to 1 is a big price on him.
Especially relative to Boston's Finest, who just went to 5-2. I don't like Boston's Finest in the year. I'm not going to be shocked, especially how she's getting bet if she wins. I just don't understand why she's such a short price.
Favoritism has now moved over to the number 5, Twisted Filigree, but still at 5-2 right now on the board. As both of those horses at 5-2 right now, we'll see if either of them can take a step forward out of that race. And you're getting some value on some others in here. Warming up on the track, let's go back to Megan.
The number 8, Courtney Banker, Acacia, is one of those horses that I feel as if I appreciate a little bit more when he gets the tack on and when he gets to the racetrack, which is why I withheld my judgment a little bit for him to indeed get to do so. Incredibly strong. I think he's fitter for the task, coming back in June off of that bit of a layoff, second off of the bench, and he's going to be tactically meant from the outside. We'll see how Katie Davis does negotiate this trip, because you obviously don't want him to get aggressive and perhaps be hung out wide from that post, because he has been chasing up a bit wide. We'll see if he can kind of turn the tables on this group. I agree with Andy. He's far too big of a price, and he's very much a main contender as far as the number 2. Kind of the long shot, will this horse get to the turf as far as projectability is concerned? I don't find he's going to rebuke it. I think he'd be just fine. He's not overly turf met when you really look at him, especially when you work down his legs to his feet. But overall, and just from his body, I don't feel like he's going to be a total toss in this race. The ultimate thing is he still has to improve off of those dirt races to match the legs of a Twisted Filigree or even Courtney Banker at their best. But I agree, he's incredibly interesting to stack underneath. As far as the number 6, Vacation Dance, again, a horse that I thought would be way shorter of a price. He does have the races to put him in the mix, and he's kind of a bigger, burlier sort. You don't look at him and just immediately think turf sprinter versus perhaps a horse like the number 5. But I didn't have any true issues with him. He's not exactly just the one that hits you as the clear standout physically, but second off, I do find him to be in a much better position. He is going to be coming from likely off of it, and he should have the pace to negotiate with that. Acacia?
We'll see if he gets a setup. He'll be running late, that's for sure. Megan, thank you. Vacation Dance, we know his style. We'll see if he can not be left with quite so much to do. As you said, it was a big field. It was a pretty salty field that he was facing last time out as well. And it should be noted, both he and Twisted Filigree are returning to face New York breds today after facing Open Company.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, is nothing that Jamie Rodriguez could have done. He has no speed.
Yes.
And you look at the base projector, and he's justifiably last in the year. Irad is a way of maybe finding better position with him, and maybe he can get a little bit closer. He's also second off a layoff. He's just a very logical type in here. It's 9-2. Personally, I think the 5, 6, and 8, one of the winners supposed to come out of there. I like the 5. I'm not betting it 2-1. And I think there's some value on the board because of the money the 1's taking. Like I said, I'm not going to fall out of my chair if Boston -1 because she is in great form, and her last race was really, really good. I mean, she got just badly eliminated at the start and still was able to win. It's just a big jump up in class. I mean, I don't mind the filly facing the boys, but it's at least worth discussing.
2-1 now on Twisted Filigree, who should be the favorite. We have a pick 6 kicking off here. Had the carryover yesterday. Great crowd coming back. We'll start over and see what happens in today's sequence.
It was a tough pick 6 on paper. I think it's nice it paid $10,000, so a lot of people had a chance to win. I probably would have missed the last winner. I would have been alive on a reasonable ticket going the last race. I don't think, because I wouldn't have had all A's, and I don't think I could have had the last winner on my tickets.
We've had a few carryovers so far.
Yeah,
with
we've
the
had
meet
3.
starting here. It was some really tough pick 6 sequences.
Yep, 3 in 7 days of pick 6s.
Yeah.
Yep, we'll see. No, listen, the cards have been extraordinarily competitive. The racing office and the horsemen have really cooperated to put together just great cards so far. You cannot say enough about how good the racing has been.
And it's only going to continue. We have Grade 1 action coming up tomorrow with the Diana. We have Fox Saratoga Saturday to look forward to. Opening day of Del Mar on the show today as well on Fox Sports as we step onto the turf. Beautiful shot. I love these drone shots.
Yep.
It's really, really cool to get a chance to see.
Yeah, thankfully we were finally allowed to start using drones, and when we were,
Yeah.
I think the shots have been great. And I think they've also really helped the stewards in watching the races as well in getting the views, and we show a lot of those in the stewards review, which, by the way, we always tape on the first day of the week. So it's Thursdays for now. It'll be Wednesdays in 2 weeks when we start going on Wednesdays. Those are always available on the NYRA YouTube channel. And, you know, I think what Victor Escobar started in doing those, our steward, have been sensational for people.
Very much appreciated.
Putting a face behind the decisions, and at least having the courage, and Trish Bowman, who just started the Jockey Club, has been coming on them as well, and I really appreciate what they're doing for the fans. And even if you don't agree and you don't like it, at least they're not afraid to show their faces and give their reasoning behind it, as opposed to just hiding in the booth and making everybody accept their things at face value. And I think they deserve a lot of credit, and hopefully the rest of the industry gets behind this and other racetracks start doing it, because the bettors deserve transparency.
Couldn't agree more. Be sure to check out the stewards reviews each week. We're on the turf here in the 5th. New York Breds sprinting on the grass. Frank Miramati standing by with the call.
Here's Courtney Banker for the Saratoga stable. And they're off. Boston's Finest is very quick away from the gate, but sharing the lead and now giving it to Twisted Filigree. On the outside, here's Courtney Banker ranging right up into second, and Funny Factor fourth. Then comes Projectability, Vacation Dance, the two trailers, Disarmed, and Gray Wing. And Courtney Banker, headstrong, takes command, opening up through a quarter in 21 and 3. Courtney Banker saying, catch me if you can. 3-length advantage, Twisted Filigree in second. Followed by Funny Factor now third. Vacation Dance on the outside of Boston's Finest. They're at the top of the stretch, and Courtney Banker in control with a 4-length lead. Between horses, Twisted Filigree on the inside. Boston's Finest is trying hard, takes second now, and coming after Courtney Banker. Courtney Banker, Boston's Finest. Courtney Banker holding on. Boston's Finest coming. It's going to be close, and photo finish. That got too close to call. Between Courtney Banker and Boston's Finest, it's a photo for show as well.
Tight photo finish there. The number 8, Courtney Banker, took control. You could see was tiring in the stretch. And the number 1 in Boston's Finest, who we all agreed was a player, just a short price.
She went down to 2-1. They just know around here.
But she ran to it.
Well, she ran super.
Fantastic.
She stayed a little bit down the backstretch,
Yeah.
too. It felt like something may have happened late in the running here. I want to watch the head-on.
get a bit
Right
tight.
in there, something happened.
So
I don't know
Katie
if she
Davis
kind of
in
propped.
the white blinkers goes left-handed. In the blue cap is the number 1, Boston's Finest, closing up the rail.
No, she did it herself.
She did it to
no,
herself.
she's
There
4
was
paths away from Katie.
Plenty
Yeah.
of space, and the one Boston's Finest, she almost spooked at the hedge a little bit.
It's hard to say who you think ran the best race, because the one stayed a little bit in the backstretch, and she
Yeah.
probably wins the race. Now, Katie, listen, I don't knock aggressive rides. You know, I love her in aggressive rides. She really took a hold of this, and obviously Jose's going to finish better than she is. Wow, what a bob she got.
Wow.
That money on her, it's one thing for her to be bet early. And like we said, we're not surprised she won. We're just surprised at the price.
Right.
To go from 3-1 to 2-1, I'm sorry, somebody knew. Wow. I mean, what a performance she put in. She won a very lucky bob.
Very
and the 8
lucky
ran
Bob,
too well to lose.
especially given
but-
that little step that she took, kind of spooking by the hedge.
Yeah, that was a fortunate bob, but
Yeah.
they both ran too well to lose. Listen, as I said, I'm not shocked she won. I am just shocked at this price.
She took a lot of money, 2-1, and you know what? It was warranted. Boston's Finest with the victory. What a finish there. Second win today for Jose Ortiz. There have been 5 races so far, 2 for Jose Ortiz. Thumbs up for Bruce Brown. 2 for Irod Ortiz and 1 for Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, listen, I mean, somebody knew because she's no 2-to-1 shot on paper. And listen, she ran great last time and she ran great today. Like we said, we aren't shocked that she won this race. We're just shocked at the price.
Bruce Brown, one of the nicest guys you'll meet at the racetrack.
Love Bruce.
As well.
Happy for him. Source
Very
in great
happy for
form.
him.
And listen, she got the bob of life. And if you bet Courtney Banker, I guarantee you are not happy, to say the least.
Oh.
And I wouldn't be happy either. And she was a massive overlay at 6-to-1. But she just lost a very tough bob.
1-8-5-2, second win today for Jose Ortiz. Boston's finest with the victory. When we come back, more Monmouth Park as Bookham Dano Day on the Jersey Shore continues and we get closer to seeing the New Jersey bred star.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Tonight on Saratoga Live, join Todd Strupp, Simon Bray, and Michelle Yu live from Del Mar. Special Fox Sports opening day coverage from where the turf meets the surf. Join us tonight, Del Mar, first post 5 Eastern on FS2.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 6th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission Friday, July 24th.
You're watching Saratoga Live as we saw a thriller in the 5th on turf between Courtney Banker and Boston's finest. Tight photo finish with the filly beats the boys. Coming up the rail, second win today for Jose Ortiz. As we take a look, oh, look at that photo.
Yeah, that was the bob of life.
That's a tough beat if you had the 8, but good for Bruce Brown. Picks up his second win of the meet, and he's standing by with Megan.
And Acacia, he is indeed one of the nicest guys you'll meet, Bruce Brown, but you believed in her to send her in against the boys, and it obviously paid off.
Yeah, she's been doing so good, and the girls' race didn't go, so we just, you know, this race seemed like it was coming up a little light, so we just took a shot. But she's doing so good, and just to kind of holding her form now, we get, you know, you get worried when they run so many good races in a row to kind of squeeze in things a little too tight. But she just keeps stepping forward each time.
Certainly a filly you've told me that she really has filled out within herself. Down the late stages, do you find she kind of was she spooked or did she take an odd step?
Yeah, Jose said, I thought, because she can be a little funny with her leads in the stretch sometimes, but Jose said there's a kind of a little dip there, and she just kind of went in the dip and kind of half jumped it and took a funny step. But yeah, because it looked like she had so much momentum, looked like she was going to go on by, and when that happened, Jose kind of had to get her back together, and we got lucky and got the picture.
She got the restricted win. What's next for her as she's obviously proven herself against the boys and the girls?
Yeah. I mean, so we've done the New York bred, so now probably look for something later in the meet. We've run her a bunch of times, so it might give her a little breather, but later in the meet against Open Company would kind of be the next logical step.
Well, congratulations here. Very nice job.
Thank you. Thanks.
Acacia?
Meg, thank you. Congratulations to Bruce and the team. Now you have to go to the Open first level allowance, but she's in tremendous form right now.
I'm not sure why you would stop on a horse like that's in such good form and loves Saratoga. I bet her 2 back at 6-to-1, and she lost a horse that's about 10 lengths worse than the one she beat today. Listen, Courtney Banker probably should have won the race. It was a little bit of an overly aggressive move, and Jose's obviously a better finisher, but this was some performance. Like we said, not surprised she won. She's in great form, thrilled for Bruce. Just cannot believe the money she took.
It was a thriller on the turf,
Great
that's
race.
for sure.
Yep.
It was a really, really fun race and a fun finish there in the stretch. We turn our attention back over to Monmouth Park. Race 4 coming up next. This one on the turf, going a mile and a 16th for this maiden claiming as we check in with Samantha.
The funny.
Thank you, Acacia. And on a firm turf course here at Monmouth Park, where right here tomorrow there will be 2 graded stakes races here on this grass course, and it's a beautiful day here on the Jersey Shore. Maiden claimers approaching the gate here for the mile and a 16th distance, and to me, the 2 Enchant is a horse that you could maybe play against in a field like this. I have a hard time betting horses at 4 to 5 that are 0 for 21. Now, there are a couple underneath finishes. This is certainly a pretty big jockey switch going to Paco Lopez here in a slight drop in class. Well, shouldn't say slight drop in class, a lateral move in class here, as this is a horse that has been just nibbling at this level lately, but is yet to get the job done. So to me, I will look elsewhere. I do believe that the number 6, Nina Lee, is an interesting player because if anything, she has upside, and she's starting to take some money here now at 9 to 2. Just watch him as it's a kind of a long walk over to this mile and a 16th shoot here at the gate, and the odds tend to change very quickly here at Monmouth Park. And Nina Lee, she debuted for a maiden claiming level at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet in late June, where she just kind of finished a non-threatening 8th place finish. But it's very tough to debut going 2 turns. Now she's got that race under her belt. She takes a pretty significant drop in class, and in a field where it looks like a lot of these horses just don't want to win, to be quite honest, maybe she's one with some upside here. And of course, these silks of Michael W., you can't miss them with the bright pink helmet cap here. They're always ones to watch out for when you get on to the grass here. And in a field where a lot of these just seem to be stuck in neutral, this is a horse that had a pretty nice warm up here, and I do think that this is a trainer that is much better second time out. So we'll see how she'll take to this Monmouth Park turf course, as they'll have a big day here on the grass on Haskell Day tomorrow.
Looking forward to it, Samantha. Thank you. Jam-packed with stakes action tomorrow afternoon. Of course, the Naira Bats Haskell coming up. We will have our team for the undercard and part of Fox Saratoga Saturday there tomorrow.
Todd Schrupp is hosting at Del Mar tomorrow.
Monmouth
and then he'll be at Monmouth. Apparently, he's going to be at the racetrack on the Moon on Sunday. Very impressed, Todd.
Yeah, maybe he can go like to Hong Kong on Sunday.
Yeah. I think they're on their vacation. But we could send them there anyway, but you know, just to hang out. But
why not?
Right? Aren't they on their break for a couple months? Don't they take some time off?
Yes.
But
it's much too hot and humid over there.
I say Australia.
Okay.
You know, a little Sunday Australian racing for Todd. The problem is if he gets on a flight, he'll get there on Tuesday, right?
Right.
I'll tell you something. I will never be able to figure out the international date line and how that works with flights and
traveling to Australia. Yeah, that's a wild thing to look
ever
at.
Figure that out, ever. I don't even want to try. It's way beyond my brain capacity.
On the turf, coming up next for the 4th at Monmouth, Bookham Dano, still to come. Really fun to get a chance to see him over there at Monmouth at his home track this afternoon. They're making it Bookham Dano Day, and I'm sure we'll see him back in some of the big races later in the year.
He is probably as fun a horse that there is in racing. And,
I agree.
You know, we've enjoyed with the owners who have been, you know, great fun, and they've run in our big races and won more than their share of them. I was so happy that he got the Eclipse Award last year, and I'm not suggesting that Ben Tornado would have been a bad choice, but I was so happy he won it.
Good body of work altogether. Still to come, Bookham Dano, race 4 on the turf. Coming up next, here's Matt Dinnerman.
I'm just telling you right now, it's going to be a very hard act for you to follow, Lafitte. I'm just letting you know.
Track veterinarian says, let's go ahead and back out Balatea and take a look, as that one was acting up a little bit in the gate.
So not exactly sure what happened here, but the number 1 Balatia is out right now and looking like they're reloading her into the gate.
Should we talk some more about Bookham Dano?
Balatia, I guess is probably it is English tea. They're back in the gate. Matt Dinnerman once again.
Yeah, Lara. Getting bumped at the break was Caitlin Said Run. Also slow to go is Nina Lee towards the back of the field and getting over towards the rail. They come out of the chute. Balatea and Chant, they're side by side. Max Power moving up 3 wide as they come out of that chute. Easter Millie right behind the leading trio, running in 4th on a stronghold in the early stages. Munchkin is inside of Gypsy Style approaching the turn. Caitlin Said Run 3rd last. Nina Lee has passed Katerina Ristova at the back of the field as the 9 runners go into the first turn. Katerina Ristova drifting wide as they corner into that first turn run. We come back to the lead. Max Power, nose in front, is pushed by Balatea, who takes a hold, concedes the lead, and will track about a neck behind. Down on the inside, holds the rail position, though. 1.5 lengths to Enchant running in 3rd. Munchkin down inside of that one. Easter Millie 3 lengths off the lead in the black jacket. Another length to Gypsy Style outside of Nina Lee. They're 2 better than Caitlin Said Run. And Katerina Ristova at the back of the field as they're halfway home. Max Power, Balatea slugging it out on the front end. They've opened up 2, and Chant shown more rain in the 3rd position. Gypsy Style making an aggressive move into 4th. She's 4 wide going into the far turn. Into the 4th position she goes. Easter Millie has come under a hard ride. So is Munchkin. Nina Lee all in 5 from the top. 4 lengths clear of Caitlin Said Run and Katerina Ristova as they hit the quarter pole. Here's Enchant in the 3 path. Took her a little while to get going, but she's up to challenge Max Power. Balatea, who rides the rail while weakening, coming off the turn. Enchant's got the lead with 1 furlong to go. Enchant sailing away. She sails away as she kicks away to a 5-length lead. Look at that burst. Enchant is going for the wire, and she's put this race to bed. Enchant for Paco Lopez, who picks up his 2nd today. Enchant walloped him, 1 by 6. Easter Millie was 2nd, Balatea 3rd. Nina Lee checks in 4th.
At a short price, Enchant gets the win for Mike Deeney. Paco Lopez with another one. Start number 22. She found the right field to break her maiden.
She sure did. Wow, was she best.
Yep.
This one won like a 2 to 5 shot should.
I think Paco's slacking a bit. It's 4 races. He's only had 2 wins. What's going on?
I'm going to tell you, I got nothing nice to say about him after what he did up here.
That is fair. That is fair. Enchant with the victory, gets the victory here in start number 22, as we mentioned, or 6th start at Monmouth. As of course, we are looking ahead to what's coming up a little bit later on, not to rush the day away. We love the afternoon at Saratoga and plenty more to come, but very exciting stuff coming up today with opening day at Del Mar on the program.
I agree. Our first time ever covering Del Mar. Here's hopefully the start of a good relationship.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's great to have the guys out there, of course, Todd and Simon and Michelle, and crew here as well.
Looking forward to it. Speaking of our team over at Monmouth, Michelle Yu is with us. And Michelle, of course, looking forward to the good racing this afternoon. And you look lovely, by the way. But happy opening day. Such a special afternoon.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's a fantastic day. Crowds have been pouring in here since 9 o'clock this morning, and racing doesn't start till early afternoon. But you see everybody dressed to the nines. We have got fantastic people out here in their hats. There's a champagne bar next to me. I'm pretty much not going to move from this spot, I feel like, until the racing begins. But speaking of the racing, our traditional opening day feature is the Oceanside Stakes. Now, there is a change this year. Went from being a restricted race to being a handicap. But I think an interesting horse is Mr. AP. He's coming in off a runner-up effort in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. That was on the main track. He's actually never run on the turf before. Talking about this horse coming off of a layoff as well, and I spoke to Vladimir Serin. He said he has been training exceptionally well. He said he's very happy. He was sidelined due to a chip being removed from his knee. Joel has got anonymous. He'll take over riding duties. And he told me, pedigree-wise, he thinks American Pharaoh is prolific as a turf sire, and the Dam won 2 of 4 on grass as well. So he thinks the pedigree's there. He said he's training fantastically, and he's also getting a weight allowance. He is not the high weight in today's feature, the Oceanside Handicap.
5-1 on the morning line. Michelle, thank you. Looking forward to hearing your insights throughout the afternoon as well. I think it's a safe bet that where the champagne bar is usually where Michelle is.
Okay.
We know where to find her. She's Polo and Champers. That's her social media.
The only time I've been to Del Mar besides the Breeders' Cup a couple years ago, we were both there, was when Annals of Time won the Hollywood Derby, and Cherie DeVoe was working for Chad Brown then, and Cherie was there with a horse, and she and I celebrated the Champagne Bar after he won the race. Alone. There was nobody else there.
Sounds like it was a good party.
All my friends were there. Cherie, my only friend.
Yeah. Usually when I'm with Michelle, she supplies the champagne. But great to have her there. Looking forward to hearing her insights. We have more live racing still to come from the spa, though. After this, stay with us on Saratoga Live.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. T.O. Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at T.O. Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's T.O. Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
We're back on Saratoga Live, and Chant gets to the winner's circle. First time in her now 22 race career. She found the right spot. There's Mike Deeney. All smiles, says, yeah, he definitely chose well for a place for her to break her maiden.
So we had early in today's card an 0 for 16 horse break its maiden, and now an 0 for 22 or 0 for 21.
280, and yes, she won like a 2 to 5 shot should. But of course, looking ahead to tomorrow, the Naira Betts Haskell, major day for the 3-year-olds, and looking forward to this field and the way it has assembled. I think a really, really interesting group, and that does include Oselli, perhaps the most popular and undoubtedly highest earning maiden that's been running on the track.
I keep saying why they keep running him in these spots, and he keeps running well. I don't see how he's going to be competitive in this Haskell, but you got to admire him. And I'll tell you something, there's an argument he ran as well, if not better, than anybody in the Derby, because he may have moved too soon. He's a pretty cool horse. You got to say it.
Finished second again in the Ohio Derby behind Chip Honcho last time out. Fourth in the Preakness, third in the Derby, third in the Wood Memorial. He just keeps showing up.
Yeah, no, he's a pretty cool horse, no doubt about it. He's made almost $1 million.
Pretty fun, that's for sure, as he looks to break his maiden in a big way, but obviously will be a very tall order with the likes of Napoleon Solo and Iron Honor rematching from the Preakness and the wild card of the Puma, and further ado.
I agree. I think we're both really interested to see how the Puma runs in that race because, I mean, it's a tough ask coming off the layup like that, but man, I got to tell you, his last 2 races were sensational.
Absolutely.
And I was a seller, not a buyer.
Yeah.
I didn't like him out of the Sam Davis. I could not have been more wrong about him.
He was impressive, that's for sure. Looking forward to seeing him back tomorrow in the Naira Betts Haskell. As you saw, the stakes action lining up for tomorrow, and it's about time for us to say goodbye. Or not quite yet?
No, I think we're leaving. I'm going to burst into tears when I leave you, but I'll see you. I may not see you again the rest of the meet.
We don't usually get a chance to spend time together on air in
fun.
Saratoga. It
Great
has
fun.
been a lot of fun. Lafitte and Guy and the rest of the crew coming up as we continue on FS2. Stay with us on Saratoga Live.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at naira.com/groups.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit naira.com/Big Apple bonus.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
There's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization. And they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Busy Friday afternoon everywhere. We start on the home front, where Sandtrapped is favored in the De La Rose. Talented Irish filly, headstrong Irish filly. Her mission today, relax. 220 miles south Monmouth Park on the Jersey Shore. Nobody cooler than Bookham Dano, richest New Jersey bred ever. Odds-on favorite in the Mr. Prospector. And out west, where the turf meets the surf. Opening day at Del Mar, marking the return of Mr. AP. 3-year-old debut, turf debut in the Oceanside. Good news, Mr. AP don't have to chase the likes of Ted Nafi this afternoon. From coast to coast, racing fans, great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live. We begin at the Spa. Good crowd, live shot. Look at that crowd here at the Spa as the excitement builds for a terrific weekend of thoroughbred racing just outside the paddock alongside champion jockey Richie Migliori, multiple Grade 1 running trainer Tom Amos. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You're just in time for the late pick 5. Gets started in about 3 minutes. 6 race, Tom. It's one of those mini marathons. Mile and 3/8, all about endurance and all about trip.
Yeah, it is. And when we talk about this kind of race, we're talking about a marathon distance as far as thoroughbred racehorses go. And it is about those two things. And inherently, some of these horses can do it through breeding, and inherently some cannot.
Yeah, and it's also about their attitude. If they're not willing to cooperate with their rider, they pull too much, they don't stay those distances. But for me, especially a 3-turn mile and 3 furlong race, saving ground becomes a premium. You don't want to spend a lot of time wide on these turns because the races are just too competitive to give that kind of ground away.
Really good race, competitive, 2 minutes out. Horses warming up, front side naturally. There's the field, updated odds, and a 7-2 favorite. Right to vote. Manny Franco to ride. Franco with 3 wins yesterday afternoon, trained by Chad Brown. But we start with Noble Confessor towards the outside when we talk about trip here, Richie, with that post. A challenging mission here for Tyler Gaffalione, trying to save as much ground as he possibly can early on.
Well, this is a horse that should be forward, and maybe that'll help him overcome that wider draw. But there is some other speed sign on here, Tom. Didn't you think there could potentially be some pace?
Oh, I think there is definitely some pace in here. But if there's anything that's going to come in here, Richie, it's probably the 6 horse, Gilded Kraken. I think that's a horse that could show some speed in this division, along with the 9 that we're talking about, Noble Confessor.
As we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, trackside Maggie, who looks like they're ready for a nice long run this afternoon.
A nice long canter around this Saratoga turf course, Lafitte, and to kind of, expound on the conversation that Richie and Tom were just having about the pace scenario, I saw it exactly the same way. And I think that Noble Confessor and Gilded Kraken are similar types as far as their Timeform US pace figures. Their early pace figures indicate both of these horses are the fastest. But watching Noble Confessor's last race, it seemed to be there was some intent to sit off of a horse going this same distance of 1 mile and 3/8. Now, he does come off a bit of a freshening. He looked incredibly fit. This is a horse that has continued to get longer in his frame throughout his career. I didn't love him in the paddock, I'll be honest. He looked so much better when he got out on track and just warmed up superbly here for Todd Pletcher and Tyler Gaffalione. Now let's check in with that horse who could be the speed, because I just feel like Gilded Kraken has one way to go. It feels like they want this horse to be forward, but he also has the ability, well, to leave quickly, to turn it off too. And he has that disposition that says he can relax and he can get this 1 mile and 3/8, because he hasn't really done it that much on the turf other than that one try at Kentucky Downs going 1 mile and 5/16. And he nearly won that day, though that race forwardly dominated throughout. I like what I'm seeing from him. I think this is a good spot for Joe Sharp to have Gilded Kraken in, getting back to the turf second off the layoff. Number 3, Archipov, he comes off of a freshening too. I like the way that he settled really nicely. He turned off and he has the ability to do that in his races. Now, I've never seen him pre-race. He got a little bit wound up. I do like the fact that Flavian Pratt took him away from the pony, expelled some of that nervous energy, but at the end of the day, he is a son of Munnings, and physically looking at him, he doesn't speak long distance on the turf to me. This might be stretching him as to his outside as Emergent, second off the layoff. He has a little bit of an awkward way of going in that he kind of really throws his legs out in front of him, but also carries his head really low to the ground. So it's pretty tough on a rider. And two, he's such a big horse that I would think that a start under his belt will benefit him. He looks to be tracking the pace. I don't think we'll see him on it like we did first off that layoff. And he does look incredibly fit, but I went to the other Chad Brown horse in here, Lafitte, Right to Vote, always been a fan, and I really think he's been made for these distances, as he's now your favorite.
Chad Brown with 2 in here, 4 in tomorrow's Duncan Diana. Pace, gentlemen, looking at number 6, Gilded Kraken, and number 9, Noble Confessor early on.
Yeah, so, Richie, everything's intent, right?
Yep.
You get your instructions from guys like me, trainers in the paddock. Hey, we think the race is going to set up like this. Have you looked at it? And you make your strategy. And that's going to have a lot to do with who goes to the lead here. But just on resume, the 6 and the 9, they're the ones that want to be prominent early.
They're the most consistent ones that show speed. And Tom, hate to break it to you, when I was riding good, I never listened to instructions.
They go around twice. This long distance event, no challenge for the voice of Saratoga. Frank Miramati on the mic with the load in call race 6. Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here is Mayor of Midnight with Hall of Famer John Velasquez up. Passing Game completes the line. He walks up, goes in, they're in the gate, and they're off. And Waitlist did break out alertly, but it is Gilded Kraken who wants to lead and gets over to the rail immediately. Noble Confessor comes away in second. Right to Vote wants to get up there too. He's racing on the rail, a joint third as they round the far turn for the first time. End of Romance is next. It's another couple of lengths back to Archipov, who settles toward the inside. That group is followed by Passing Game, who's 5 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter, very moderate, 24 and 4/5 seconds. Then it's Emergence. Mayor of Midnight, third last. Waitlist is now in front of 1, and that's the Hidden Chamber. And so it's Gilded Kraken being nursed along by Jose Ortiz, leads it by 1.5 lengths. On the outside, Noble Confessor is racing in second, and Right to Vote and Manny Franco along the rail in third. End of Romance is fourth. The half went in 49 and 3. They're followed by Archipov, who hugs the rail. 6 lengths off the pacemaker. Passing game is just outside of him. 2 more to Emergence. Mayor of Midnight is toward the back of the field with Waitlist and the Hidden Chamber. 6 furlongs in 1:15-1 for Gilded Kraken, who's been left alone on the front end with Noble Confessor off his flank in second. Another 2. Right to Vote is tugging along the fence. End of Romance just outside of him. Then it's Arkhipov, who's right on the inside of Passing Game still. No change in the running order. Mayor of Midnight is racing just in front of Emergence, Waitlist, and the Hidden Chamber. The mile in 39-3. And Gilded Kraken's in front. Right to Vote. We'll see what he has now. He's had a beautiful trip, and he's coming after him with 1 furlong to go. Arkhipov is on the scene, too, finishing with interest. They're in the final furlong, and Right to Vote is the new leader. Gilded Kraken trying his best, trying to hold second now as Right to Vote cruises home. Right to Vote scores by 2.5 lengths. Arkhipov completes the Chad Brown exacta, then Gilded Kraken, and a battle between Emergence and the Hidden Chamber for 4th.
Seth Klarman's Right to Vote kicks clear in the stretch for trainer Chad Brown. Manny Franco in a zone early on here this meet at Saratoga.
Yeah, look, we talk about it all the time. Pace makes the race. This was a very, very slow pace, so advantage to the front runners. You're looking at the leader all the way around there in the 6th, Gilded Kraken, able to hang on for second, but Richie, our winner, Right to Vote, had the trip right behind the 2 pace setters, angled out, saved all the ground, which is exactly what you talked about before the race, and kicked home clear.
He never had to come off the rail until he was straightening into the stretch the final time. And have the best horse and have that kind of trip, rarely are you going to get beat. The runner-up ran extremely game, but pace makes the race. He got to get so comfortable on the lead. He had a lot left, but Right to Vote was just best. Tom, the 9-horse let go a little early. Noble Confessor, a little bit unusual for him.
Surprised me. It makes me wonder, is this a horse that is better on the lead by himself? Is he a horse that can't really stalk off the lead? But you said it, the 3-horse, Arkhipov, really ran a good race from off the pace. That's one to remember for next time.
Right to Vote, clear. 2-3-6-4. And Manny Franco with 3 wins yesterday. Another score here, and the success he's had with Chad Brown in recent years, in many cases like 3rd and 4th call, but the success he's had in taking advantage of those opportunities, Brown in that relationship, and how much he trusts Manny Franco.
Well, as a rider, you want to be in a trainer's rotation. You don't care if you're batting 9th. You just want to be in the play. So if something comes up, you can pick up a good mount. And then you build from there, and that's what he's done. Like you said, he was getting the 4th and 5th, maybe best choices out of the Chad Brown barn. But you deliver on them. Then suddenly you're 3rd. Now you're 2nd. Then you become the go-to guy. He did it the old-fashioned way. He earned it.
Manny Franco, Chad Brown teaming up with a win here. Off and running in the late pick 5. Late pick 4 is next. Today's race is brought to you by Clavern Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Look at that. Summer racing at its finest. It's Saratoga, Monmouth, Del Mar. And we're everywhere. On site at Monmouth. It's Bookham Dano Day. The champ runs in the Mr. Prospector. And this is a first for us. Very exciting opening day from the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club. Our crew standing by. First race in less than an hour. All this top-class summer racing, horse players. The time is now. Sign up and get involved. NyraBets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. You'll use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now. NyraBets.com. Quite literally where the turf meets the surf. Opening day, Del Mar. Next level people watching along with great racing. And on this coast, the people's horse. Bookham Dano, the champ, runs today at Monmouth Park in front of his adoring fan base. We're just getting started. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, Play live money betting contests and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale Atalapa. Fast times on the Jersey Shore. Live look Monmouth Park. Race 5, you see the field updated odds. $5,000 claimers, mile and 70 on dirt. Mambrino number 4, the 6-5 favorite. As we say hello to Samantha Perry on site at Monmouth Park. Samantha, it's not just the eve of the Naira Bets Haskell. It's not just Book'em Dano Day at Monmouth. It's Book'em Dano Day in the entire state of New Jersey.
Yeah, Lafitte, thank you, and great to see you here from the Jersey Shore. And there are 3 state assembly men and women here to do a presentation after this 5th race to officially declare this day Book'em Dano Day. So not only here in the Jersey Shore, on the Jersey Shore, the whole great Garden State of New Jersey, it is Book'em Dano Day. The fans are all lined up to get a look at this horse a little bit later in the $200,000 Mr. Prospector. It's such an exciting day. They had a t-shirt giveaway. Everybody has their Book'em Dano t-shirts as it shows him on a surfboard. We don't want to see him on a surfboard here today. We want to see him in the winner's circle. So a very, very fun day here on the Jersey Shore. Race 5 coming up. The 4 a very short price, but this horse has speed, and he's only gone 2 turns one other time in his career. Hoping for just a break and go to the front type of ride here today under Luis Rivera Jr. If he can just seal it on the front end, this is a race that looks like his for the taking. The number 5, a little bit interesting at being a class dropper, but lacks speed. So we'll have to see a little bit more from him here today.
All right, Samantha. Dano has gone mainstream. Book'em Dano Day in New Jersey. Mr. Prospector later on this evening. Post time for the 5th filing into the gate. Matt Dinneman with a loading call.
Max's Glory. Two back, Mystic Knight. And to the outside, Nimmo. We're ready to go. LaRuff. Good start from Mambrino, who gets the first call here. Bean Machine taking the second position. Mystic Knight into third, with Glint, who's moving forward. Max's Glory easing off pace setters into the fifth position going into the first turn run. Mambrino's got the lead. Glint a little bit keen to come up and challenge. These two 1-2 around the turn. Mambrino, narrow lead of 3 parts of a length here. Glint is second. Bean Machine on the tail of Mambrino, running in third on the rail. Gap of 2.5 to Mystic Knight, then Max's Glory. Nimmo is second to last, and Agara Misi Puedes at the back of the field as they approach the backstretch run. It's Mambrino. Goes off as the favorite, leads a length and a tail. Glint right behind, tracking now, a little more relaxed in second. Bean Machine third, still in a good position, 2 lengths off the pace, 2 lengths ahead of Mystic Knight. Another 2 to Max's Glory, a length and a half to Nimmo, and Agara Misi Puedes still can see them all. With a half mile to go, it's Mambrino. Sets up shop on the lead here and gallops along a half length in front. Glint turning up some pressure here, but he's sent along a little bit to do it going into the turn. Mystic Knight getting closer, 3 wide. Mambrino opens up the lead to a length. Mystic Knight is coming on the outside now, and Glint is trying to move with him. Those 3 now across the track, and Mystic Knight on the outside has momentum, is up to challenge Mambrino and Glint, who's between horses here. Space of 2. Bean Machine has come under a ride. The others will out of it as they come off the turn. Mystic Knight on the outside is challenging Mambrino and Glint. Mystic Knight goes on with it. Glint calls it a day. Mambrino fighting hard from the inside. Bean Machine into third. There's a furlong to go, and Mystic Knight, he's got a half-length edge on Mambrino, and Nimmo is coming on the scene late. He's charging fast. Nimmo on the outside trying to time it just right. It's going to be very tight, and it goes to the inside. Mystic Knight, he held off Nimmo in the shadow of the wire there. Mambrino third, Bean Machine fourth.
Just a $5,000 claiming event, but an exciting $5,000 claiming event. Mystic Knight just able to hold off the late charging Nimmo in the 5th at Monmouth.
And it doesn't matter what level, as long as they go out there and give you that effort. You love horses that are honest, and nice to see Jose Gomez kind of getting off the mark at Monmouth this summer, starting to win some races.
He's been honest for a while. This is a 9-year-old. And sometimes 9-year-olds and older horses that have been doing it a long time, they kind of know the game pretty well, and sometimes you try to trick them. In this case, blinkers on, a 9-year-old, and it worked.
Warhorse, Mystic Knight. Any excuses for the favorite, Mambrino? Anything you noticed?
Can't go 2 turns.
Not good enough today.
Simple enough.
Yeah, I don't think he's a true 2-turn horse.
7-8-4-2-3. There at Monmouth on the other side of the country. How cool is this? It's a first for us. Opening day coverage from the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club on Saratoga Live. Brought to you by the California Thoroughbred Breeders Association. It pays to be a Calbred. Happen to agree? We have boots on the ground. Todd Schrupp, Simon Bray on site at Del Mar, guys. It's been a while since I've been there for an opening day. Please tell me it's everything it always has been there.
Well, I know you and I came here as kids. I was 7 years old when my dad was stationed at Camp Pendleton, just up the road in the Marine Corps. We took the bus out to the races. This was the very first racetrack I came to. And Simon, for you, you used to train here and compete at the highest level.
That's right. I'm a native in England, but the reason I'm living in the United States is because of this place here. I came here in 1997, never left.
And our traditional opening day feature is the Oceanside. What a renewal this year. A lot of the focus is going to be on horses who have never been on the grass. Let's start with Mr. AP. The last time we saw him was here at Del Mar. He was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile on the dirt. What do you make of him starting his season on the turf?
I like this move, but first let's talk about the unique aspect of Mr. AP. He was claimed in his debut race for $150,000. That means somebody put up $150,000 sight unseen to claim this horse out of the maiden debut and finishing second that day. He would go on to finish second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, as you mentioned, make double that investment, Todd, make over $300,000 here just for finishing second. He's had the winter off, comes back here on the grass. Now, to answer your question about the grass, it's there. The Dam, the mother, won on the grass. The sire, American Pharaoh, was a Triple Crown winner on the dirt. He never ran on the dirt, but 16% of his offspring win on the grass when they make that transition. He's got all the credentials. He's got the class, and I think he can handle the surface.
So we have the traditional opening day feature as race number 8 on this 10-race card, the Oceanside. But there's so much more than the racing going on in this opening day. And for all of that racetrack flavor, including the popular hat contest, we go to Michelle Yu.
Thanks, Todd. I'm having the best time already. Since 9 o'clock in the morning, the beautiful people have been pouring in the gates. I was able to grab 2 of them, Jenna and Darby, not Derby. And you guys look amazing. Is this your first opening day?
It is. Yes.
I guessed that.
First.
Now, who got the memo? Like what to wear, when to come, everything?
So my mother came here my whole life, and so I would drop her off. I would do her makeup, and this is my first year. I'm actually here with her, so it is the greatest.
Where's
honor.
Mom?
Mom is
Oh,
right
come over here, Mom. Oh my goodness, I didn't know. Hi. Okay, so she groomed you to come to the races. That's what we do to horses, right? We groom them.
Had to bring her. So
this is so exciting. What did you think when you came in here?
I was just so excited. I've heard so many incredible stories from her mom, and I mean, I grew up with her, so I've seen it as well. So it just feels like we're meant to be here. It seems like the perfect year. We're so excited.
But Mom, why did it take you so long to bring them to the races?
I don't know, 26 years. And I've been coming for 30, so they earned it.
I love it. I love it. Well, you guys all look fantastic. What are you most looking forward to for opening day?
The memories, but to win some money, hopefully.
Yeah. We'll see if we can get you some hot tips, girls.
Yeah.
My first hot tip, though, guys, I'm going to come over here. Look it. It's definitely to drink lots of champagne on opening day. It is flowing for this day.
Oh, well earned, Michelle. It's a tradition that started in 1937. Legendary entertainer Bing Crosby was at the turnstiles greeting fans as they arrived, and we're about to renew that tradition. It's the 2026 summer season here from Del Mar on Saratoga Live. And when we come back, we'll talk about Chad Brown and the Duncan Diana. That will be next week. He has dominated this race, and that renewal will happen on Saturday, and you'll see it on Fox Saturday. Much more coming up here on Saratoga Live when we return right after this.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
The beach and the spa, not a bad way to spend a Friday in July. Know where Chad Brown likes to spend Diana Day? In the winner's circle. Started with Zagora, 2011 eventual Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner, Dasita, Lady Eli, Sister Charlie. Extra credit if your name ends in a vowel. White Beam won it twice. Excellent Truth last year. What a run. Chad Brown, 10-time Diana winning trainer. Tom, can you put it into context? A trainer winning any Grade 1 race 10 times. How do you relate to that?
I can't relate to it, but I can put it in perspective. In my career, I won over 4,200 races, purse money over $130 million, and I didn't win 10 Grade 1s in my career. That's how rare Grade 1s are. These are the highest level races that we have in the entire country, and they usually carry the best purses in the country. And, you know, for Chad Brown to have 10 in one single race, it blows my mind.
And that 11th, well within reach, with 4 runners tomorrow in the Grade 1 Duncan Diana Naturally, the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Here's the field. For trainer Chad Brown, you're looking at numbers 1, Dynamic Pricing. Kathy and Marissa, number 3, 2-1 morning line favorite. Portfolio Duration, number 4, and Suggesta, number 6. This was Belmont Week, Grade 1 New York, a longer race, mile and 3/16. Richie, Portfolio, Suggesta we'll start with actually, and that dead heat in the Jenny Wiley this spring at Keeneland.
Yeah, and she's a mare that can place herself forward, and she'll continue. She'll fight all the way to the wire. She dead heated in this Jenny Wiley. You're going to see how desperately close it gets, noses up and down on the wire here. But she's actually showing more speed as she's gotten older as a 5-year-old mare. She used to be more of a kind of second division or mid-range closer. Now she's been right up on top of the pace recently.
She's a fighter. That's what makes her so good.
And 2-time Grade 1 winner at this mile and an 8 distance, Suggesta. Now we'll revisit that New York. Portfolio Duration, you'll see she wound up in front. That was her first time being in front. There was no pace. And Kathy and Marissa, Richie, poised. She's right there, but lost a lot of ground early.
Lost a lot of ground early. We talk about saving ground and how important it is, particularly in turf racing. But pace makes the race. Horses of this caliber, Grade 1 level, to go 49-1 and finish the way they did, they would have had to sprout wings to reel her in, and they nearly did.
They nearly did, but as you guys both said, it's the first 200 yards of the race that won the race for Portfolio Duration. Making the lead, slowing it down, leaving a lot of gas in the tank, that's what got that horse home.
Yep.
For Brown, the 4 runners, that many runners in a Grade 1 race, for different trainers, how can that complicate things for a trainer?
Well, I mean, unless there's a dead heat in this race, you're going to have 3 unhappy owners. But here's the thing. It's about communication. No, I can't think of a trainer in the country that is willing to run 3 and 4 horses in the same race other than Chad Brown. And those horses stay in the barn afterwards over and over again, despite the disappointment of losses. And so he's obviously very, very good at communicating and talking his owners into what to expect.
Grade 1 Duncan Diana. It's early tomorrow, race 5 on Fox, meaning Fox Saratoga Saturday is back. It's the biggest races. It's the best horses at the perfect setting. Terrific summer lineup. All get started tomorrow. Diana, coverage begins 2 Eastern, only on Fox. You know who's won several races we've covered on Fox? Reigning champion sprinter Bookham Dano runs today, honored today, in front of his adoring fans at Monmouth. Think he's a big deal in New Jersey? A statewide proclamation. It's Bookham Dano Day in the state of New Jersey. Runs later today. Better win today, man. Dano, the champ, taking center stage in front of his adoring fans. Here at Saratoga, riders up. Late pick 4 coming up next. Race 7 in 5 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceania Cruises.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Exciting Friday edition of Saratoga Live from coast to coast. As always, coverage brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. As you can see, the horses have made their way front side in a post parade. $20,000 claimers here, all for sale. Non-runners to lifetime, all one for something. We start with Antietam at 8-5.
8-5, one of our favorites. And look, a horse that's not a good gate horse, and this could be trouble in that one hole if it doesn't leave well.
Rod Ortiz seeking a third on the day. Then Whitby, is he the one to catch?
Well, it's been over 2 years since Whitby broke his maiden for 20. He usually shows speed. He should be forward.
He's due. And then you're looking good. Lots of changes, including the rider, Jose Ortiz.
And also the surface change as well. Blinkers off on this one, and there's some money showing on this 3-horse.
Magnum's Macro Burst graduated downstate, followed by number 5, Uncle Barry. 26-race maiden facing winners.
Yeah, that's unusual. You know, they have races for horses that haven't won a race before, and they're jumping condition here, and therefore the odds are very, very high.
Reside, Wayne Potts first after the claim.
Yeah, horse has been popular. Back-to-back claims. Last race leaves a lot to be desired.
7 is out. 8 first pitch is in, spinning his wheels for a while.
Yeah, but another one that could be forward. He has a say in how this race should be run.
Mirage, the favorite. Trainer Norm Cassie's first starter of the meet.
You know, Norm tends to put these horses in the right spot. I like this horse today, dropping in this race and shipping up for it. My kind of horse.
Who's ready to earn that elusive second career win? Race 7, Saratoga, late pick 4 begins here. You like the one who we're looking at, just a pro taking it all in, Antietam, Richie.
Yeah, I've always felt that horses that break their maiden in a maiden claiming race, unless they're a first-time starter, for 40, they're generally worth about half that. I think that's a good rule of thumb. This horse ran for 40, he won, maiden 40. Then he ran over his head for 50, he's in for 20. I just think he's in an appropriate spot with a good inside draw.
To Maggie, trackside.
He was pretty bad, though, in that last start, the first time against winners. But obviously something happened, as we have not seen him now for several months as he comes back off of a layoff. And, you know, he's a horse that began his career looking just a bit backwards, as we like to say. Not really developed, not that athletic or carrying much conditioning, but he really has gone in the right direction. Now, as a 4-year-old, he looks incredibly strong. He's warming up pretty well. Out there overall. Now, I know he is the son of Curlin, so that does speak of distance, but we've only seen this guy go 2 turns on the main track only one time before, and that was at Keeneland when dropped in for the 50 for previous connections and was well beaten as the favorite. I'm not sure about going the 1 1/8, just purely based upon the way he's built. He's very compact and short coupled. So we do see Irad Ortiz giving him quite a big warm up. So therefore, like Tom said, hopefully he has his feet underneath of him and is ready to break today. As we move on to number 3, You're Looking Good, who I like in here. I know he's another one that has yet to go the 2 turns on the main track, but he looks like he wants this sort of configuration, this 9 furlong furlongs. Very long, rangy type of horse that has that elongated body and neck to him, and walks that way too. Big lumbering walk, and he's only gone a distance of ground on the dirt, on fast dirt, twice before, and there was his best efforts to date. Now, it was for maiden 40 New York breds, so, you know, where does he ultimately fit as far as class? But I like the fact they take the blinkers off here today too for Amelia Green. He just made a really nice overall impression. I thought was a good alternative to your favorites, though physically, looking at number 9, Mirage, I have no problems with him, and he certainly has the races that make him a winner here, coming in from Kentucky, and it does feel like a lot of these horses perform well when shipping here to New York. Great, you know, flesh to him. He looks super in that respect, but the front wraps do go on for the first time. Now, whether that is, you know, Norm Cassie kind of playing a little cat and mouse with him being entered in for the 20 here, maybe, or maybe it's a negative sign that he does show up wearing them for the first time, Lafitte.
Mirage, Maggie, in front of this big crowd, enthusiastic crowd at Saratoga, gearing up for the big weekend ahead. 4 races left on the Friday program. Mirage, Tom, the wraps or no wraps, handicapper's not concerned. 6-5 at post time. You like him as well.
Yeah, I do. I don't know if I like him at 6-5, but I just like the post he's drawn as a speed horse. And, you know, looking at this race, where any one of these horses would be bought out of this race for $20,000, you're talking about a horse that's been running at higher levels than this, dropping down. I think the class relief will really help our outside horse.
I think Tom gets excited watching these claimers warm up, thinking about dropping a slip. I don't know, I saw a little glint in your eye there.
The old days.
Not so old days. Reside steps forward to Frank Miramati with the call. Race 7 started a late pick 4, the 7th from the Spa, live from FS2.
3 more. Magnum's Macro Burst. First pitch. Mirage. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mirage is sent hard by Ricardo Santana Jr. out in the center of the racetrack. You're Looking Good is showing sharp early speed as well. And as they move into the first turn, Whitby, the gray, is quicker than all. So it's Whitby in front by a length. Mirage into second, and Tatum is on the rail in third with 3 lengths to make up. Followed by First Pitch in fourth. You're Looking Good is in the 5th spot, racing on the outside of Reside. Uncle Barry is second to last, and Magnum's Macro Burst trails. 24-1 for Whitby, who takes them on to the backstretch with a half-length lead over the favorite Mirage in second. 2 more to Antietam in First Pitch, side by side, third and fourth. Then comes the pair of Reside and You're Looking Good, 2 clear of Uncle Barry and Magnum's Macro Burst. 48-3 for Whitby. And Whitby is in front by a length now over Mirage, who's been second the entire journey. Steady progress for Reside, taking third. A 3-wide First Pitch has 3.5 lengths to make up, and Tatum is racing in between those two. You're Looking Good is now being pushed along with 3 furlongs to run. At the back of the field, Magnum's Macro Burst and Uncle Barry. They're coming to the quarter pole, and there goes Antietam with a decisive burst. And Antietam through 3/4 in 1 minute 13-3 is trying to sprint away. And Whitby angles out in second, followed by Mirage flattening out a bit in third. They're coming to the 16th pole, and it's Antietam by 4. Battle for second. Mirage gets the best of Whitby in the final stages, and then comes You're Looking Good. Antietam, another for Irad Ortiz Jr. Mirage was second. You're Looking Good picked up some pieces for the Shodo.
There goes that man. Irad Ortiz, 3rd win on the afternoon. Antietam for Trina Linda Rice. 2 wins on the afternoon for Rice. Farthest Antietam he's ever raced. Handled it beautifully.
I mean, look, much the best in here. When we look back on this race, you're going to see this middle move, well, not a middle move, turn it for home move. And, you know, you can always tell how much a rider has by how much he's using his hands. And as our winner, Antietam, makes the lead here, you can see everybody pushing as hard as they can behind. but no one is going to keep able to keep up with this horse. Much the best, Richie.
Much the best. Set a perfect trip from that inside draw, got to save the ground, sat in the pocket, and I love the way Irad positioned himself right behind Mirage to follow him. He didn't want to get stuck in a position where he didn't have live cover. He had 2 handfuls of horse, and he's on pace to win over 300 races in 11 years in a row.
And I mean, when they turn for home, if you're out to break horses' hearts in terms of, and it looked like Mirage is in a great spot, when you go by him that quick, that'll break a horse's heart.
Absolutely.
It's like I gave you all a 5-day head start. I gave you a 5-day head start around Ortiz, and now he's starting to feel it here at Saratoga.
Well, I mean, does anybody, I know he knows he can still win the meet, even though he gave him a head start. Is there anybody on this desk that doubts that Irad can't come back and win this meet? I don't doubt it.
I don't doubt it at all. He is so intense. He loves what he does, and it doesn't matter if it's a 20 claimer or a grade 1, you are going to get the best of Irad Ortiz. He rides hard.
The brothers combined 5 wins on the afternoon and teed them. Richie, you got 8 to 5 in the end, 1-9-3-2 results forthcoming here at Monmouth Park. We have Maidens on Turf, mile and a 16th. Live look, fillies and mares. And we'll meet the field. Take out numbers 1 and 2. We start with a 5-1 shot. That's how we love. A first-time starter by Triple Crown winner Justify. There she is.
Yeah, I mean, and that's how we love first-time starters. You say a lot of big black dots next to the workouts. Those are called bullets. That means that's the fastest workout of the day at that distance. Therefore, first-time starter at 5-1.
Miss Snaffles, second start, first on grass.
A lot of turf pedigree on the female side of this family, so I think the horse is getting to a preferred surface.
Another fresh face. There's Get the Bag.
Hit the Bag, another one that's starting for the first time. You look at those works, and they look just a little bit more ordinary than the 3-horse.
Lots and Paco, then Sweet Science.
Yeah, so, I mean, Street Science, we see that IRE after a horse's name, immediately know that that means turf is in play.
Asset Light, and then the favorite to the outside, Academia in the Peter Brandt two-tone green.
Yeah, 2 Chad Brown horses in this race, both the 8 and the 9. Favoritism going to the 9. You look at the workout patterns on these two, it looks like they might have been working out together based on going the same day at the same distance up here at Saratoga or at Belmont. Actually, there were 2 different tracks, so that's not happening. But, there you go.
Crossing over to the turf course, back to Samantha on site at Monmouth. Samantha.
On the firm turf course here, Lafitte, where we'll have 2 graded stakes action races here tomorrow for Haskell Day, but a very good-looking group of maiden special weight runners here on the grass in the 6th race, and the 2 Chad Brown runners really do I feel like hold the cards in this spot here. Now, I prefer the outside horse just a little bit more, and that is the 9 Academia. This horse finished second last out, and she's had some gaps in her works and in her races. So one that they've just kind of had to handle with care. And I have seen this horse in the flesh before in South Florida back in late January, and that was actually a pretty productive race of just straight 3-year-olds. Now, she will take on 3 and up here today. This time of year, it's starting to be a bit more of an even playing field. Still sometimes can be a bit of a disadvantage, but she has some tactical speed, which helps, as does her stablemate to her inside. That's the 8 Asset Light, which they did debut her on the dirt for the first time, which I like for trainer Chad Brown because the grass will always be there. So let's see what they have on the dirt first. If it doesn't work out, didn't work out with her the way that they wanted it to, now that she's going 2 turns on the grass, and the pedigree is kind of there for it. She has a half sibling who did win long on the grass, but she's just a very stout filly just in general. So doesn't really have that look of a turf horse, just very kind of heavy and a bit round, but she did have a very nice warm up. I do think that the number 6 Olats with a bit of an edge on this group, being a 4-year-old and has had a couple of races here at Monmouth Park, the last one being on the grass with jockey Paco Lopez, who's already won 2 races on the card. And next up, the Mr. Prospector Stakes with Bookham Dano. He has the mount. So a very big day for Paco Lopez and a very good-looking group of fillies here for the maiden special weight event.
They've reached post time in the starting gate, Samantha, on the eve of the Haskell. So much to be excited about. for New Jersey horse players, especially now with NYRA Bets live in New Jersey. For all our friends in the Garden State, sign up today. Get a new member sign-up bonus of a $200 deposit match with code NJ200. Who's ready to graduate? About to find out. In race number 6, Fillies and Mares, mile and a 16th. For Chad Brown to the outside, Academia, 2-1 at post time. Here's Matt Dinneman.
Get the bag goes in. Olotz has come up. 2 back, Sweet Science, Asset Light, and to the outside, Academia. Here's Academia. We're ready to go. Looks like they're straightening out. That's How We Love in the gate, and now Miss Snaffles moving around in there. Settling down. And we're off. Good start for all. From post 6, Olotz is prominent. Asset Light on the outside right there too. And Asset Light's going to the lead now. Olotz will take a hold in track on the inside. Asset Light is fresh, leads the way a length and a half. Olotz runs in second. That's How We Love in third on a strong hold early. Gap of 2.5 to Academia. Miss Snaffles to the inside. Sweet Science get the bag at the back of the pack as they go into the first turn. Asset Light is the pacemaker here. A length and a half from Olotz, who's a lot more settled down today than last time early in the first turn run. Runs in second. That's How We Love, the first time starter. About 3 lengths off the lead approaching the backstretch run. A gap of 4 to Academia. Miss Snaffles to the inside. Another length and a half to Sweet Science at the back of the pack with Get the Bag as they have 5 furlongs left to go. Asset Light, neck in front. Now Olotz takes a hold of the bit and is still asked to relax on the outside. Perch there second, about a length off Asset Light, who leads the way clearly with a half mile to go. That's How We Love in the third position. More settled down, 2 from the top. A big gap now of 6 to Academia. Sweet Science under some pressure with Miss Snaffles, and Get the Bag 3 wide with that pair as they're strung out now going into the far turn. Asset Light, 3 furlongs to go. Half length lead here. Olotz pressing on the outside second. Gap of 2. That's How We Love in the third position. Has some horses peeling 3 wide at the quarter pole. She's 3 ahead of Academia as they come off the turn. That's How We Love on the far outsides, motoring to the lead with a big burst of energy. That's How We Love, the first time starter by the Triple Crown winner. Justify is turning it on. This is a huge debut here. That's How We Love, 5-6 ahead and streaking clear under Ray Lou Gutierrez for a powerful finish. That was dominant. Academia second best. Olotz third. Asset Light was fourth.
Whoa. That's How We Love. That's how you accelerate. That's how you debut. What a performance by the Justify filly.
You know, Richie, on the grass, if you win by a couple of lengths, that's pretty impressive margin. The grass tends to bring horses together in competition. What you're looking at here is a runaway victory by a first-time starter, and That's How We Love, the 3-horse. Showed it in his workouts. This horse has a big future.
Big future. Put that kind of separation, and the mare's a producer. This horse a half to a graded stakes winner in Yara. But to give that kind of acceleration through the stretch, a first-time starter, they do a really good job. Phil Antonacci and what they do at Lindy Farm. I'd love to go see their operation and see how they do things.
They did everything right with That's How We Love. Remember her name, 39685 there. And it's about that time out west. First race of the 2026 season at Del Mar. For Southern California racing fans, Todd, this is the start of summer.
And Lafitte, as you know, we know the day is about to start when we hear the original recording of Where the Turf Meets the Surf, as performed by Bing Crosby, and the field coming out onto the track to start the summer season here, 2026 at Del Mar. One of the other traditions to the start of opening day, the first race is always a route race to get the full effect of the crowd here on hand. This is a 1-mile claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. Claiming price $16,000. Taking a look at the 3 Swaggish at 19-1.
Yeah, they'll break right in front of the grandstand. Thanks. Get a good view. Swaggish going through. Blinkers coming off. Here's Mighty Kai. The 4 sitting up there at 5-1. That's a horse who's going to be coming from way off the pace.
Cowboy Mike taking a drop in class. Would you consider this horse at 7-2?
This is what people do. You're going to get familiar with this at Del Mar. Massive class drops. People want to win here. The most expensive piece of real estate is the winner's circle here.
The 6, Keep Moving On, has not won since 2024.
Good setup race last time. Was protected. A waiver claim. They come back today. The 7, Hard to Figure, I think is a legitimate favorite here at 6-5. The 1 to catch, a repeat of the last effort.
Yeah, it was claimed last time out from Ron Ellis to now new trainer George Papapadromo. Here's the 8, Pioneer Prince.
Pioneer Prince for Doug O'Neill. Historically always has a good summer at Del Mar. 0 for 2 on the dirt, though.
And one of our longest shots in the field completes the post parade. That is the 9, Tariff.
Claimed for 32, got crushed for 40, now comes in for 16. Big class drop.
That is your live post parade for the first of 10 races on this opening day card at Del Mar. Let's get more insight with Michelle Yu.
Well, happy opening day to George Papapadromo. Now you have Hard to Figure in here. Picked him up off the claim. Did you see this horse and think opening day, first race, or what?
Exactly. That's what we saw, and that's what we went for.
People don't know, but the traditional opening day is always a 1 mile, $16,000 claimer. So how long in advance do you look for a horse to run in this race?
I mean, it just happened. He popped out that day when he won, and we saw it. And like we said, yeah, I mean, we were looking for a horse for opening day, and then there you go, we got him.
How's he been training for you?
He's training good, actually. He's a little on the nervous side, but so far so good. I mean, it's a little hot today as well, but hopefully it'll be okay.
Now, he went to the front last time, and I feel like he does his best running there. Are you committed to the lead today?
Yes, I mean, we don't want to change anything. Like, just let him do his thing. Juan knows him. Hopefully this couple of them might come on us, but hopefully let us go and go from there.
Can I ask you later on today, you have a debuting Calbred as well named On Broadway. What are your thoughts about that one?
Nice filly. She's been training well. They're always first-time starters. You never know what you're gonna get. But yeah, she's training good. I'm excited about her. Yeah.
All right. Best of luck today, Georgie. Happy opening day.
Thank you. Bye.
Simon, let's go back to that most recent race for Hard to Figure. June 6th, race number 9 at Santa Anita. Pretty simple task. Got to the lead and won. Should also note that Mighty Kai was ultimately second in there and is in today's race.
This is why this horse is the favorite today, because I think you're going to see a rinse and repeat of this backtrack. It's the same setup. I think Hard to Figure gets the lead. Mighty Kai, wherever Hard to Figure is, Mighty Kai is usually about 8 to 9 lengths back. I don't see any difference today. Maybe there's another couple of runners in here that will be sitting close. Hebius is probably a horse that will be tending the pace, but I see an absolute repeat of this backtrack.
I'm going to say something for our audience that I want them to take away. Just file this away.
Okay.
Over the years, 1 mile races, not mile and 16th, not mile and 8th, not mile and quarter. 1 mile races on the main track at Del Mar. And this is when they even had synthetic on here. And we obviously have dirt now. Speed is dangerous. A lot of these races are won on or near the lead. 1 mile on the main track. Look, it's not going to happen every race, but I'm just saying a majority of the time you want to concentrate when it's a mile on the main track on horses on or near the lead.
If you're looking at handicapping angles, that's number one you need to walk through the gates with here. Why? Because the mile configuration here at Del Mar, the run into the first turn is so short. Outside posts, you get parked wide. Conversely, later on, we're going to see a mile and a 16th on the grass in the Oceanside. Last 2 years, with the rails at 12 feet, we've only seen one runner win in gate-to-wire fashion. So a little difference on the grass. As the meet goes on, the turf gets a little quicker. It favors front runners.
And conditions here today, as you might imagine, are absolutely perfect. The temperature hanging around 77 degrees. The main track is fast, and the Jimmy Durante turf course is listed as firm. As we wait for the field to move to the starting gate for race number 1 at Del Mar, prices in at Monmouth Park, and it is a price. That's how we love returning $20 to win. $396. We'll get back to Oceanport, New Jersey. We'll also get out to Saratoga. But watching the field warm up here, and Michelle Yu once again.
Thanks, Todd. You heard George mention the fact that Hard to Figure does get a little warm. He does look a touch warm, but he doesn't look overly nervous out there. And even though there's a great breeze, it is a warm day, so he's got a little bit of lather, but I'm okay with it because George let us know that's just how he is. If you're looking for some options to the favorite, I think Mighty Kai is certainly interesting, especially if you're playing the exotics, because this horse is a really consistent performer. While he doesn't win as many races maybe you would hope, he's won his fair share, and he fits at this level. Now, he does need to come from further off of the pace, which could be his detriment with a shorter stretch here, but I think he's very intriguing for Steve Sherman. And if you're playing exactas or tries, I think he is very hard to leave off. The other horse to me I think is worthy of a play is Habeas. He's not getting any support right now. He's 12-1 from an 18-1 morning line, but he just looked fantastic in the paddock. Now, Brian Corner does turn out a good-looking horse, so I'm sure that was part of it, but he looked fantastic coming off a win for 20. So he is taking a technical class drop down in for 16 today, but the $20,000 claiming races at Los Alamitos are certainly not as salty, generally speaking, as the 16s are at Del Mar. So I would really view it as more of a lateral move than the class drop that it looks like. Armando Ayuso going to subscribe. He's ridden him in his last two, and you get third start off a layoff for the son of Taprip. A thing I like about him as well, besides of his looks, is the fact that he likes to run just off the pace. And while Hard to Figure looks like he's going to be a lone speed type of horse, I wouldn't be surprised to see Duran sitting a little bit closer. And you never know with Mighty Kai. He has some back for him that previously had been closer. And Cowboy Mike does his best running on the lead. Now, it's been a while since he's done that, but I do think that he could be one that would show some lick here, especially at opening day, this first race. A lot of these horses are going to be really excited. They've had a little bit of a freshener. They're in a new spot, and the crowd here is intense. So I could really see him from a mental standpoint wanting to be back forward. And if that's the case, that really just leaves Habeas sitting in a lovely catbird position to be able to stalk and pounce. This is why they run the mile race for the first race on opening day. It's because the starting gate gets set right up in here in front of the crowds. You can see everyone leaning over. They want to see an up close and personal view of these racehorses as we kick off this summer meet at Del Mar.
Thank you, Michelle. And it's time to make your plays for the first of 10 races on this opening day at Del Mar. You do that at Naira Bets right now. And Simon, our favorite, that is the 7 Hard to Figure at even money. Juan Hernandez, he has won the riding title here the previous 4 summers.
Yeah, it's going to be up against it. We've got some new faces as far as the jockey colony comes this year. We've got Joe Rosario returning, Joe Bravo coming back, Umberto Rispoli coming back off injury. This is a loaded jocks colony for summer 2026 here at Del Mar.
As the field starts to move into line, who is your selection?
I'm going to go with the favorite here, Hard to Figure. I just think from a tactical standpoint, he has an edge. To your handicapping angle, pace plays well, going a mile. He has all the attributes here to take him gate to wire.
Field moving into line for the first race of the 2026 summer meet here at the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club. Checking the odds, the 7 Hard to Figure will move into line at even money as our favorite, with Juan Hernandez aboard, making history here on Saratoga Live. The first time we have brought you racing action from historic Del Mar. Let's listen to the rest of the load, and then we'll hear the roar of that crowd as we get underway here at Del Mar in the summer of 2026. Let's go up to the voice of 2/3 of the Triple Crown, Larry Colmus.
Going in, Tariff coming up to the outside stall. They're all in line, and we're ready for the start. They're off at Del Mar to the roar of the crowd, and Hard to Figure and Habeas go out together for the early lead. Swaggish came out running in third position, moving into that first turn, and then it's Cowboy Mike and Pioneer Prince, who's just a little bit wide going into the turn. Duran is going to save all the ground, about 5 lengths off the lead. Break up another 3 lengths more to Mighty Kai. Keep moving on is second last, and the trailer is they head to the backstretch. And as they head to the backstretch, the favorites in front. Hard to Figure ran a 22.31 opening quarter mile and heads them up the backstretch by 2.5. Habeas tracks in second. Pioneer Prince is third, some 5 lengths off the lead. Then Swaggish fourth to the inside. Duran and Cowboy Mike are together 8 lengths off this front-running favorite. Then comes Mighty Kai, and a big gap back to the rest of the field. The trailers, as they enter the far turn, are Keep Moving On and Tariff. 45 flat was the half mile, and Hard to Figure's got 3 furlongs to go and a 4.5 length lead. Habeas is second, Pioneer Prince third to the inside. The others are well behind at this stage. Mighty Kai's now dropped back about 7 from the front, as Hard to Figure will turn for home on the lead. Habeas cutting into that gap, though. Pioneer Prince is third, and they're into the stretch. Hard to Figure and Juan Hernandez a furlong to run. Habeas on the outside is coming on. Mighty Kai closing in the center, too, and here comes Tiago Pereira and Mighty Kai. They go on by, and they're going to win the opener at Del Mar. Mighty Kai scores by 3. Habeas was second. Pioneer Prince got third, and Hard to Figure was fourth.
Mighty Kai turns the tables on Hard to Figure, our favorite. They met each other last time out, and Hard to Figure won going away that day by nearly 6, but the pace early on was wicked fast, set here by Hard to Figure.
Here's the difference between the last race, the backtrack we showed you, when Hard to Figure won, Mighty Kai was second. The difference today, they went a half mile in 45 and change. Last time, Hard to Figure went a half mile in 47 and change. That's a 2-second difference. That translates to about 10 lengths as far as the form reversal goes. So that's a massive, massive turnaround on form here. Hard to Figure just went too fast too soon.
Mighty Kai, our second choice at 7-2 to start the day here at Del Mar with some of the biggest races still ahead. Speaking of big races, the Mr. Prospector is coming up at Monmouth Park featuring Bookham Dano. How good is he? They're giving away t-shirts with his image on them. That's how good he is. 3 to 5 morning line favorite in the Mr. Prospector. That's ahead right after this.
So glad you could join us. Saratoga Live on FS2 is always brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan. First race, Del Mar in the books. 8th race from Saratoga in 5 minutes. Let's meet the field. Looking at Classic Creation, 12-1, 2 years, 11 starts since his last win.
Yeah, and a horse that has dropped in for the for sale price recently and ran middle of the pack. That's why the tepid odds.
Ice Chocolat out. Tom, you like Belluni?
I do. This is a horse that has flirted in this level, and when he does, he's very, very competitive.
Beef Winslow out. Lively post parade for Tom Amos. There's Hithgard.
Well, this is a horse that's coming out of better races and dropping in class, so he hasn't seen the likes of this kind of competition in quite some time.
Presider and Manny Franco.
He wants the free wheel. He's best when he can get loose on the lead.
Santorini, does he go after the lead?
I think so. I think Santorini is one of the speed horses in here with the scratch of the 4 Beef Winslow. Makes him the probable pace setter.
Exiting sprints, treaty obligation.
Well, I think you're adding more speed to the affair coming out of those sprints.
Lou, tall order on paper.
Tall order on paper's never been on the grass before and doesn't have the family to support it. The siblings were 0 for 7, the dam was 0 for 6, yet we're trying the grass today.
Ocean Atlantique, Arad Ortiz seeking a 4th.
Well, going to need all of Irad's skills to overcome that post, but he's a major player here because he runs consistently good enough races to be competitive here.
Gorgeous Friday afternoon here at Saratoga. Fans looking on from the 1863 club. And this 8th race in 4 minutes. These are $40,000 claimers, mile and a 16th on the outer Ormelin turf course. And circling back to Bellouni, who you're going with, Tom. He does have ability, has seen better days. This is a French gelding that was mixing it up at the graded stakes level for a while.
For sure. But this is good class relief for him. He's done it once before, actually against a horse in this race, Ocean Atlantique, the 10 horse. They were separated by a neck at the end, and we may get to watch that backtrack. If we do, I'll point out how Bellolini, this 3 horse, really had a difficult trip that time.
But we'll get to it in a moment with about 3 minutes to go. Number 7 is Santorini, Maggie, the current favorite at 9-5. What are you seeing?
And I think he inherited that favoritism because we had some key scratches in here of horses that were projected to be short prices. So I do think it is promising, however, that Santorini, off the year and a bit layoff, is taking as much money as he is. And he really caught my eye when he walked into the paddock. He's such a striking individual. He's kind of big, tall, and, you know, I don't love the fact that, you know, they give him all that time and he drops, but I think you're also being realistic at the end of the day. And he does look incredibly fit considering the time away from the races. You could not ask a horse to look any more ready than what he does. He's been sharp, which the guys were discussing, that he does have the propensity to want to be forward. And I think we will see that here, especially as he comes in fresh. Now, number 3 is I can never get it out right. Bellouni for Jorge Abreu. He can be his own worst enemy / his rider's worst enemy. He can just be very tough to ride. And last time he was checked going into the first turn. Then he was 3 to 4 wide. Then he went to the rail. So he had a better trip in the latter half of that race. But 2 back, I'm talking about, when he was in a similar spot here. And Ocean Atlantique was able to win, and then Peros was able to come back and win when wiring a field. He didn't have much of a chance there at Laurel when he was wide throughout, and that race dominated by inside runners. He looks fantastic. I love the way he's turned out here for Jorge Abreu, but he does wear that tongue tie, that drop nose band, that rubber ring bit, because he can be tough, but he also resents a rider taking a big hold of him, as we do see Jamie giving him a big warm-up. Long shot here, treaty obligation. Would like to see him try a true firm turf course, which is what he gets today because it was a bog last time he tried it. And 2, stretching out. I think he's a horse that should appreciate a little bit more ground to work with. And not that he's necessarily a win candidate, but he's a pace factor, which could cause problems for horses like your favorite Santorini in here, as he does have an aggressive rider aboard like Ruben Silveira. But guys, I did land on your co-favorite. That's number 10, Ocean Atlantique. And you know, Joe Sharp, as I walked by, you said, looks like a 4-year-old, doesn't he? And I had to look down again and realize that he is actually 9. He looks spectacular, and boy, is he consistent at this level.
Very spry Ocean Atlantique, the 9-year-old by Triple Crown winner American Pharoah. This is the race you guys were talking about. His last victory, 2 starts back late April. Downstate, Ocean Atlantique, Tom, tracks and attacks. Bellouni chasing after him.
Maggie mentioned that early in the race he had a check going into the first turn. He has a little check going at the 3/8 pole as well. I totally get it. He is not an easy horse to ride based on having a light mouth, and is going to get out finished here. But I think he has a chance to turn the table on the 10 horse who you're watching beat him right here in Ocean Atlantique.
Yeah, the one question I have about Ocean Atlantique is the post. But he has, three speed horses, the 6, 7, and 8, all look like they have enough speed to kind of spread the field out, and that might give Irad the ability to tuck in someplace.
I see him throwing his head there a little bit, Richie, and Maggie. Tom just mentioned, referee, like the light mouth. Can you expand on that a little bit, and just how kind of careful a rider has to be as far as like how much pressure and how much you demand of a horse who does have a light mouth?
Well, that's just it. How much pressure? The bit lays against the bars of the horse's mouth. They're sensitive. Some are less sensitive, some are more sensitive. And when we talk about riders with good hands, it's knowing exactly where that pressure or breaking point is. You've got to be able to give it back, not keep taking.
And they're going to overreact when you have to use your hands on them.
You know who never feels pressure? Dano. Bookham Dano will have a chance to see the champion sprinter. There he is, entering the paddock in front of his adoring fan base in the Mr. Prospector Bookham Dano Day in New Jersey, taking center stage on this eve of the Naira Betts Haskell. That's next, right here, right now, the 8th race from the Spa, live on FS2. Here's Frank Normati.
Santorini is restless, settles down, and they're off, and Santorini was restless for a reason. He wanted to go and quickly opens up a couple of lengths. Treaty Obligation. Here's Presider moving up in between horses to ensure a quick early tempo. Ocean Atlantique is racing in 4th. Classic Creation is on the hedge in the 5th spot, 7 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Lou, Balloony, and Heathguard. Around the clubhouse turn, and Santorini, the favorite, ran a quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds, leading 3 parts of a length over Treaty Obligation in 2nd. Another 2 back to Presider, who backs off the top pair 3rd. Ocean Atlantique, 5 off the pace in 4th. 2 more to Classic Creation, who is followed another 3 lengths back by Balloony in the purple colors. Lou is 2nd to last. Heathguard continues to trail 46 and 1. Santorini leads with Treaty Obligation just a length away in 2nd. Then Presider, good trip in 3rd. Another couple of lengths back to Ocean Atlantique in 4th. Balloony is starting to move up on the outside. There goes Balloony in the purple, 3 wide, meaning business coming right after them now. And Balloony passing horses one by one through 3 quarters in 1:10 and 1, and in the blink of an eye, Balloony with a wide sweep is coming after Santorini. Santorini in front, Balloony on the outside. Santorini not done yet, he's digging in. Balloony after that huge move, flattening out. Here's Presider in between horses. Presider now takes a crack at Santorini. Santorini, Presider, Presider on the outside. Santorini, how game was he? Fending off a huge late bid from Presider. Balloony 3rd.
Slugfest to the wire. Presider, Santorini hitting the wire together.
This was some effort by both horses, but I believe the inside runner, Santorini.
The fight, Richie.
You know, man, that is dead tight. I can't call that, Tom, can you?
I can. I might not be right, but I'm going to go inside Santorini, the 7 horse. Man, that pace was really quick early, you guys. This turf course has been very fast. We haven't gotten a lot of rain up here. I was surprised that speed could actually hold with just how quick they went up front. Even if you don't know pace, when they were going down the backside, you could see the distance between the horses in front and the horses at the end of the pack. When they're that spread out, you know they're going quick. A big effort by Santorini, and I'm feeling a little more confident that he won now.
Frank didn't need any replays, called Santorini 7-6-3-1. Santorini in the 8th at Saratoga. Meantime, at Monmouth, it's Bookham Dano time.
Bookham Dano in a thriller. Bookham Dano wears him down. Bookham Dano. It's Bookham Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away. Yes! Yes! Bookham Dano takes the lead. Scotland's coming with every stride. Bookham Dano, Scotland. Bookham Dano. What a summer! Yes! Bookham Dano is 2 lengths back as they come past the 16th ball. Bookham Dano's going to breeze on by and defend his title in the True North.
The best sprinter in the sport. Richie, one of the best stories in the sport. Bookham Dano, the all-time, the richest New Jersey bred of all time.
And there's been some really good New Jersey breds over the years, over $2 million in earnings, and he's a gelding. So that's great for us as racing fans because, you know, there's longevity there.
He's a blue-collar horse that is beating the blue bloods, and nothing's more fun than that, and that makes him a fan favorite.
And the owners who all live within a few miles of Monmouth Park as we check in with Samantha at Monmouth Park.
Everybody is clamored to the Monmouth Park paddock to get a glimpse of Bookham Dano, and I am here with Jay. And Jay, you are the ringleader of Atlantic 6 Racing.
I certainly am.
And this is just such an exciting day for you. You said you can throw a rock to your house from here at Monmouth Park.
I grew up in Oceanport, and Monmouth Park's been the fabric of the community for 50 years, you know, at least. And you know, it's an important thing from an economic engine type thing, and the jobs it generates, and just the open space that it creates. And you know, we're facing some tough times now, but I think the management group is doing their best to try to make sure we survive. And I think, you know, slot machines are the answer, but you know, we'll see where that goes. But this is trying to do our little bit to bring him back here. He's got a gigantic fan base. And we thought it would be. We've been working on this, obviously, since the Eclipse Awards. And to have it come to fruition and have a great crowd like this on a Friday, we probably doubled the crowd that usually comes here. And it's incredibly exciting. He's a dream come true. He's like the Christmas present that you don't want to give away kind of thing, because he's so special. And we're incredibly excited. And a local group, very, very happy to have him here.
Now, when you started Atlantic 6 Racing, did you think that you would be standing here today having Bookham Dano Day in the whole state of New Jersey?
Absolutely. The furthest thing from our minds. When we bought him, we thought, you know, maybe we're going to get lucky and have a Jersey bred that can make his race as a 2-year-old and maybe go through allowance conditions. That was our plan, kind of. We bought regional racehorses that could run in the state bred programs, and never in our wild. I mean, this is like, you know, you make a pact with God or somebody like that to get a horse like this, and we have them, and you know, it's been a hell of a ride. We're like so excited, and so many people that know us from around here are excited too, and that's probably why this crowd is so big today, just to see him come out.
Well, it is a true testament to Jersey pride running strong here at Monmouth Park. Best of luck with Bookham Dano and the Mr. Prospector.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Guys.
Bookham Dano, Richie, seemingly it means to New Jersey what 4-Star Dave meant to racing fans here in upstate New York.
And what they have in common, they were both geldings and they competed over many seasons, and it gives people a chance to latch onto them.
And they have. And it's a post parade. For the Mr. Prospector, we start with Silver Slugger drawn inside.
Yeah, the best thing about Silver Slugger is he's got some speed. Look for him to go early.
Quince Brew, number 2, arrives with momentum.
Yeah, trained by Ned Allard, who's inching in on 3,000 career wins. This horse has some races in his form that would make him competitive here.
All eyes on the champ, Bookham Dano.
Yeah, I can see the 1 and the 2 going in this race. Bookham Dano gets the great trip just to move over behind them. Look, he knows where the wire is, and he's got that dangerous characteristic, which is tactical speed. He can be anywhere he needs to be.
Boardwalk Jack, 3-time winner at Monmouth.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're looking at a horse there that, you know, he's going to need a little help.
As will Doroteo on paper.
Going to need a lot of help. It's a very tough spot for him.
Facing the champ, they're all in deep water going in. Seemingly full moon madness pictured at 18-1.
18-1, got a good off-the-pace form in a race that I think speed is going to back up. Has a chance to pick up the pieces at the end, but I don't think he gets to Bookham Dano.
A nice bounce to him there. The field, the runners, the sprinters in this Mr. Prospector, 1-9, the champion. Bookham Dano, right back to Samantha.
And the energy is absolutely electric here. The people are just lined up to get a glimpse of Bookham Dano, who is undefeated across this Jersey Shore strip. And I don't see anything different happening today. This is a horse that is just in such good form at the moment here. Of course, he exits off that beautiful performance in the Grade 3 True North up at Saratoga, and very well spotted here in the Mr. Prospector. I believe that he's going to get a perfect trip. He's very tough to bet against at 1-9, but a horse maybe underneath that you could look at a little bit is the number 7 Boardwalk Jack, who 2 starts back at the end of the Monmouth Park summer and fall meet, ran a very nice first place finish against Open Company, and this is a Jersey bred in this field as well. Now, he got his comeback race out of the way back on June 7th, and I thought it was just a respectable effort in a very big field. Now, can he beat Bookham Dano? That's a very, very tough ask, because this horse looks absolutely phenomenal here today, as he should, being the 2025 sprint champion. But I do think that this is a horse, Boardwalk Jack, the number 7, that could pick up some pieces at the end of the race and be just in the mix. So that's my exacta, just a one punch 3-7, as Bookham Dano is just a sight to see here on Bookham Dano Day on the Jersey Shore.
1-9. It's a horse race, no such thing as a sure thing. Biggest challenge facing Bookham Dano.
It's got to be the trip. You know, if he gets compromised in any way, shape, or form, it might level the playing field somewhat. But this horse knows where the wire is. He is so much fun to watch run.
Feels like something unforeseen would have to happen for him to be defeated here.
As he moves into line, the champion, Bookham Dano. Matt Dinnerman with the call, the Mr. Prospector from Monmouth, live on Fox Sports 2.
Boardwalk Jack, post position number 7. 2 back, Doroteo. To the outside, Full Moon Madness to round out the field. We're ready to go in the Mr. Prospector stage. They're off. Bookham Dano broke right on cue and is up top early on. Quince Brew into the second position. Bookham Dano with the lead. An early move on the outside from the New Jersey bred Boardwalk Jack, who's challenging his fellow New Jersey bred Bookham Dano. Paco Lopez happy to track right behind Boardwalk Jack. Quince Brew is now moving forward inside. Bookham Dano between horses now battling for the lead. Quince Brew short lead now on Bookham Dano. Boardwalk Jack in the 3 path back in third. Doroteo on the far outside. Full Moon Madness and Silver Slugger. They're side by side, only 2.5 lengths from first to last as they go into the far turn. They sort themselves out. Quince Brew, narrow lead. Bookham Dano, a neck behind rounding the turn. Doroteo has come under a ride at 50-1, but he's right there with the leaders as they hit the quarter pole. Bookham Dano, short lead now, pushing by Quince Brew. Doroteo has run a massive race. Boardwalk Jack trying to get underway. They're off the turn. Bookham Dano, the big favorite, still up top here, and he gets a roar from the crowd as he hits the furlong pole. Quince Brew is running a courageous race from the inside. Paco keeps pedaling. Bookham Dano just keeps chugging along, and he's going to put away Quince Brew. Bookham Dano, he's not just a racehorse, he's a war horse. Bookham Dano, one of the greatest New Jersey breds to grace New Jersey horse racing, gets it done again in front of the hometown faithful, defeating Quince Brew, Doroteo, and Boardwalk Jack.
Challenge mid-stretch, but as you'd expect, the champ responds. Bookham Dano takes down the Mr. Prospector.
He took a couple of punches early on in this race. You know, down the backside, Richie out the gate. He had speed inside and outside of him. And Paco Lopez had to make a decision. Do I stay in there and I commit to the lead, or do I back up and go to the rail behind these two? Paco said, I'm going to go. And it turned out to be the right move.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get too fancy or tricky on the best horse. I want to maintain my position as well. I think as Bookham Dano's gotten older, he's gotten a little bit smart, and he doesn't use himself more than he has to. He's doing what's necessary to win. I feel like that'll lead to him staying healthier longer.
Well, the last 50 or so yards, he wasn't asked. Paco was done riding and kind of just sitting on him, letting him cruise to the wire. Again, guys, and I know we all know this, this is a horse that understands what a race is, and he knows where the wire is.
You remember the True North when he beat the Breeders' Cup Sprint winner Ben Tornado and Frank Mirmati's Call with condescending ease. Bookham Dano. When called upon, he responds like he makes it look easy in the end, even in a race that looks like it's going to be competitive.
Seems to be able to find. You know, when he needs more, Paco asks him, he reaches down and finds more. And he always is ridden around the turn. I don't think he runs as strong on his left lead around the turn as he does once he gets into the straightaway.
I've been asked many times, do horses know when they win? I think a select few do. Bookham Dano, he knows when he wins. And he's got that look right now going back to the winner's circle. He's telling everybody, I'm strutting my stuff, boys.
Samantha Perry, live with winning trainer Derek Ryan.
I'm with winning trainer Derek Ryan. And Derek, that was an exciting race. Tell me your thoughts.
Yeah, it was a very good race. You know, locals, you see the crowd that are here for him. He drew a lot of people in, so a little bit of pressure to get the job done, but hey, he's a good horse.
What's next for him now?
I'm probably back to Saratoga because he loves Saratoga, and that's the plan.
Are you bringing the posse with you?
Ooh, they keep getting bigger. I don't know. I don't use enough room in Saratoga for them all. Mark, put some water on.
All right, it is a great day here on the Jersey Shore. Derek, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Trainer Derek Ryan winning the Mr. Prospector Stakes with the champ, Bookham Dano.
It's a crowded bandwagon, and for good reason. Bookham Dano and Derek Ryan indicating a couple of reasons. He ran him in the Mr. Prospector at Monmouth, one for the fans there, and also for that series of races, 3 hard races at Saratoga last summer, that he thought that might be too taxing to navigate that gauntlet once again.
Do you think that might have something to do with maybe a decision to run in the Breeders' Cup Sprint at the end of the year?
Which is the plan, as opposed to last year where it wasn't.
You know, this is a horse that is going to have to pay a little extra to get in a race like that, but that's where champions and championships are won.
Bookham Dano in the Mr. Prospector. We go back to Del Mar, Todd. I don't know. I could see Jack Lord back in the day fitting in very nicely with the Del Mar crowd.
A Hawaii 5-0 reference. Well done, Lafitte. Meanwhile, we're watching the field warm up for the first turf race of the meet. They're going to step on the Jimmy Durante turf course to go 1 mile and a 16th. The crowd's into it. We're into it. First time on Saratoga Live, we brought you racing action from historic Del Mar. And Simon, as we get ready to step onto the turf course here, as far as where the play is coming, it is to the 2 Red Cherry, who looks like the horse to catch in here pace-wise, an 8-5, but you're looking elsewhere.
I'm looking elsewhere. I'm looking for a horse coming off the layoff. That's the 1 Peppermint Dash for trainer Richard Baltus. 1 start, 1 win. The problem is you have to go back to April. It was a sprint. It's hard to go from a sprint to a 2-turn race and start 1-2, but that's where I'm going to go.
As we said, one of the great renewed traditions here every opening day is the hat contest, and people really get into it. For more on that, Michelle Yu.
Movie. Thanks so much, Todd. I know I'm supposed to be trackside over there watching the horses, but I got a glimpse of them as they walked to the paddock. But I saw some beauty over my shoulder, and I had to run over to the hat contest. As you can see, they are out in droves, and there actually is a theme this year. It's a little patriotic. It's year 250, so you'll see a lot of red, white, and blue. But whether you wear that, the color of your choosing, $5,000 plus is what's on tap as far as gifts and prizes are concerned here. And the ladies have been pouring in, and so have the men for the hat contest. I love taking a look at all of them right now. Hi, guys. All right, they look fantastic. Let's talk horses on the track. The 1 is my choice, Peppermint Dash, in here for Richie Baltus. Was a debut maiden winner over at Santa Anita, going a short distance. Going to be stretching out here to the 1 mile and a 16th. You know, this is a tricky spot for her because she does draw the inside, and you have this dog leg chute coming out, and she doesn't have a lot of speed, or didn't show a lot of speed on debut, so it'll be interesting to see where she ends up going. I expect Red Cherry is going to go straight to the front, so we'll see Rosario send her and then possibly clear over Peppermint Dash. I just don't want her to end up too jostled down there on the inside with nowhere to go with this different configuration as she faces winners for the first time. Victorious Dream, also interesting for Michael McCarthy, who's poised to have a very big weekend with the return of journalism tomorrow. And coming off a maiden win as well, it took her a while to get going, but we definitely know one thing about her, Todd. She likes the route of ground.
Thank you, Michelle. And the field has reached the starting gate here for race number 2. You've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours, and you should be playing it right now through your Naira Bets account. Simon, since this is our first turf race of the meet for our audience out there, may not be familiar with what it's like here during the summer, what do you expect from this turf course? Are there any biases that you always have to watch for?
I think, it favors horses, it's particularly at this mile and the 16th distance. This is the same distance as our feature race today, the Oceanside. Last couple of years, there have been 12 races run at this distance with the rails out at 12 feet. You see the inside rail, it's out at 12 feet when they hook up onto the main turf oval. It's only got 1 for 11 as far as winners going gate to wire, so favor a horse coming from off the pace.
One of the stories of the summer meet, that guy right there, the return of Joel Rosario aboard the 2 Red Cherry, who's our favorite here in race number 2. A mile and a 16th over the turf, the first grass race of the 2026 summer meet at Del Mar. Let's go to track announcer Larry Colmes.
They're off. Victoria's Dream came out of there well, so too Red Cherry, and from the inside, Peppermint Dash is sent along to show some early foot. And then it's Struck by Her away running in 4th, break of 2.5 back to Waiting for You and Soul Sister together at the back of the pack. Red Cherry and Joel Rosario taking the early lead and going to the rail, while Julian LePeroux brings Peppermint Dash up alongside going into the first turn. These two about 3/4 of a length apart, and just clear of Struck by Her, who's a 3-wide third. Victoria's Dream saves all the ground, takes over third to the backstretch, and then Soul Sister and Waiting for You. 23.1 was the opening quarter mile. It is Red Cherry onto the backstretch in front. Peppermint Dash a length and a half behind in second. Victoria's Dream is third. Struck by Her tracks them in 4th with 3.5 to make up. 2 lengths more to Soul Sister. Waiting for You trails as they continue their journey up the backstretch. The half, 47.48 seconds. Red Cherry continues to lead the way in the race to the far turn. Peppermint Dash a length and a half behind outside of Victoria's Dream, who saves all the ground. Then comes Struck by Her. Soul Sister and Waiting for You have been together at the back throughout as Red Cherry heads into the far turn in front. Peppermint Dash sent along on the outside, now 3/4 of a length behind. Victoria's Dream is third to the inside, and then comes Struck by Her, and they're into the stretch. Red Cherry, the leader. Victoria's Dream angles to the outside, moves up alongside, and grabs the front with 1 furlong to run. Victoria's Dream and Umberto Rispoli have taken the lead from Red Cherry and the others, and Victoria's Dream goes on to win. Victoria's Dream over Red Cherry. Third is a close photo between Soul Sister and Peppermint Dash.
Jockey Umberto Rispoli is back. Remember him, Simon?
Certainly do. I mean, he was the leading rider here last fall until he succumbed to major injury at the Pegasus World Cup, January 25th of 2026. He's been on the sidelines for 6 months, Todd. He had a couple of mounts at Los Alamitos preparing for a major comeback at this meet. Spent 6 to 8 weeks in Madrid, Spain with a physical therapist there. The same therapist that Ronaldo, the world-famous soccer player, uses. He was only scheduled for 6 weeks, added another 2. And he said that was the reason he came back so quickly from that injury. It's good to see him in the winner's circle.
The same Ronaldo who's not in the World Cup anymore?
Correct.
Messi's moving on, the greatest of all time. But Lafitte, the news gets better for Umberto Rispoli. He has the mount back on Journalism, who will be here tomorrow in the San Diego Handicap, which is a traditional prep race to the biggest race of the summer, the Pacific Classic. Let's get back to your coverage of stakes action at Saratoga.
Yeah, just a feel-good story regarding Rispoli and reunited with Preakness winner Journalism. Now here at Saratoga, Delaroche coming up, 81 Diana. Richie, what should our audience know about Delaroche?
She was incredible. She even took on boys at different times. Eddie Maple used to ride her masterfully. She loved to run the turn time. She would jump in about the half-mile pole and make that brush around the turn, but then continue on. She was something special. Woody Stevens trained her.
One of the greatest of all time, Woody Stevens, saddled 5 straight Belmont winners from 82 to 86. Delaroche honored in the form of the Friday feature, this stakes race, $150,000 purse, fillies and mares, a mile on the inner turf course. To qualify, fillies or mares who have not won a graded stakes race this year or last. More on that in a moment. We go to Maggie in the paddock for this Delaroche Paddock Report.
It's a very interesting and competitive De La Rose Lafitte, as we will check in with a filly who does project to be on the front end. At least that was according to her trainer, Hall of Famer Mark Casse. When I spoke to him earlier with John Velasquez taking over, drawing just one off the rail, they're going to go forward with Anne one more time. She's number 3 and in here, and she's just built that way too. You know, obviously in the last race in the Grade 1 Just a Game, they had Classic Q in there, and as Mark said, Classic Q is a little bit more of a runoff. You cannot tell her what to do, whereas N one more time's a little bit kinder and rateable. But he does feel as though her best chance today comes with being aggressive. And boy, is she built like your quintessential miler. She's, you know, compact, she's broad, but she has that stamina. She has that depth to her through her girth and all over her, but very handy as well to really negotiate these tight 1 mile turns here on this inner turf course. Number 2, however, Hang the Moon, is the complete opposite when it comes to physicals. She's big, she's got a lot of scope to her. She is quite striking too, as she walked into the paddock, and watching her last race in the Grade 1 Gamely at Santa Anita going 1 1/8 miles. She'll turn back today. She was just a step slow into stride. She was kind of taken out the back. She made a mild move through the lane, but then she kind of flattened out. So I guess that's why they think turning back will be her best option. I'll be honest, she's not necessarily built that way, but maybe they're looking for a pace to develop that allows her to have a more explosive and lethal late kick through the lane. Lafitte?
Tough. Restricted listed stakes race, Hang the Moon, one of 4 exiting a Grade 1 event, including Deep Satin, pictured there, trained by Cherie DeVoe. Deep Satin, this race split last year. The De La Rose, she won a division. We'll revisit. What's surprising is that she's eligible to run again this year.
Yeah, so the race is restricted to horses that haven't won a graded stake in 25, 26, and that is a higher level stake race than this. It's a way to get class relief. By example, Deep Satin hasn't come back to win since she won the De La Rose last year, because she's been trotting grade stakes company. So this is actually a class relief for her, and a big time finish here to get up just in time.
I love the way she stuck her head out and reached for the wire. That's when a horse wants it. She didn't want to lose. I thought she had a compromised trip last time in the Just a Game and was beaten less than 3 lengths. This is who I like.
You just typically don't see that. It's not a graded stakes race, but the competition, the quality of the runners, like 4 other runners having raced at the very highest level, exiting Grade 1 races.
I think it gives you a very good indication of how strong the turf division, older mares, is up here at Saratoga every single year. And we're going to see it in the Diana.
For sure, and you know, these fillies are taking a little bit of a step back from that Grade 1 competition, the horses that are going on to compete in the Diana. Doesn't mean you might not see them jump back into the deep end of the pool later on this meet or into this fall.
Trained by Cherie DeVoe, Deep Satin, there she is with Jose Ortiz, Kentucky Derby winning tandem, Belmont Stakes winning tandem. Riders up. You'll hear from Cherie in a moment, but she's not with Maggie just yet, so you can share your selection with the viewers here. Tom, who wins the De La Rose?
Well, I think Richie and I are on the same horse. I like Deep Satin as well, the 9 horse. Last year's winner of this race, you mentioned Lafitte, that it was a split race, meaning they had so many entries they made 2 races out of it. But, you know, she's got tactical speed. I think she's good here.
Let's see what her trainer thinks. Cherie DeVoe standing by live with Maggie.
Here was Cherie DeVoe sending out Deep Satin, looking to defend her title. Cherie, I know, a little bit frustrating because you've looked for her to get that graded stakes win. Hasn't happened. What are we hoping for her back in this spot?
Well, she seems to really have an affinity for the turf course here. She's always run well. She ran well in her last start in the Just a Game. So, you know, just trying to build off of that and really focus, trying to get this win and kind of follow the same pattern as what we were doing before last year.
You, of course, were down in Manhattan for Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People in Sports. Congratulations there. But we also saw your stable star, Golden Tempo, Kentucky Derby and Belmont winner, have his first work back at Keeneland. What did you glean from this 48 and change?
So we were just wanting him to do something easy. He's always works in company, so we just let him go out there by himself, stretch his legs, and he went really well, came back well, and he's scheduled to leave tomorrow to come to Saratoga on Sunday morning.
For a possible start in the Travers.
Yes, if everything goes well, fingers crossed.
Well, Cherie, wishing you the best of luck with him and his preparations, but of course, here was Deep Satin.
Thank you so much.
All right, Cherie, as she was saying, she had a great time last night in Manhattan, guys, for that party and met some of the other most influential people in sports.
She's had a great time since that first Saturday in May. Cherie DeVoe, what a ride it's been. What a story. Golden Tempo Travers bound. Let's meet the field for the ninth. This De La Rose. And we start with number 2, Hang the Moon at 6-1, followed by, and one more time, in Johnny V.
Yeah, so this one more time right now. A horse that's going to show speed in here. That's going to be important for the horses that want to close in this race, which there are many.
Sand Trap, can Flavia and Pratt coax her to settle? There's Table Flirt.
Table Flirt, a horse that wants that pace up front to save her energy for the end of the race.
Proctor Street, Honest Mare, good at Saratoga.
Honest Mare, very good at Saratoga, and when we go back to watch maybe a paint from her from the Cardinal at Churchill Downs, you'll see why she's so good.
Awesome check. Home field advantage for her. 4 for 5 at the Spa.
Yeah, talk about good in Saratoga. Very cleverly named by owner Barry Schwartz out of Marvelous Martina. Awesome check. Martina
Pretty good.
Navratilova.
Deep Satin looking to go back-to-back in the De La Rose.
That's right. Last year's champion. She's going to do the same kind of thing. Position well against the speed, try to angle out and pick them up at the end.
Bing Betty, number 10. She's a sharp mare, having won 3 of 4.
Yeah, she's going to have to raise her game a little bit to compete with some of these here, but she certainly has a big say in how this race is going to run because she adds speed to the affair from the outside with Luis Saez.
The fillies and mares in a salty Friday feature. This De La Rose in 3 minutes next at Saratoga. Another look at the Cherie DeVoe training in Deep Satin with Jose Ortiz. What does a good trip look like for her early on, Richie?
Well, last time I thought she had a very difficult trip. I think she got shuffled back some into the first turn. And then she started to kind of creep into the race going to the 3/8 pole, and she kind of bobbled. She took a funny step. It looked like the ground broke away from her. And Jose had to steady her and kind of get her balanced again. And then she was the one finishing. 3 of the horses coming out of the Just a Game finished within a length of each other, and I thought she had the most difficult trip.
That's Deep Satin, 7-2. Emerging as the favorite, Sand Trap, there she is, the Irish filly. 3rd start in the States. This was her U.S. debut. And just outclassing her competition, Richie, even though we saw a bad habit early on, and we saw that same bad habit in her 2nd start here, she is ranked, she is aggressive, she really pulls at her rider.
She was so ranked last time. She was able to get away with it with allowance company, not able to get away with it in grade 1 kind of company. And she really got set off when the runner-up in the Just a Game, Mandanama, if I'm saying that properly, rushed up inside of her, and she locked on the bit and ran away a little bit with Manny Franco.
You know, and in that race, that paint that we watched, she was not perfect out of the gate. She gave him a little bit of an advantage out of the gate. That was a big performance.
Maggie, what is she showing you today, Sand Trap?
Unfortunately, Lafitte, I'm always at a disadvantage when I haven't seen these horses before. But as we saw in the running of that race last time in the Just a Game, she got a little headstrong in the first part of that. And Chad Brown had said that it was because she was in between horses, she got bounced around a little bit, and it really kind of set her off and lit her up to just want to fight Manny Franco. Flavia and Pratt, however, will take over today. They did everything they possibly could so far in the prelims to keep this filly quiet. First, it was saddling her with the pony. At the end of the saddling stalls, outside of the stall, she responded beautifully. Next, it's come with staying with the pony here in the warm-ups. She is calm, cool, and collected, a very elegant filly. I don't know how good she is. I feel like this is a fairly evenly matched group, so to take a short price on her, I'd be reticent, but I do think that she's showing me all the signs that she'll put in a good effort. Next, we'll check in with one of the New York breds in here. That's number 8, Awesome Check. She was favored going back to that grade 3 Gallarette on Preakness Day at Laurel, but she just got a trip that did not really do well there at Laurel that weekend, and that was a 3-wide trip the entire way around there. Never had any position from that far outside post. Now, hopefully, Ricardo Santana can work out a better trip here as she's now 2nd off. A bit of a layoff again here. I wish she looked just a little bit more tucked up, but incredibly healthy. She's completely dappled head to toe. She's nice and relaxed, which is pretty typical for her now that she's a little bit of an an older horse. She's a mare now, and you can't deny Lafitte the meet that Horacio de Paz has started with here up at the spa.
Has it working? Maggie does. Horacio de Paz. So does Ricardo Santana, looking for a third stakes win at the meet to go with the Sanford and Victory Ride. But then there's In One More Time. Tom, a game plan today. Come and catch me if you can.
Yeah, you know, in the paddock report, we got Mark Casse saying, I'm going to the front. And there's not a lot of speed in this race. And when you got some deep closers that, you know, have a real chance in here, they're going to have to pay attention to that. Richie, they're going to probably have to get a better position than they usually would. That's why a horse like Deep Satin that can keep that horse in its view, because Deep Satin does have some speed. What you have to watch out for is In One More Time, the 3, getting away an easy lead and having a lot of gas left in the tank because it's not being used early.
And not many riders better at doling out a horse's speed on the front end than Hall of Famer John Velasquez, who I continually marvel at. His legs are still as rock solid as they were 20 years ago. You never see him fiddling around with his stirrups and trying to get comfortable. And he actually rides more even. Usually riders ride AC-doocy, longer on the inside. He's raised his left stirrup as he's gotten older.
Not supposed to work that way.
No,
not supposed to work
like that
way.
for me.
Uh-uh.
Oh, that was looking like Ned the Coachman late.
Johnny V here on And One More Time. And another, so you're looking for her to flash speed. Watch Flavien Prat and Sand Trap, and how much Sand Trap is fighting Flavien Prat, if her head's up in the air or if he can coax her to settle. It's key. Frank Mirmati with the call. The De La Rose live on Fox Sports 2.
2 more. Table Flirt and Being Betty will be the last one to load. Walking up. And that's number 9, Deep Satin, opening the front of the gate, but is immediately apprehended, and she is going right back to reload after a quick check. Let's go to Lafitte for a moment.
Incredible work by the assistant starter, Deep Satin, now taken back behind the gate, and she steps forward once again. We'll try it again. Back to Frank.
And they're off in the De La Rose. And one more time, rockets out of the gate. Here's Being Betty rushing up on the outside, and Deep Satin is up close too. Sand Trap is just behind them under a tight hold, currently in 5th as they move into the first turn. She's right behind Hang the Moon, who's down on the inside. It's an extremely compact group. Table Flirt is forced to steady ever so slightly. At the back of the field are Awesome Check and Stretch Running Proctor Street. 8 lengths covers the field. And one more time, ran a quarter in 24 and 1/5 seconds, leads it by a neck. Deep Satin pressing the issue in second. It's another 2 lengths back, Hang the Moon, Being Betty, and in between those two comes Sand Trap in 5th, racing 3.5 or so off the lead. Then it's Table Flirt. Awesome Check is next, and 3 to Proctor Street. The half in 48 flat. And one more time takes him into the far turn, with Deep Satin still racing in second. At the rail, it's Hang the Moon, Being Betty, Flavien Prat and Sand Trap. In between those two the whole way. Gets a little nudge now to get going. Awesome Check is starting to pick it up, and Proctor Street will unwind while caught very wide there at the top of the stretch. And one more time, Deep Satin in second with 1/8 to go. On the inside, Hang the Moon running a good race. Sand Trap is next, and Proctor Street out in the center of the course, and one more time keeps on fighting. Has a 3/4 length lead over Hang the Moon outside Sand Trap, and one more time leads them all the way in the De La Rose. Photo for second between Sand Trap and Hang the Moon. Outside of them was Awesome Check in 4th.
Winning trainer Mark Casse, winning jockey John Velasquez. Lots going on in the stretch, but And One More Time was clear. Catch Me If You Can was the game plan, and they couldn't.
No, they couldn't, and they couldn't because of the opening half mile, Richie, which was pretty pedestrian for how fast this turf course is. And this horse, one more time, really kicked home quickly. That puts everybody else at a disadvantage. Too much gas in the tank when you push the accelerator, and it's very hard to come from behind and catch that.
Well, they came home in under 12 seconds. So someone coming from behind is going to have to go 11 to catch her. And Johnny Velasquez, this was a front-running ride clinic. He sped up in the middle of the race after he established his advantage, and it kind of sucked everybody in the race, and he made them play his game.
Let's also point out that Deep Satin, the 9-horse that broke through the gate and had to be reloaded, whatever it does to those horses mentally, it is so difficult. I've seen rarely, I can count it on one hand, how many horses have broken through the gate, gone back in the gate, and still won.
Maggie had the winner and now has the winning trainer.
And plan executed, Mark, as John Velasquez did exactly what you said he would.
Yeah, he was going to take no prisoners. And she broke running. I knew with the half and 48 they were going to have a tough time running her down.
Mark, it's got to be a little difficult when you have, horses eligible for the same conditions at these top levels. Obviously, Classic Q too. Where does she kind of rank? Where does she fit? Where would we see her next?
That's a good question. I don't know. This race has been good to us. Got Stormy won this race and went on and won the 4-star Dave. I don't know, really. I haven't thought about it. I don't see those two getting together anytime soon.
Excellent. Okay, we do have a steward's inquiry into the stretch. Oh, it is.
Is it on us?
Yeah, it's on you and the 4 in here. So,
It's on us?
Apparently, yes. Did you see anything?
I didn't.
All right. Well,
I actually thought we were clear, so.
I guess we'll take a look, Lafitte, and I'll let Mark take a look at the screen, and hopefully we can get that quintessential drone footage that just makes it so clear if there was a foul committed. Lafitte?
Mark thought she was clear. I thought she was clear. Saw some brushing with Deep Satin and Sand Trap in the stretch. Richie, what did you notice?
She was clear. I mean, she did drift a little bit, but she had a length and a half on the filly that was outside of her. And that horse actually might have overreacted and bumped into another horse. But you see, she drifts a little bit. But if you watch watching the drone shot, she's well clear of this horse.
I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Straight as
I
a
mean, remember
string
now,
so far,
guys,
man.
this is an inquiry, meaning the stewards that are watching the tape of this race are the ones that saying, we think there might be a foul here. I mean, we're watching this drone, and it just makes no sense to me.
That's if this is what they're focusing on, and apparently they are because that's what they're showing, that's a phantom foul. Nothing happened.
John Velasquez, all-time leading everything at Saratoga, aboard and one more time. Big smile on his face, doesn't seem too concerned. Richie, our first look at the head-on.
Like I said, I mean, she did drift slightly, but she was well clear of anybody. Rules clearly state you're allowed any portion of the racetrack.
There's the contact. Clear. It's Sand Trap and the 9.
Yeah,
and Deep Satin.
Deep Satin is the one that ran into the 9, and that had nothing to do with the winner.
Could the wrong numbers be
I mean, look,
flashing?
everyone is baffled.
I'm so
Mark Cassie's
confused.
baffled. Johnny Velasquez on a different camera, we saw him put his hands up like, what the heck? And certainly nobody in the desk gets it.
Mark Cassie, by the way, Saratoga's leading trainer. As long as this result holds, another look, you're seeing exactly what the stewards are looking
and this
at.
is the view.
Yeah.
You know? This is the view that tells you to take down that inquiry sign immediately.
I would be shocked if there was any sort of a change in the running order regarding the winner. She didn't do anything.
Are they going to pop him for speeding?
If anything, Sand Trap potentially could have an issue, the third place finisher, because she's the one who ran into
that's what I saw.
Deep Satin.
You know, I'm beginning to wonder if they have the right numbers flashing. Because, I mean, at this point, it's been up for more than a minute. And
well, they do have to talk to the riders, Tom.
Yeah,
That's
but
protocol.
still.
But I was here one year when they actually took the wrong horse down because
I'm not
that's
saying
not
that.
good.
No, but Jerry Bailey went into the hedge, got out of the hedge, and said, "You guys are blinking the wrong number. It was this other horse that put me in the hedge," and they still took the wrong number down that year.
Another look. The head-on. In the Live Oak Plantation colors, Charlotte Weber's And One More Time. Again, you see the side swipe between numbers 4 and 9, Sand Trap and Deep Satin.
If they want to do anything, and it would be nitpicking, because I don't think there was anything that would warrant a change in the order of finish on any horse in here, it's more on the 4-horse Sand Trap who did bump lightly bumped Deep Satin when it appeared Deep Satin was finished.
Everybody kind of has that puzzled look.
I don't think Mark could look any more puzzled, could he?
Numbers still flashing, involving the first and third place finishers. And one more time.
Looks like me trying to do the Sunday Times crossword puzzle.
It's like me trying to tie my shoes, man. Confused as to what is taking this long, but we wait for a decision involving and one more time, and the performance itself, wire to wire in this De La Rose, and what Mark Casse was referencing there, as far as success in this race in the past. It got Stormy, who won this race on a Monday, and 5 days later came back to make history, becoming the first female, the first mare to win the Grade 1 4-star Dave. We go back to Maggie.
And Richie's right. They have to. It's taking a while because they have to talk to all the jockeys, which there were 3 involved. So they've talked to Johnny, they've talked to Flavian, and now they're talking to Jose Ortiz. I spoke to Johnny. I didn't want to talk to Jose because we can't talk before they talk to the stewards. So kind of unwritten rule. But I talked to Johnny and he said, I don't know what they're looking at. This all happened behind me. So, I mean, as Mark just said to me, it looked as though Jose Ortiz's horse Deep Satin shied a little and he had to check back out of there. So it seems crazy, and I think it's only taking this long, guys, is because they want to talk to all the riders, rightfully so.
Nothing wrong with being thorough, as long as they come to the right conclusion in the end.
You're right. You're right. But, I mean, look, you can clearly see, and they have all those cameras live. The stewards are watching this, and they can run the replay back immediately before they put the inquiry sign up. You can clearly see the 3 has nothing to do with this.
See, now Johnny already remounted. Usually you wait until it goes official because you don't want to tempt fate, even though nothing happened.
I think he's making a statement.
I think you're right.
To the people upstairs.
I made that statement here one year, and then they took the horse down after I took the picture, and then a phone and a window took the worst of it.
John Velasquez.
It was the last race of the day?
No.
I was just wondering, because they probably hit the road in a hurry.
It was my last race of the day because I took off the rest of my mounts. I was so mad.
Almost a decade ago, this team, Charlotte Weber's Live Oak Plantation, Johnny Velasquez, Mark Casse, teamed for a Breeders' Cup Mile win out west at Del Mar, world approval, and seemingly another stakes win to celebrate together, but not time to celebrate just yet as we await a decision from the stewards. 3, 2, 4, 8. And one more time in this De La Rose, off and running Monmouth Park, the 8th race. On the eve of the Naira Betts Haskell tomorrow, just announced here, no change. No change. Announced. Johnny Velasquez, now they can take a deep breath and celebrate. And one more time in that wire-to-wire score in the De La Rose. Much more from Saratoga, much more from Del Mar with Todd and Simon.
Thank you, Lafitte. They completed the post parade a little while ago here for race number 3. 2-year-olds coming up, going 5.5 furlongs. Maiden optional claiming $150,000 in here. What you don't see is a Bob Baffert horse in here. And oddly, I can't remember the last opening day that Bob Baffert didn't have a horse entered at Del Mar, but that is the case today.
Yeah, with a stable shift, a lot of them gone back to Kentucky. I do know he was at the England World Cup game the other day. He was in the stands, so he went down to see that in Dallas or Atlanta.
I haven't caught up on that score. How'd you guys do?
Yeah.
There's a look at the one at Charlie's Clock, our current favorite here in race 3. Michelle, what do you see?
Well, Todd, from my wonderful view at the veranda, I see a lot, including Gary Fenton, who's joining me right now. Gary, I know you're so excited to have me up here in your spot.
Well, first of all, you and Todd and Simon and everybody at Fox, welcome to Del Mar. We're so excited that you're taking over the mantle here on opening day, and we're happy for you. Big thanks to David in New York and Tony Olivato and the whole team.
And you're not only an owner here, part of Little Red Feather Racing, but also on the TOC, the Thoroughbred Owners of California, right?
Yes, I am. So again, like it's an unbelievable day. Opening day at San Diego at Del Mar is summer Christmas here in San Diego. It's a holiday. You can see it's very lively, not just here, but everywhere. You're on the beach. It's perfect weather, and it's another gorgeous day.
Now, this is my favorite spot to actually hang out when I'm not working. This is the veranda, and this is kind of like your area. How do you get up to the veranda?
Well, it's pretty easy. Just walk up some steps. You come outside, and you want to have some fun. A lot of our Little Red partners like to sit up here or anywhere at the racetrack. Everywhere's fun.
All right, well, I like the veranda. And, Gary, we got a race coming up right here. I know you have a horse that you like. You told me In Pete We Trust.
In Pete We Trust. I know it's a little chalky for all the viewers.
Jeez.
But Pete Miller loads up for Del Mar. This is he lives in San Diego. He's usually one of the top trainers here. With 2-year-olds, he's usually does very, very well, so I'm going to stay with a little chalk here.
All right, so was third on debut, going to come in here even money, looked really good in the warm-up here. We're a minute to go. We'll see if Gary can't come away with at least one winner for opening day.
Thank you, Michelle.
I just want to echo those sentiments from Michelle. We would not be here without Gary Fenton bringing you this coverage. And as someone who lives in California, has been here for the last 27 years and watched him up close, what he means to California racing, he is indispensable. But overall, he is a credit to the thoroughbred racing industry. Gary Fenton, thank you. All right, they're approaching the starting gate here for race 3. What about the horse he was talking about, the one Charlie's Clock? Do you think good favorite or bad favorite, Simon?
I think good favorite. He's a horse who's got some speed. He's drawn the inside rail, which I don't believe is going to be an issue today with the race under his belt. They've never run these types of races down here at Del Mar before. This is a maiden auction race, so it's limited for horses that were sold for $150,000 or less. That kind of leaves out the Bob Bafferts, leaves out the Mandelas. Horses that were purchased, like the one for $135,000, they get a chance not to go up against some $1 million yearling.
And Charlie's Clock is part of the very popular Ship and Win program. You come from out of state, you're racing for extra money, and that has attracted Charlie's Clock, our favorite here in race 3. With a couple more to load, let's go up to the voice of Del Mar during the summer and the fall, talking about Larry Colmus.
And they're all in line. They're off. Good start for Charlie's Clock from the inside. Jack 'em Up is right alongside, and Billy Goat is out third behind them. These three from Bossman Bolt away running in fourth. It is a 4-length gap back to Los Angeles and Free Solo. Up the backstretch, Charlie's Clock in front. Jack 'em Up, a neck back on the outside second. Billy Goat just outside the top two. These three moving right along for the far turn. They've got 3 on Bossman Bolt, who's 3 clear of Los Angeles. And last of them all is Free Solo, 22:04. That opening quarter mile. Charlie's Clock on top. Billy Goat ranging up alongside in second. Now they're stride for stride on the lead. Jack 'em Up has come under a ride to stick with them. And Bossman Bolt is fourth as they make their way to the top of the stretch. Billy Goat on the outside. Charlie's Clock along the rail. Locked in battle with 1 furlong to run. 3 clear of Bossman Bolt. It is Billy Goat. Charlie's Clock won't go away. Bossman Bolt, and on the far outside, Los Angeles, closing with each and every stride down the center of the track. Here comes the finish. Here comes Los Angeles. Getting up in the last strides over Bossman Bolt, Charlie's Clock, and Billy Goat.
Small field, a big price here in the third at Del Mar, Los Angeles. The first-time starter by Jimmy Creed picks him up and lays him down like a house of cards here at 8-1. And how about this combination back together again? Trainer Mike McCarthy with Umberto Rispoli aboard.
Back-to-back wins. They just took race 2. They take race 3 here from way off the pace. Los Angeles from downtown here and over the top into the winner's circle. A perfectly timed ride there in race number 3 here at Del Mar.
How about it looked like the favorite Charlie's Clock was going to win. Charlie's Clock might have lost the photo for third. Look who's flying there. The 3 Bossman Bolt for second, in a photo for second with the favorite, but no doubt about your winner, Los Angeles. Then out at Saratoga, we look one more time down the stretch at End one more time. They finally went official there. We'll be back with prices from the De La Rose on Saratoga Live right after this.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, And our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
On this late Friday afternoon, welcome back. Saratoga Live on FS2, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. What a performance. And one more time with Johnny V, wire to wire in the De La Rose.
It's a masterful front-running ride. She's an honest mare. She's 5 for 10 now, just shows up. Love them kind, Tom. They bring the lunch pail and go to work.
You know, when you're evaluating a race and you're handicapping a race, you're always trying to look for how the race is going to set up in your head. And in this race, it was obvious that the 3 was going to make the lead and make it clear. After the first half a mile and the time we saw, you knew it was going to be very difficult for anyone to come behind.
Entering the winner's circle moments ago, Fasick tipped in winner's circle lead-in, brought to you by the 105th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? Where will, and one more time, be next? That front-running score, Hang the Moon, Sand Trap. What else to take away as far as the horses, the fillies and rest chasing, and one more time in this De La Rose?
Well, I think it's something we've talked on quite a bit, and that's pace. So if you're a fast-closing horse against a pace that doesn't set up for you well, I think you still leave the race and say, hey, I've got a very good horse, and I'm going to look forward to some of the better grass races that we run here in the United States.
And you mentioned Deep Satin breaking through the front of the gate right before the start and how that
That's a legitimate excuse, Richie.
Well, it's like the air coming out of the balloon. You're in the gate. You can feel the horse kind of bunched up, ready to compete. They break through the doors, and then it's like all the air came out of the balloon. And to me, it just sets them back. It's like their energy level drops when that happens.
A horse has to be good physically, but they have to be good mentally. Yeah. And when they break through the gate, they lose that ability to be mentally right for a race.
Still ran well, competitive, but no match, nor was anybody for. And one more time, Johnny V, Mark Casse teaming up in the Friday feature here at Saratoga. One left, 15 minutes out, the 10th and final. You're looking at Donna Romano. 3-2, riders up. Paddock Report, post-parade in the nightcap, next on Saratoga Live.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
The crown jewel of American yearling sales, where world-class bloodlines meet glamour, grace, and grandeur. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners has produced recent stars Clico, Commandment, Hope Road, Journalism, Shred the Gnar, and Sierra Leone. For 105 years, success starts at Saratoga. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Summertime is peak betting season in the world of thoroughbred racing. You got two treasures in the world of thoroughbred racing, Saratoga and Del Mar. Welcome back to our on-site coverage at Del Mar. You could be playing all this great summer action through Naira Bet. So sure you're going to love it. We got a special $200 deposit match bonus going on right now. Check it out at NairaBets.com. I'm Todd Trupp. Very pleased to be with Simon Bray on site here at Del Mar. And Simon, the story early on is the return of Umberto Rispoli. Look at him. The timing here in race number 3 to get the win with the first-time starter, Los Angeles.
Fantastic win here. Back-to-back wins on the card. He's won 2 of the first 3 races. And just to recap, this is a guy that is coming off a major ankle injury, a compound fracture back at the end of January. Spent nearly 2 months in Spain rehabbing and has made it back to the winner's circle here where he was leading rider last fall. Congratulations to him. And I know it's early on, but we've seen a couple of dirt races and his favorite horses coming from off the pace so far.
Another point about Umberto Rispoli, he was the main rider for Journalism. He was unceremoniously taken off. It was a very public thing before the Breeders' Cup. He will be back aboard Journalism tomorrow in the feature here at Del Mar, the San Diego Handicap. We're counting down on this opening day. The feature will be race number 8, the Oceanside. But coming up next, race number 4 will take us back to the Jimmy Durante Turf Course to go 5 furlongs. $40,000 claiming company for 3-year-olds and upward. The claiming price $40,000 down to $35,000. Simon, consistently inside posts have done well on turf sprints at Del Mar.
No question, because it's a 5 furlong distance. On the circuit here in Southern California, there's no other 5 furlong turf races, so speed is of the essence. Think of Usain Bolt. That's why I give a big shout to Alphabetical Order, the 3 at 7-1. He's a horse coming from Los Al. He's been racing with quarter horses on the dirt. He's never tried the turf, but I don't think that matters, Todd. I just think he's the quickest horse in here.
The field assembled in the paddock for race number 4 here at Del Mar. We're still about 17 minutes away. We'll be back for the post-parade and complete coverage. Much more to come from California. But the final race is coming up in Saratoga Springs, New York. 6.5 furlong, never won 2 lifetime claiming company there on the dirt. We'll head back to our crew on site at Saratoga right after this.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Gorgeous Friday evening in upstate New York. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. It is one of the most commonly asked questions at any racetrack, any race. What do you think about the favorite? How do you feel about the favorite, Tom? For you in this race, Donna Romano, currently even money. Are you betting the favorite or trying to beat the favorite?
Well, despite the fact that it's against my religion to bet to win on an even money shot, I think you bet the favorite here in the 2-horse Donna Romano. Her trainer, Brad Cox, very good off the layoff. She hasn't run since her 2-year-old season, but she comes back with a series of works. Check out those silks. They should be very familiar to everyone. Michael Dubb, this is his backyard. He wins races here. I think they probably understand that because this is a for sale race, a claiming race, they're going to lose this horse. Someone's going to buy this horse out of the race. I think they're willing to do that and take the win purse. Bet the favorite, the 2, Donna Romano.
Agree? Disagree?
I have the race 4-2, but to me, that's the race. And I agree with Tom. I don't like betting short price horses to win. So what I did is I went 2-4 in first and second, and everybody for third try to hit a try.
So
maybe I get a bomb. Often
conversations regarding races and handicappers, it starts there, right? What do you think about the favorite?
Yeah, of course. It starts there with who has to be the one you got to beat if it's a big favorite, and then of course it's all about race setup as well. And Donna Romano is going to have some speed from that 2-hole.
360 view, Saratoga Racecourse. Arad Ortiz, goggles down, trying to win a 4th on the afternoon. Heating up in a hurry is Arad Ortiz. He spotted him a few days, spotted the rest 5 days. Flavien Prat, Jose Ortiz, fast starts at the meet. Flavien will be at Monmouth tomorrow, riding in the Naira Bets Haskell. Big story, Grade 1 Diana. You'll see it live on Fox. Let's meet the field. $20,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime, all for sale, all one for something. There's Gresham's Law.
Yeah, look, you can make a case for this horse outrunning his odds easily. He's had excuses in a number of his races. We'll go over that in a little bit.
Tom says bet the favorite, Donna Romano.
Yeah, a lot to like here. She also gets Lasix for the first time, and a guy named Irad Ortiz Jr.
Oh, yeah, him. Tenacious Child. Class drop. Flavien Prat takes over.
Well, her best race was on the dirt for maiden 40. Then she languished on the turf a little bit. I like her getting back to the dirt.
Lady Delilah, number 5, her 1 victory with Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, 1 for 23 lifetime. It's hard to think that second win's going to happen here.
Undergrad, Manny Franco, 4 wins over the last couple days.
Not without a chance here, too, and has speed, should be forward.
St. Bridget's Cross, Dylan Davis rides for the first time.
Speaking of speed, I think this is a horse that goes to her form is going to be making the lead out the gate.
Let her rip right from the start. Then Olivia's Grace, first start on a fast main track.
Yeah, and I think this is an interesting horse because we talked about class relief for the big favorite. Well, the 9-horse, Olivia's Grace, is going to get it as well.
K-Road, number 10, just graduated at Finger Lakes.
Too big a price. All of her main track sprints that were on fast tracks are better than her muddy racetracks.
Admiral Soul, not much since her debut maiden win.
Yeah, been running at Finger Lakes and at Press Isle Downs and makes a step up into, I would call it the major leagues.
Major leagues indeed. One last time on this Friday evening, the nightcap in 5 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2. We'll be right back.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale, you got to be here.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
Has opened up a 5-length advantage. So 1 horse
this race.
National Treasure, the key to quality.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Tenth and final, 2 minutes out. Welcome back, Saratoga Live, Saratoga Lake. A great spot to spend the dark days here in upstate New York throughout the summer. As we get set for another exciting weekend of thoroughbred racing. Grade 1, Duncan, Diana tomorrow. Fox, Saratoga Saturday. Coverage begins 2 Eastern. But first things first, this 10th and final, Donna Romano, odds on 4-5 with Arado Ortiz. Ortiz looking for a 4th on the afternoon.
Yeah, and she makes a lot of sense for everything that Tom spoke about earlier, the drop in class, and getting Lasix for the first time could be key as well.
To Maggie Wolfendale, trackside.
Thanks, Lafitte. We'll take a look at Donna Romano making her 3-year-old debut here, but taking a precipitous drop in class. She was able to get the job done at first asking up here at Saratoga in that restricted maiden special weight. Look, she looks fit. She looks fine. I wish she looked a little stronger across her top line. I kind of wanted to reserve judgment for how she warmed up. Warmed up fine, albeit with the pony. But I just thought there were some other interesting horses in here as we see Richie go with number 4, Tenacious Child. If I wasn't feeling like a contrarian in this final race, I have a weird idea, I would take number 4, Tenacious Child. To me, she's the best turned out. We know that she can run at least a little bit on the dirt, albeit when she broke her maiden in a blowout fashion, she was riding a gold rail on a speed favoring track as the favorite. But again, her races against tougher on the dirt do make her a logical contender, and she just looked best overall here. As we'll also take a look at number 9, Olivia's Grace, who doesn't have that much dirt experience, in fact no experience on a fast main track. Looking at her pedigree, she is a daughter of Salamini, and there are several siblings that have won on the dirt, so there's definitely an opportunity for her to be competitive on this main track. However, physically looking at her, I don't see it. I see a turf horse. She's very slack pastern. She's a bit weaker and kind of just uncomfortable all over behind. And I find that this type of track will break away from a horse and she might struggle over it just a bit. As yes, I went to number 5, Lady Delilah in here. I've never seen this filly look as good as she does here today for Jimmy Ferraro. As we do see Ricardo Santana, who was aboard for the maiden score for 35, back aboard. I think this is a logical spot for her. I know her numbers look a bit light, but like I said, physically, Lafitte, I have never seen her look this good or warm up this good either.
At this level, where a little goes a long way, just hearing that alone, you take a closer look at Lady Delilah at a monster price, 22-1.
Agreed.
Absolutely, yeah, anything to elevate. And listen, they're lower level horses, even though some of them are dropping down to this lower level for the first time. And I find that they're a bit less predictable, Tom.
They're a bit less predictable, and oftentimes speed is what wins this race, especially if you can clear, because it breaks the heart of these other horses. Richie, to your choice, the 4-horse Tenacious Child, been on the turf in the last 3 starts, kind of muddies up that form. She didn't run first, second, or third any of those races. You get beyond that, and you can understand why this horse is second choice in 7-2.
And honestly, that's one of the things I look for, horses that form's a bit dirtied up, maybe on the wrong surface or circumstance. And I just like her getting back to the dirt. And the only time Flavien Prat rode her, she won by 8.5 lengths on the dirt.
Not a surprise. Not a surprise whatsoever. Who is in front when the field hits the far turn? Who's the quickest of the quick?
When they hit the far turn, I think it's Donna Romano. But I wouldn't be surprised if they sent the 7 very hard. And Tenacious Child had speed on the dirt, not on the grass. Let's see if he doesn't show some speed, the 4-horse as well.
10th and final live on FS2 from Saratoga. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Last couple left to go in. Admiral Soul. Goes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. K Road gets the first call out of the gate. Also, St. Bridget's Cross showing speed, and here comes Gresham's Law, and Gresham's Law is the new leader. The favorite Donna Romano moves up a joint second on the inside of St. Bridget's Cross, and K Road, who broke on top, is now 3 lengths off the lead. Tenacious Child follows her. It's a break of 3 back to Undergrad, who is racing on the inside of Olivia's Grace. At the rail, Lady Delilah, and a big gap to Admiral Saul. The opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Gresham's Law is the leader, 3/4 of a length, with Donna Romano in second, and St. Bridget's Cross on the outside third. Tenacious Child takes fourth. K Road back to fifth, 4 clear of Lady Delilah, 45-3 for the half. And here's Donna Romano. Donna Romano asserts herself and takes the lead, coming to the 8th pole. On the outside, St. Bridget's Cross. Gresham Lane is next. They're followed by Tenacious Child and Lady Delilah. Out in the center of the track from way out of it, Admiral Saul is trying to get into the exacta. A 16th to go, and it's Donna Romano by 4. Admiral Saul takes second. Donna Romano, 4 for Arad Ortiz Jr. Admiral Saul was second. Third to Lady Delilah, and Tenacious Child checked in fourth.
In those Michael Dubbs silks, that's why Tom said, bet the favorite. The favorite delivers. Donna Romano, 4 wins on the afternoon, Arad Ortiz.
Yeah, look, it was a really well-judged ride by Irad. When you turn for home and you watch these horses kind of finish up, I mean, like days of our lives, it's sands in the hourglass, the time of this last quarter of a mile. But, you know, that's what happens, right? I mean, in these kinds of races, if you can put the field away in the first half a mile, then you can slow down, even if you're out of horse, and still get the job done, and that's what happens with our favorite.
Yeah, she was best because it was a hot pace for this level of horse. And how about the run from the 11? Admiral Saul came from Schuylerville at a huge price. Last I looked, she was 49-1 to get second.
51-1 in the end. Donna Romano over Admiral Soul, Lady Delilah, Tenacious Child. And Maggie said Lady Delilah never looked that good. Completes the trifecta at 13-1. That'll wrap things up for us. Tomorrow, looking ahead to the first installment, Fox Saratoga Saturday, Grade 1 Duncan, Diana. You have the stakes racing, Tom, and then a couple of other races our viewers really don't want to miss.
Yeah, look, I mean, Saratoga is the home of really great maiden beginner races. And so when you're talking about the 2-year-old maiden race, the first race of the day, as well as the 7th race, was the girls' version of that race, those are going to be important races for the future. Those 2 races are loaded.
And if you're here and you see one of these maidens break their maiden in an impressive fashion and next year go on to win a Derby or an Oaks, you can say, I was there the day that horse won, first time out.
When it all started. Looking forward to another terrific Saturday here at Saratoga. For Richie, Tom, I'm Lafitte. We'll see you next time, but the show continues as we send you back to Del Mar with Todd and Simon. Guys, have a great rest of your opening day.
Thank you. I'm just excited I get to say I was there when Tom Amoss picked the favorite and a never won 2 lifetime claimer at Saratoga and won.
He's done it once or twice before.
Yeah, 8-1 in the previous race here at Del Mar. I think this is one of the most competitive races of the day. Race number 5, we're going to go 5 furlongs on the turf, but I have to ask you about the early favorite, the 4 Doncic. Experience down here is important in showing that you like the 5 furlong trip on the turf. This horse hasn't really shown that.
I would agree with that, and that's why I played against him. And you can look through these horses' past performances, and it's key. Horses that have had success, that have had the ability to run here, have done well. I'm going with the 3, alphabetical order at 7-1. We're taking a look at the one on the screen there, Code Dweller. He had all kinds of issues last time out, Todd. He was pulled up, walked off, and he comes back here today for Craig Delassie.
The field approaching the starting gate for race 4 here at Del Mar. Let's find out more with Michelle Yu.
Thanks, Todd. Joined now by Peter Miller and his boys, Seth and Jacob. You're bringing in a 7-year-old with no turf experience and hasn't run here at Del Mar. What are the thoughts?
Well, you know, he was eligible for Ship and Win, and it's a great program where they'll get $4,000 or $5,000 for shipping and 40 or 50% extra for the meet, the whole meet. And so, you know, he can run on dirt. We know that. He's bred for the grass, out of a Lemon Drop Kid mare by Violence. So I think he'll like the grass, and He's doing well, and so we'll see how he takes to it.
It's a quick 5 furlongs here. Where do you expect to see him?
I imagine he'll probably be sitting 3rd or 4th. You know, there are some low sal horses, some fast horses that are going to shoot out of there. But he doesn't need the lead, so, you know, if we're sitting 3rd or 4th would be great.
All right, guys, not a horse with experience here, but Peter Miller is definitely a man with experience. He is a perennial leading trainer at Del Mar.
Simon, I just had one of those moments in time. You know, we've been coming down here for a number of summers. Do you remember, didn't Peter Miller put one of his sons like in a trophy once?
Yeah.
Like, couldn't do that anymore.
No, we've grown up with his kids.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
they were
right.
knee high when we started coming down here, yeah.
As the field approaches the starting gate here for race number 4, taking a look at the odds, Doncic remains as a slight favorite, but closing the gap, 2 horses, the 1, Code Duello, whom you're talking about, and the 2, Mubtada, who's been bet down quite a bit. They're both at 7-2. Where are you going to go in here?
I'm going with the 3. Look, you've never met a Lossow horse you didn't like.
That is true.
How about the price here at 7-1?
Going to get the lead.
That's the idea. Look, we've never tried the turf. This is a horse is trying the turf. The pedigree's not really there, although Alphabet Kisses, the dam, was a Grade 1 winner. She ran well on the grass. The object for me here is alphabetical order getting the lead at 5/8. If this race was run at Santa Anita at 6.5, I wouldn't pick this horse.
And for our audience who may be tuning in, as we're making history here on Saratoga Live, bring you Del Mar Racing. Around these parts, they refer to Simon Bray as the Lord of the Lawn. And the Lord of the Lawn in this turf race, like Surprise, the 3 alphabetical order will be a rocket ship out of the gate. Can that horse take to the turf and take the field gate to wire? We're about to find out. Hopefully you've made your plays through your Naira Bets account. It's post time for race number 4 at Del Mar. It's opening day of the 2026 summer meeting, live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Larry Colmus with the call.
They're off. Alphabetical order, Centaur to take the early lead. And Nasty Habit came out running in second. Code Duello is away 3rd to the inside. Smart Code is 4th to the far outside. And then Doncic and Mubtada. Break of 2 to Tom Seaver. The early trailer is Gregory's Pride. Racing for the far turn, alphabetical order. The front runner here by 3/4 of a length, with Code Duello keeping the rail in second. Nasty Habit alongside in 3rd. A 4-wide trip for Smart Code. Doncic is in behind them. And then comes Mubtada to the inside, and they're coming to the top of the stretch where Code Duello has taken the lead as they turn for home. Alphabetical order right up alongside. Nasty Habit now making his move down the center of the track. Doncic is down toward the rail. It's Code Duello and Nasty Habit. Nasty Habit takes the lead. Code Duello, Doncic down toward the inside. Nasty Habit has it close to home. Nasty Habit to win it. Tight second may have been Doncic in a photo with Code Duello, and then came Gregory's Pride.
About Peter Miller before the race about stepping on the turf for the first time. He said, look, the horse has the pedigree. I know it's late in the game. A 7-year-old making the 20th start of his career, but his first try on the grass, he likes it.
Certainly does. Drop down in class, surface switch, and he just eked out the win here, coming over the top. It was very tight for the minor awards. Down on the inside, Doncic on the rail, and the 1 Code Duello who cut the corner top of the stretch. But Nasty Habit, Hector Berrios by about half a head there.
Michelle Yu talking to what turns out to be the winning trainer before the race.
Oh, guys, we always love when we have a winner view, is what we like to call it there with Nasty Habit getting the job done. P, how exciting was that?
Very exciting, a little too exciting, but I think he got it done. What a nice horse and a really great ride by Hector Berrios.
I heard the boys talking behind me during the race. Did the plan that you wanted come to fruition? Did he sit where you wanted to sit?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he'd be sitting 3rd, 4th. I was hoping he'd be, you know, behind the speed on the rail, saving ground. But look, the horse ran great, and Hector gave him a great ride, and I'm really proud of both of them.
How nice is it to have a horse that's a dual surface threat as well, especially at a place like Del Mar?
It's fantastic because we got a lot of options now with him, so it's very, very promising to have a horse like this during Del Mar.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And I got to reemphasize that ship and win program because Peter Miller referenced it in the interview before the race. One of the advantages is bringing a horse from out of town here for the summer meet, and you get to run for that extra money.
Enhanced purse bonuses, and it makes a big, big deal when these purses are so huge here at Del Mar during the summer. Hector Beres, that's a name if you're Fox family viewers here, get familiar with it on the grass. I think he rides the turf course extremely well, and that's evidence of it right here.
And while we wait for prices to come here in race number 4 at Del Mar, we still have our feature race ahead. Race number 8 on the card is the Oceanside, so a lot more coverage here, and we're looking forward to bringing it to you. We'll be back here in Southern California, but we got a new crew taking over at Saratoga. We thank Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kitchen, and 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca for hanging around today.
Yeah, great to be with you. It's covering New York racing for this long on this program. To have opening day coverage from Del Mar is incredibly exciting. Great to be with the two of you as well. And this sort of signals, we've both been to a lot of opening days at Del Mar, sort of the unofficial start to summer in San Diego.
Absolutely. I mean, I love opening day. It's one of my fun, most favorite days in racing at Del Mar. And I got to tell you, the tricky part is like at this time, usually, my brain's really confused. The last 6 or 7 years, I've been eating dinner watching Del Mar on my phone. Now I'm working, watching it on TV. This is exciting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a lot of people always compare Saratoga or Del Mar. Which one do you like? It's, well, I don't know. You want a little suit and tie, you come to Saratoga. If you want a little flip-flops and a little sunshine, you go to Del Mar. I mean, you can't go wrong, and the prices are abound already, Greg. I think we've already had 4 or 5 prices in the first 5 races.
Yeah, expect some fireworks here. Kind of see how this track is playing on opening day. And, not just terrific racing and the anticipation for this is so much. It's one of not just the biggest sporting events, but social events in all of Southern California as well. Back here in New York to wrap things up on the card, Donna Romano. It's Brad Cox or Rad Ortiz Jr. Big day for him. Michael Dubb, the Elkstone Group, to close things out.
Yeah, the public had this one right. Short price horse. When you see those yellow silks, pink hat, horse is clean. The whole chest, there's not a piece of dirt on the horse. Forward and rewarded the chalk players on the get out race of the day.
I think Tom said it in the pre-race. It's the big long shot run second, Greg. Michael Dubb Silks, he knows how to get in the winner's circle in Saratoga.
Indeed. So a logical favorite to close things out. Pretty formful day here. 4-5 favorite to close it out. Who wins now for the second time in 4 tries and does so with a big drop in class. And you'll see the multi-race wagers to the pick 4. Modest. Pick 5 is well $317. Pick 6. Well done if you put it together, but $1,190. Saturday from Saratoga. Our ABR race of the week, and it is one of the most prestigious races on grass for fillies and mares the entire calendar year. The Grade 1 Diana, presented by Duncan. Obviously, Chad Brown's dominated this race. He's won 4 in a row. 9 of the last 10. 10 total have more than half the field when they line up tomorrow in race 5 at 2:46 Eastern start time, including portfolio duration and Kathy and Marissa. I thought Kathy and Marissa, a huge player in this spot tomorrow.
I thought so too. I mean, look, I think all Chad's horses are live, but that's what happens when you win. You run out of fingers to count how many Dianas you win. You end up getting a lot of horses that are Diana-type horses in your barn. That's what Chad has here. I thought Kathy and Marissa was very impressive on Derby Day. She got beat in this race, but I think she's on an upward trending situation where I think she could be tough in here come tomorrow.
Yeah, only 3 of the 4 for Chad Brown, Grade 1 winners.
And, Chad kind of gotten off to a slow start this week. He had a couple winners today, or at least won 1-2 on the grass, and there is portfolio duration. Got a little green there late in the stretch, but listen, 3 for 5 lifetime, won in New York last time. It's never been off the exacta. I think Chad's horses are start cycling forward, and he's going to start winning a lot of races.
It's like Steph Curry missing his 3-pointers in the first quarter. I dare you to bet against him making his 3-pointers in the second quarter. Chad will be just fine. Don't worry about him.
Yeah, we talked about this on the program yesterday. Several times in this race, we've seen Chad Brown send out 4 runners. Like the year he sent out in Italian. It was the biggest price of the 4, wound up winning the Diana, and of course became the in Italian we kind of knew as that Grade 1 performer. Kathy and Marissa, though, 5-time winner from 13 career tries. Grade 3 Modesty winner to start off the 5-year-old campaign, and very good effort last time out, although in defeat. I'm with you though. I felt like coming into this race, third off the bench, major player. And Jose Ortiz, everything he's riding right now, do you feel like you need to elevate a little bit here at Saratoga?
Well, you're just riding with a lot of confidence. I mean, I think that when you have the year that he's had so far, and he has a lot of confidence here because he's done well here as well. So, yeah, he's an upgrade for sure.
Paul, you can make the argument that Diana is the most important turf race for fillies and mares in the country. That is insane what Chad Brown has done in this race, including, you look back in 2011, that was his first ever Grade 1 win in this race with Zagora.
Yeah, back to back with White Beam. I think about 50 years from now, we're long and gone. They'll probably rename the race to Diana to the Chad Brown Stakes. It's just been phenomenal, and with Excellent Truth and White Beam the last couple of years, and some great ones like Lady Eli. I mean, dime a dozen. He's just been bringing fillies and mares all the time to the Diana with a bunch of punch.
Look forward to that race 5 on our Saturday coverage. That's on our first Fox Saturday of the meet. Big one to come, the Oceanside Handicap now. Mile on the turf for 3-year-olds, and Mr. AP, last saw him runner-up to Ted Noffey in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. His turf debut is coming up when we return.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Back with you with opening day coverage from where the turf meets the surf at Del Mar, 89th season of racing, and one of the major social events and